Part 7, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 7, Chapter 1. The Levins had been in Moscow for 2 months, and the time fixed by competent authorities for Kitty's deliverance was already past. But she was still waiting, and there was no sign that the time was any nearer than it had been 2 months before. The doctor and the midwife and Dolly and her mother, and especially Levin, who could not without terror think of the approaching event, now began to feel impatient and anxious. Kitty alone kept perfectly calm and happy. She now clearly recognized in her heart the birth of a new feeling of love for the child which already partly existed for her, and she entertained this feeling with joy. The child was no longer only a part of her. Even now it already lived in its own independent life at times. This caused her suffering, but at the same time she felt like laughing with a strange unknown joy. All whom she loved were with her, and all were so good to her, took such care of her, and tried so to make everything pleasant for her that, if she had not known and felt that the end must soon come, this would have been the happiest and best part of her life. Only one thing clouded her perfect happiness, and this was that her husband was different from the Levin she loved, or the Levin that had lived in the country. She had loved his calm, gentle, and hospitable ways in the country. In the city he seemed all the time restless and on his guard, as if he feared that some one was going to insult him or her. There in the country he was usefully occupied, and seemed to know that he was in his place. Here in the city he was constantly on the go, as if he were afraid of forgetting something, but he had nothing really to do, and she felt sorry for him. But she knew that to his friends he was not an object of commiseration, and when in society she looked at him as one studies those who are beloved, endeavoring to look on him as a stranger, and see what effect he produced on others, she saw with anxiety the danger that she herself might become jealous of him for the reason that he was not at all pitiable, but rather an exceedingly attractive man by reason of his dignified, rather old-fashioned, shy politeness to ladies, his strong physique, and his very expressive face. But she read his inner nature. She saw that he was not himself, otherwise she could not define his actions. But sometimes in her heart she reproached him because he could not adapt himself to city life. Sometimes even she confessed that it was really difficult for him to conduct his life so as to please her. But, indeed, what could he find to do? He was not fond of cards. He did not go to the clubs. She now knew what it meant to frequent the company of high livers, like a Vronsky. It meant to drink and to go to places. She could not think without horror of where these men were in the habit of going. Should he go into society? She knew that to enjoy that it would be necessary to find pleasure in the company of young ladies, and she could not desire that. Then should he sit at home with her mother, and her sister? But however pleasant these conversations might be to her, she knew that they must be wearisome to him. What, then, remained for him to do? Was he to go on with his book? He intended to do this, and began to make researches in the public library, but, as he confessed to Kitty, the more he had nothing to do, the less time he had. Moreover, he complained to her that too much was said about his book, and therefore his ideas were thrown into confusion, and that his interest in his work was flagging. One result of their life in Moscow was that there were no more quarrels between them, either because city conditions were different, or because both were beginning to be more guarded and prudent. The fact remained that, since they left the country, the scenes of jealousy which they feared might arise were not repeated. In these circumstances one very important affair for them both took place. Kitty had a meeting with Vronsky. Kitty's godmother, the old Princess Marya Borisovna, was always very fond of her and wanted to see her. Kitty, though owing to her condition she was not going out now, went with her father to see the stately old princess, and there she met Vronsky. At this meeting Kitty could reproach herself only for the fact that for the moment when she first saw the features, once so familiar, she felt her heart beat fast and her face redden. But her emotion lasted only a few seconds. The old prince hastened to begin an animated conversation with Vronsky, and by the time he had finished Kitty was ready to look at Vronsky, or to talk with him if need be, just as she was talking with the princess, and, what was more, without a smile or an intonation which would have been disagreeable to her husband, whose invisible presence, as it were, she felt near her at that moment. She exchanged some words with Vronsky, smiled serenely when he jestingly called the assembly at Kashin our parliament. She had to smile so as to show that she understood the jest. Then she addressed herself to the old princess and did not turn her head until Vronsky rose to take leave. Then she looked at him, but evidently it was only because it is impolite not to look at a man when he bows. She was grateful to her father because he said nothing about this meeting with Vronsky, but Kitty understood from his especial tenderness after their visit, during their usual walk, that he was satisfied with her. She felt satisfied with herself. She had never anticipated that she should have the strength of mind to remember all the details of her former feelings toward Vronsky, and yet to seem and to feel perfectly indifferent and calm in his presence. Levin turned far more crimson than she did when she told him about her meeting with Vronsky at the house of the Princess Marya Borissovna. It was very hard for her to tell him about it, and still harder to go on relating the details of the meeting, for the reason that he did not ask her a question, but only gazed at her and frowned. "It was such a pity that you weren't there," she said to her husband, "not in the room. For before you I should not have been so self-possessed. I'm blushing now ever and ever so much more than I did then," said she, blushing till the tears came. "But if you could have looked through the keyhole." Her sincere eyes told Levin that she was satisfied with her behavior, and, though she blushed, he immediately became calm. He asked her some questions, just as she wished him to do. When he had heard the whole story, even to the detail that she could not help blushing for the first second, and afterward was perfectly at her ease as if she had never met him before, Levin grew extraordinarily gay, and declared that he was glad of it, and that in future he should not behave so foolishly as he had done at the elections, but that when he met Vronsky again he should be as friendly as possible. "It is so painful to look on him almost as an enemy, whom it is hard to meet. I am very, very glad." End of chapter 1. Part 7, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Please don't forget to call at the Bowles," said Kitty, as her husband came into her room about 11 o'clock in the morning before going out. "I know that you are going to dine at the club because papa wrote to you, but what are you going to do this morning?" "I'm only going to Katavasov's." "Why are you going so early?" "He promised to introduce me to Metrov. He's a famous scholar from Petersburg. I want to talk over my book with him." "Oh, yes. Wasn't it his article you were praising? Well, and after that?" "Possibly to the tribunal, about that affair of my sister's." "Aren't you going to the concert?" she asked. "No. Why should I go alone?" "Do go. They're going to give those new pieces. It will interest you. I should certainly go." "Well, at all events, I shall come home before dinner," he said, looking at his watch. "Put on your best coat, so as to go to the Countess Bowles." "Why, is that really necessary?" "Oh, certainly. The count himself came here. Now, what does it cost you? You go, you sit down, you talk 5 minutes about the weather, then you get up and go." "Well, you don't realize that I am so out of practice, that I feel abashed. How absurd it is for a strange man to come to a house, to sit down, to stay a little while without any business, to find himself in the way, feel awkward, and then go." Kitty laughed. "Yes, but didn't you used to make calls before you were married?" "Yes, but I was always bashful," said he. "And now I'm so out of the way of it that, by heavens, I would rather not have any dinner for 2 days than make this call. I'm so bashful. It seems to me as if they must take offense and say, 'Why do you come without business?'" "No, they don't take offense. I will answer that for you," said Kitty, looking brightly into his face. She took his hand. "Now, prashchai, please go." He kissed his wife's hand and was about to go when she stopped him. "Kostya, do you know I have only 50 rubles left?" "Well, I will go and get some from the bank. How much do you want?" said he, with his well-known expression of vexation. "No, wait. She detained him by the arm. "Let us talk about this a moment. This troubles me. I try not to buy anything unnecessary. Still, the money runs away. We must retrench somehow or other." "Not at all," said Levin with a little cough, and looking askance upon her. She knew this cough. It was a sign of strong vexation, not with her, but with himself. He was actually discontented, not because much money was spent, but because he was reminded of what he wanted to forget. "I have ordered Sokoloff to sell the corn, and to get the rent of the mill in advance. We shall have money enough." "No, but I fear that, as a general thing—" "No, not at all. Not at all," he repeated. "Well, good bye, darling." "Sometimes I wish I hadn't listened to mamma. How happy we were in the country. I tire you all, waiting for me, and the money we spend." "Not at all. Not at all. Not one single time since we were married till now have I thought that things would have been better than they are." "Truly?" said she, looking into his face. He said that thinking only to comfort her, but when he saw her gentle, honest eyes turned to him with an inquiring look, he repeated what he had said with his whole heart, and he remembered what was coming to them so soon. "How do you feel this morning? Do you think it will be soon?" he asked, taking both her hands in his. "I sometimes think that I don't think and don't know anything." "And you don't feel afraid?" She smiled disdainfully. "Not the least bit. No, nothing will happen today. Don't worry." "If that is so, then I am going to Katavasov's." "I am going with papa to take a little walk on the boulevard. We are going to see Dolly. I shall expect you back before dinner. Oh, there! Do you know Dolly's position is getting to be entirely unendurable? She is in debt on every side, and hasn't any money at all. We talked about it yesterday with mamma and Arseny" (this was her sister Natalia Livla's husband), "and they decided that you should scold Stiva. It is truly unendurable. It is impossible for papa to speak about it. But if you and he—" "Well, what can we do?" asked Levin. "You had better go to Arseny's, and talk with him. He will tell you what we decided about it." "All right, I will follow Arseny's advice. Then I will go directly to his house. By the way, if he is still at the concert, then I will go with Natalie. So good bye." On the staircase, the old bachelor servant, Kuzma, who acted in the city as steward, stopped his master. "Krasavichka has just been shod, and it lamed her." This was Levin's left pole horse, which he had brought from the country. "What shall I do?" said he. When Levin established himself in Moscow, he brought his horses from the country. He wished to set up as good a stable as possible, but not to have it cost too much. It seemed to him now that hired horses would have been less expensive, and even as it was, he was often obliged to hire of the izvozchik. "Take her to the veterinary. Perhaps she is going to have a swimmer." "Well, how shall you arrange for Katerina Alexandrovna?" asked Kuzma. Levin was now no longer troubled, as he had been at first, when he first came to Moscow, that for the drive from Vozdvizhenskoe to Zinstev Vronsky it was necessary to have a span of heavy horses harnessed into his heavy carriage, and to drive at 4 versts through mealy snow, and keep them waiting 4 hours there, and to have to pay 5 rubles for it. Now it seemed to him the natural thing to do. "Get a pair of horses from the izvozchik and put them into our carriage." "I will obey." After having thus decided simply and quickly, thanks to his training in city ways, a labor which in the country would have cost him much trouble and attention, Levin went out on the porch, and, beckoning to an izvozchik, took his seat in the cab, and rode off to the Nikitskaya Street. On the way the question of money did not occupy him, but he thought over how he was going to make the acquaintance of the sociological savant from Petersburg, and what he should say to him in regard to his treatise. It was only during the first part of his stay in Moscow that Levin, who had been used to the productive ways of the country, was amazed at the strange and unavoidable expenses which met him on every side. But now he was wonted to them. He had somewhat the same experience as he had been told drunken men went through. Each successive glass made him more reckless. When Levin took the first 100-ruble note for the purchase of liveries for the lackey and Swiss, he could not avoid the consideration that these liveries were wholly useless to anyone, and yet they seemed to be unavoidable and indispensable, judging from the amazement of Kitty and her mother when he made the remark that they might go without them, and he put it to himself that the liveries represented the wages of 2 laborers for a year, that is to say, about 300 working days from early in the morning till late at night, so that the first 100 ruble note corresponded to the first glass. But the second bill of 28 rubles, expended for the purchase of provisions for a family dinner, cost him less trouble, though he still mentally computed that this money represented 9 chetverts, or more than 50 bushels, of oats, which these same workmen, at the cost of many groans, had mowed, bound into sheaves, threshed, winnowed, gathered up, and put into bags. And now the money spent in this way had long ceased to evoke any such considerations, but they flew around him like little birds. He had long ceased to ask himself whether the pleasure purchased by this money was anywhere near commensurate with the labor spent in acquiring it. He also forgot the common principle of economics, that there is a certain price below which it is impossible to sell grain except at a loss. His rye, the price of which he had kept up so long, had to be sold at 10 kopecks a bushel cheaper than he had sold it a month earlier. Even the calculation that if he kept on at his present rate of expenditure it would be impossible to get through the year without getting into debt, did not cause him any anxiety. Only one thing troubled him, the keeping up his bank account, without asking how, so that there might be always enough for the daily needs of the household. And up to the present time he had succeeded in doing this. But now his deposit at the bank had run low, and he did not know exactly how to restore it. And this problem was causing him some anxiety just at the time when Kitty asked him for more money. But he did not want to bother about that just now. So he drove away, thinking of Katavasov and his approaching acquaintance with Metrov. End of chapter 2. Part 7, Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. During his present stay in Moscow, Levin had once more come into intimate relationship with his old university friend, Professor Katavasov, whom he had not seen since the time of his marriage. Katavasov was agreeable to him because of the clearness and simplicity of his philosophy. Levin thought that the clearness of his philosophy arose from the poverty of his nature, while Katavasov thought that the incoherence of Levin's ideas arose from a lack of mental discipline. But Katavasov's lucidity was agreeable to Levin, and Levin's fecundity of undisciplined ideas was agreeable to Katavasov, and they both liked to meet and discuss together. Levin had read several passages from his treatise to Katavasov, who had liked them. The evening before, Katavasov, happening to meet Levin at a public lecture, told him that the celebrated scholar, Professor Metrov, whose article had pleased Levin, was in Moscow, and was greatly interested in what he had heard of Levin's work. He was to be at Katavasov's house the next day at 11 o'clock, and would be delighted to make Levin's acquaintance. "Delighted to see you, Batyushka," said Katavasov, receiving Levin in his reception-room. "I heard the bell, and wondered if it could be time. And now what do you think of the Montenegrins? It looks to me like war." "What makes you think so?" asked Levin. Katavasov in a few words told him the latest news, and then, taking him into his library, introduced him to a short, thick-set, and very pleasant-looking man. It was Metrov. The conversation for a short time turned on politics, and on the views held by the high authorities in Petersburg in regard to the recent elections. Metrov, in regard to this, quoted some significant words spoken by the Emperor and one of the ministers, which he had heard from a reliable source. Katavasov had heard from an equally reliable source that the Emperor had said something quite different. Levin tried to imagine to himself the conditions in which the words in either case might have been said, and the conversation on this theme came to an end. "Well, here is the gentleman who is writing a book on the natural condition of the laborer in relation to the soil," said Katavasov. "I am not a specialist, but it pleases me as a naturalist that he does not consider the human race outside zoological laws, but recognizes man's dependence on his environment, and seeks to find in this dependence the laws of his development." "That is very interesting," said Metrov. "I began simply to write a book on rural economy," said Levin, reddening. But in studying the principal instrument, the laborer, I arrived at a decidedly unexpected conclusion, in spite of myself." And Levin expatiated on his ideas, trying the ground carefully as he did so, for he knew that Metrov had written an article against the current views on political economy, and how far he could hope for sympathy in his new views he did not know, and could not tell from the scholar's calm, intellectual face. "How, in your opinion, does the Russian laborer differ from that of other peoples?" asked Metrov. "Is it from the point of view which you call zoological, or from that of the material conditions in which he finds himself?" This way of putting the question proved to Levin how widely their opinions diverged. Nevertheless, he continued to set forth his theory, which was based on the idea that the Russian people could not have the same relation to the soil as the other European nations, and to prove this position he hastened to add that, in his opinion, the Russian people feels instinctively predestined to populate the immense uncultivated tracts stretching toward the east. "It is easy to be mistaken about the general destiny of a people by forming premature conclusions," said Metrov, interrupting Levin. "And the situation of the laborer will always depend on his relation to land and capital." And, without giving Levin time to reply, he began to explain the peculiarity of his own views. Levin did not understand, because he did not try to understand, in what consisted the peculiarity of his views. He saw that Metrov, like all the rest, notwithstanding his article, in which he refuted the teachings of the economists, looked on the condition of the Russian people from the standpoint of capital, wages, and rent, though he was obliged to confess that for the eastern, and by far the greater part of Russia, there was no such thing as rent; that for 9/10 of Russia's 80 millions wages consisted in a bare subsistence, and the capital did not yet exist, except as it was represented by the most primitive tools. Although Metrov differed from other political economists, in many ways he regarded the laborer from this point of view, and he had a new theory as to wages, which he demonstrated at length. Levin listened with some disgust, and tried to reply. He wanted to interrupt Metrov, in order to express his own opinions, which he felt deserved to be heard at far greater length. But, finally recognizing that they looked on the subject from such a radically opposite standpoint that they could never understand each other, he no longer tried to refute him. He let Metrov talk, and only listened. Though he was not at all interested in what he said, nevertheless he experienced a certain pleasure in listening to him. He was flattered that such a learned man would condescend to give him the benefit of his thoughts, sometimes by a hint pointing to a complete phase of the subject, and showing him so much deference as to one thoroughly versed in the subject. He ascribed this to his own merits. He did not know that Metrov, having talked this over with all his own intimates on this subject, was glad to have a new auditor, and, moreover, that he liked to talk with any one on the subjects that occupied him, so as to elucidate certain points for his own benefit. "We shall be late," remarked Katavasov, consulting his watch as soon as Metrov had concluded his argument. "Yes, there is a special session today of the Society of Friends, in honor of the semi-centennial of Svintich," he added in reply to Levin's question. "We meet at the house of Pyotr Ivanuitch. I promised to speak on his work in zoology. Come with us, it will be interesting." "Yes, it is high time," said Metrov. "Come with us, and then afterward, if you like, come home with me. I should greatly like to hear your work." "It is only a sketch, not worth much, but I should like to go with you to the session." "What is that, batyushka? Have you heard? He gave a special opinion," said Katavasov, who was putting on his dress coat in the next room. And the talk turned to the university question. The university question was a very important topic this winter in Moscow. 3 old professors in the council would not accept the opinion of the younger ones. The younger ones expressed a special opinion. This opinion, according to some, was dreadful, according to others, was the simplest and most righteous of opinions, and the professors were divided into 2 parties. The one to which Katavasov belonged saw in the opposition dastardly violation of faith and deception. The other side charged their opponents with childishness and lack of confidence in the authorities. Levin, although he was not connected with the university, had heard and talked much during his stay in Moscow regarding this affair, and had his own opinion regarding it. So he took part in the conversation, which was continued even after they had got out into the street, and until they had all three reached the buildings of the old university. The session had already begun. 6 men were sitting around a table covered with a cloth, and one of them, nearly doubled up over a manuscript, was reading something. Katavasov and Metrov took their places at the table. Levin sat down in an unoccupied chair near a student, and asked him in a low voice what they were reading. The student, looking angrily at Levin, replied, "The biography." Levin did not care much for the savant's biography, still he could not help listening, and he learned various interesting particulars of the life of the celebrated man. When the reader came to an end, the chairman congratulated him, and then read some verses which had been sent to him in honor of the occasion by the poet Myent, of whose work he spoke eulogistically. Then Katavasov read in his loud, harsh voice a sketch of the work of Svintich. When Katavasov had finished, Levin looked at his watch and found that it was already 2:00. He realized that he should lose the concert if he should read his treatise to Metrov, and, moreover, he no longer cared to do it. During the reading of the papers he had come to a conclusion regarding the conversation he had just had. It was clear to his own mind that, though Metrov's ideas very likely had some value, yet his own ideas also had value, and that ideas could be made clear and profitable only when every person should work separately in his chosen path, but that the communication of these ideas was perfectly profitless. And, having decided to decline Metrov's invitation, Levin at the end of the session went up to him. Metrov introduced Levin to the chairman, with whom he was talking about the political news. Thereupon Metrov told the chairman what he had already told Levin, and Levin made the same remarks as he had made that morning, but for the sake of variety he also told his new theory which had just come into his mind. After this the conversation again turned on the university question. As Levin had already heard as much as he cared to about this, he made haste to tell Metrov that he regretted that he could not accept his invitation, bade him good-bye, and hastened to Lvov's. End of chapter 3. Part 7, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Lvov, who had married Natalie, Kitty's sister, had spent his life in the European capitals, where he had not only received his education, but had also pursued his diplomatic career. The year before he had resigned his diplomatic appointment, not because it was distasteful to him, for he never found anything distasteful to him, and had accepted a position in the department of the palace in Moscow, so that he might be able to give a better education to his 2 sons. In spite of very different opinions and habits, and the fact that Lvov was considerably older than Levin, they had seen much of each other this autumn, and had become great friends. Levin found his brother-in-law at home, and went in without ceremony. Lvov, in a housecoat with a belt, and in chamois-skin slippers, was sitting in an armchair, and with blue glasses was reading a book which rested on a stand, while he held a half-burned cigar in his shapely hand. His handsome, delicate, and still youthful face, to which his shining, silvery hair gave an expression of aristocratic dignity, lighted up with a smile as he saw Levin. "Good! I was just going to send to find out about you all. How is Kitty?" said he, and rising, he pushed forward a rocking-chair. "Sit down here. You'll find this better. Have you read the last circular in the Journal de St. Petersburg? I find it excellent," said he, with a slight French accent. Levin informed him of what he had heard as to the reports in circulation at Petersburg, and, after having spoken of politics, he told about his acquaintance with Metrov and the session at the university. This greatly interested Lvov. "There, I envy you your intimacy in that learned society," said he, and he went on speaking, not in Russian, but in French, which was far more familiar to him. "True, I could not meet them very well. My public duties, and my occupation with the children, would prevent it. And then, I do not feel ashamed to say that my own education is too faulty." "I can't think that," said Levin with a smile, and, as always, touched by his modest opinion of himself, expressed not for the sake of bringing out a flattering contradiction, but genuine and honest. Oh, dear, I now feel how little I know. Now that I am educating my sons, I am obliged to refresh my memory. I learn my lessons over again, just as in your estate you have to have workers and overseers, so here it needs someone to watch the teachers. But see what I am reading," and he pointed to the grammar of Busleov lying on the stand. "Misha has to learn it, and it is so hard. Now explain this to me." Levin wanted to explain to him that it was impossible to understand it, that it simply had to be learned, but Lvov did not agree with him. "Yes, now you are making fun of it." "On the contrary, you can't imagine how much I learn, when I look at you, about the way to teach children." "Well, you could not learn much from me." "I only know that I never saw children so well brought up as yours, and I should not want better children than yours." Lvov evidently wanted to restrain himself so as not to betray his satisfaction, but his face lighted up with a smile. "Only let them be better than I. That is all that I want. But you don't know the bother," he began, "with lads who, like mine, have been allowed to run wild abroad." "You are regulating all that. They are such capable children. The main thing is, their moral training. And this is what I learn in looking at your children." "You speak of the moral training. You can't imagine how hard it is. Just as soon as you have conquered one crop of weeds, others spring up, and there is always a fight. If you don't have support in religion, between ourselves, no father on earth, relying on his own strength and without this help, could ever succeed in training them." This conversation, which was extremely interesting to Levin, was interrupted by the pretty Natalie Alexandrovna, dressed for going out. "I didn't know you were here," said she to Levin, evidently not regretting, but even rejoicing that she had interrupted his conversation, which was too long for her pleasure. "Well, and how is Kitty? I'm going to dine with you today. See here, Arseny," she said, turning to her husband, "you take the carriage." And between husband and wife began a discussion of the question how they should spend the day. As the husband had to attend to his official business, and the wife was going to the concert and to a public session of the Committee of the Southeast, it was needful to discuss and think it all over. Levin, as a member of the family, was obliged to take part in these plans. It was decided that he should go with Natalie to the concert and to the public meeting, and then send the carriage to the office for Arseny, who would come and take her to Kitty's, or if he was not yet ready, Levin would serve as her escort. "This man is spoiling me," said Lvov to his wife. "He assures me that our children are lovely, when I know that they are full of faults." "Arseny goes to extremes. I always say so," said his wife. "If you expect perfection, you will never be satisfied. And papa is right in saying that when we were children they went to one extreme. They kept us on the entresol, while the parents lived in the bel étage. But now, on the contrary, parents live in the lumber room, and the children in the bel étage. The parents are now of no account. Everything must be for the children." "Supposing this is more agreeable," suggested Lvov, with his winning smile, as he offered her his arm. "Anyone not knowing you would think that you were not a mother, but a stepmother." "No, it is not good to go to extremes in anything," said Natalie, gently, laying his paper cutter in its proper place on the table. "Ah, here they are. Come in, ye perfect children," said Lvov to the handsome lads who came in and, after bowing to Levin, went to their father, evidently wishing to ask some favor of him. Levin wanted to speak with them and to hear what they said to their father, but Natalie was talking with him, and just then Lvov's colleague, Makotin, in his court uniform, came into the room, and began a lively conversation about Herzegovina, the Princess Korsunsky, and the premature death of Madame Apraxin. Levin forgot all about Kitty's message. He remembered it just as they reached the vestibule. "Oh, Kitty commissioned me to speak with you about Oblonsky," said he, as Lvov went with them to the head of the staircase. "Yes, yes, maman wants us, les beaux-frères, to attack him," said Lvov, turning red. "But how can I?" "Then I will undertake it," said the smiling Madame Lvov, who, wrapped up in her white dogskin rotunda, was waiting till they should finish talking. Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Two very interesting pieces were to be given at the matinee. One was a fantasia or symphonic poem called The King Lear of the Steppes. The other was a quartet dedicated to the memory of Bach. Both pieces were new and of the new school, and Levin desired to form his own opinion in regard to them. So, after he had conducted his sister-in-law to her place, he took his stand near a column, and determined to listen as attentively and conscientiously as possible. He tried not to allow his attention to be distracted and his impression spoiled by letting his eyes follow the white-cravated Kapellmeister's waving arms, which were always so disturbing to the musical attention, or by looking at the ladies in their hats, who for concerts take especial pains to tie ribbons round their ears, or at all the faces either occupied with nothing or occupied with the most heterogeneous interests, music being the last. He tried to avoid meeting the connoisseurs and the chatterers, but he stood alone by himself, looking down and listening. But the more he listened to the King Lear fantasia, the more he felt the impossibility of forming a clear and exact idea of it. The musical thought, at the moment of its development, was constantly interrupted by the introduction of new themes, or vanished, leaving only the impression of a complicated and laborious attempt at instrumentation. But these same new themes, beautiful as some of them were, gave an unpleasant impression, because they were not expected or prepared for. Gaiety and sadness and despair and tenderness and triumph followed one another like the incoherent thoughts of a madman, to be themselves followed by others as wild. During the whole performance Levin experienced a feeling analogous to what a deaf man might have in looking at dancers. He was in a state of utter dubiety when the piece came to an end, and he felt a great weariness from the strain of intellectual intensity which was never rewarded. On all sides were heard loud applause and clapping of hands. All got up and moved about, talking. Wishing to get some light on his doubts by the impressions of others, Levin began to walk about, seeking for the connoisseurs, and he was glad when at last he saw one of the best-known musical critics talking with his friend Pestov. "It's wonderful," said Pestov in his deep bass. "How are you, Konstantin Dmitrich? The passage that is the richest in color, the most statuesque, so to speak, is that where Cordelia appears, where woman, das ewig Weibliche, comes into conflict with fate. Don't you think so?" "Why Cordelia?" asked Levin with hesitation, for he had wholly forgotten that the symphonic poem had anything to do with King Lear. "Cordelia appears here," said Pestov, tapping with his finger on the satin program which he held in his hand. Then only did Levin notice the title of the symphonic poem, and he made haste to read the text of Shakespeare, translated into Russian and printed on the back of the program. "You can't follow it without that," said Pestov, addressing Levin, now that his friend the critic had gone, and there was nothing more to talk with him about. Levin and Pestov spent the intermission in discussing the merits and defects of the Wagnerian tendencies in music. Levin maintained that the mistake of Wagner and all his followers consisted in transferring music to the domain of an alien art, that poetry made the mistake when it tried to depict the features of the human face, which was the province of painting to do, and as a concrete example of this kind of a mistake he adduced the sculptor who should try to express in marble the shades of poetic imagery rising round the figure of the poet on the pedestal. "These shades are so far from being shades in the case of the sculptor, that they even rest on the steps," said Levin. This phrase pleased him, but he had a lurking suspicion that he had once used this same phrase before, and to Pestov himself, and he felt confused. Pestov argued that art is one, and that it can reach its loftiest manifestations only by combining all its forms. Levin could not listen to the second number on the program. Pestov, who was standing near him, kept talking to him most of the time, criticizing it for its excessive, mawkish, affected simplicity, and comparing it to the simplicity of the pre-Raphaelites in painting. On his way out he met various acquaintances, with whom he exchanged remarks on politics, music, and other topics. Among others he saw Count Bull, and the call which he should have made on him came to mind. "Well, go quickly," said Natalie, to whom he confided this. "Perhaps the Countess is not receiving. If so, you will come and join me at the meeting. You have plenty of time." Chapter 6. Part 7, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Perhaps they are not receiving?" asked Levin, as he entered the vestibule of Count Bull's house. "Oh, yes, permit me," answered the Swiss, resolutely taking the visitor's shuba. "What a nuisance," thought Levin, drawing off one of his gloves with a sigh, and turning his hat in his hands. "Now, why did I come? Now, what am I going to say to them?" Passing through the first drawing-room, he met the Countess Bull at the door, who, with a perplexed and severe face, was giving orders to a servant. When she saw Levin, she smiled, and invited him to walk into a small parlor, where voices were heard. In this room were sitting her 2 daughters and a Muscovite colonel whom Levin knew. Levin joined them, passed the usual compliments, and sat down near a divan, holding his hat on his knee. "How is your wife? Have you been to the concert? We were not able to go. Mamma had to attend to the requiem," said one of the young ladies. "Yes, I heard about it. What a sudden death," said Levin. The countess came in, sat down on the divan, and asked also about his wife and the concert. Levin replied, and asked some questions about the sudden death of Madame Apraxin. "But then she was always in delicate health." "Were you at the opera yesterday?" "Yes, I was." "Lucia was very good." "Yes, very good," said he, and he began, seeing that it was entirely immaterial to him what they thought about him, to repeat what he had heard 100 times about the singer's extraordinary talent. The Countess Bull pretended that she was listening. Then, when he had said all he had to say, and relapsed into silence, the colonel, who had hitherto held his peace, began also to speak. The colonel also talked about the opera, and about an illumination. Then, saying something about a supposititious full journée at Turin, the colonel, laughing, got up and took his departure. Levin also got up, but a look of surprise on the countess's face told him that it was not yet time for him to go. 2 minutes more at least were necessary. He sat down. But, as he thought what a foolish figure he was cutting, he was more and more incapable of finding a subject of conversation. "Are you going to the public meeting?" asked the countess. "They say it will be very interesting." "No, but I promised my belle-sœur that I would call for her there," replied Levin. Silence again ensued. The mother exchanged a look with her daughter. "Now it must be time to go," thought Levin, and he rose. The lady shook hands with him, and charged him with 1000 choses for his wife. The Swiss, as he put on his shuba for him, asked his address, and wrote it gravely in a large, handsomely bound book. "Of course, it's always the same to me, but how useless and ridiculous it all is," thought Levin, comforting himself with the thought that everyone did the same thing. And he went to the public meeting of the committee, where he was to find his sister-in-law to bring her home with him. At the public meeting of the committee there was a great throng of people, and society was well represented. Levin reached the place just in time to hear a sketch which all said was very interesting. When the reading of the sketch was finished, society came together, and Levin met Sviazhsky, who invited him to come that very evening to a meeting of the Society of Rural Economy, at which a very important report was to be read. He also met Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had just returned from the races, and many other acquaintances, and Levin talked much and heard many opinions relating to the meeting and the new peace and the lawsuit. But apparently in consequence of his weariness and the strain which he began to feel, he made a blunder in speaking of a certain lawsuit, and this blunder he afterward remembered with annoyance. Speaking of the recent punishment of a foreigner who had been tried in Russia, and that it would have been irregular to punish him by exile, Levin repeated what he had heard the evening before in a conversation with a friend of his. "I think that to send him abroad is just the same as to punish a fish by throwing it into the water," said Levin. Too late he remembered that his comparison which he put forth to express his thought, though he had heard his friend use it, was really taken from a fable by Kryloff, and that his friend had taken it from the feuilleton of a newspaper. Returning home with his sister-in-law, and finding Kitty well and happy, Levin went to the club. End of chapter 6. Part 7, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Levin reached the club very punctually. A number of the guests and members arrived there at the same time as he did. Levin had not been at the club very recently, indeed, not since the time when, having finished his studies at the university, he passed a winter at Moscow and went into society. He remembered the club in a general sort of way, but had entirely forgotten the impressions which, in former days, it had made upon him. But as soon as he entered the great semicircular dvor, or court, sent away his isvostchik, and mounted the steps and saw the liveried Swiss noiselessly open the door for him, and bow as he ushered him in, as soon as he saw in the cloak-room the goloshes and shubas of the members, who felt that it was less work to take them off downstairs and leave them with the Swiss than to wear them upstairs, as soon as he heard the well-known mysterious sound of the bell, and as soon as he mounted the easy flight of carpeted stairs and saw the statue on the landing, and on the upper floor recognized the third Swiss in his club livery, who, having grown older, displayed neither dilatoriness nor haste in opening the door for him, he once more felt the old-time impression of the club, the atmosphere of comfort, ease, and good breeding. "Your hat, if you please," said the Swiss to Levin, who had forgotten the rule of the club to leave hats at the cloak-room. "It's a long time since you were here," said the Swiss. "The prince wrote to you yesterday. Prince Stepan Arkadyevitch has not come yet." The Swiss knew not only Levin but all his connections and family, and took pleasure in reminding him of his relationships. Passing through the first connecting hall and the conversation room at the right where the fruit dealer sits, Levin, who walked faster than the old attendant, entered the dining room, which was filled with a noisy throng. He made his way along by the tables, almost all of which were occupied. As he looked about him on all sides, he saw men of the most heterogeneous types, old and young, most of them acquaintances, and many of them friends. It seemed as if all of them had left their cares and worries with their hats in the cloak-room, and had collected together to make the most of the material advantages of life. There were Sviatsky and Shtcherbatsky and Nevyedovsky and the old prince and Vronsky and Sergey Ivanovitch. "Ah, why are you late?" said the prince with a smile, extending his hand to his son-in-law over his shoulder. "How is Kitty?" he added, putting a corner of his napkin into the buttonhole of his waistcoat. "She is well, and dining with her sisters." "Ah, the old gossips! Well, there's no room with us. Go to that table there and get a seat as quickly as you can," said the prince, taking care with a plate of ukha, or soup made of lotes. "Here, Levin!" cried a jovial voice from a table a little farther away. It was Turovtsin. He was sitting with a young officer, and near him were two chairs tilted up. Levin, with joy, went to join him. He always liked the good-hearted, prodigal Turovtsin. His reconciliation with Kitty was connected with him, and now, especially, after all his wearisome intellectual conversations, the sight of his jolly face was delightful. "These places were for you and Oblonsky. He will be here directly," said Turovtsin, and then he introduced Levin to the young officer, who held himself very straight and had bright, laughing eyes. "Gagin, from Petersburg." "Oblonsky is always late." "Ah, here he is." "You've only just come, haven't you?" asked Oblonsky of Levin, hurrying up to him. "Your health. Will you take vodka? Come on, then." Levin got up and went with him to a large table, on which all kinds of liquors and a most select zakouska were set out. It would seem as if the 24 different kinds of drinks might have offered a choice, but Stepan Arkadyevitch thought good to ask for a special concoction, which a servant in livery hastened to get for him. They drank it from small glasses, and then returned to their places. At the very first, even while they were eating their ukka, Gagin had champagne served, and he ordered the 4 glasses filled. Levin did not refuse the wine when it was offered to him, and he in turn ordered a bottle. He was hungry, and ate and drank with great satisfaction, and with still greater satisfaction took part in the gay and lively conversation of his neighbors. Gagin, lowering his voice, told a new Petersburg anecdote, and, though it was indecorous and ridiculous, it was so funny that Levin laughed uproariously till those around him looked at him in surprise. "That is in the same kind as 'Alas, I cannot endure it,'" quoted Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Do you remember? Ah, it was lovely. Bring us another bottle," said he to the lackey, and he began to tell an anecdote. "Pyotr Ilyitch Vinovsky sends these," interrupted a little old lackey, addressing Stepan Arkadyevitch, and bringing 2 diminutive glasses of bubbling champagne, and offering them to Oblonsky and Levin. Stepan Arkadyevitch took the glass, and, exchanging glances with a bald, ruddy, mustachioed man at the other end of the table, nodded to him and smiled. "Who is that?" asked Levin. "You met him at my house once. Don't you remember? He's a very good fellow." Levin followed Oblonsky's example, and took his glass. Stepan Arkadyevitch's anecdote was also very diverting. Then Levin had a story to tell, and it likewise raised a laugh. Then the conversation turned on horses, and the races that had taken place that day, and they told how brilliantly Vronsky's trotter, Atlas Nui, had won the first prize. "Ah, here they are," said Stepan Arkadyevitch toward the end of the dinner, turning round in his chair to extend his hand to Vronsky, who was walking with a tall colonel of the guards. Vronsky's face was also radiant with the good-natured gaiety that reigned in the club. He leaned his elbow on Oblonsky's shoulder and whispered some words in his ear with an air of good humor, and extended his hand with a friendly smile to Levin. "I'm very glad to meet you," said he. "I looked for you after the elections, but they told me you had gone." "Yes, I went away the same day. We have just been speaking of your trotter. It was a very fast race." "Yes, it was. Haven't you racehorses too?" "I? No. My father had horses, and I know about them." "Where did you dine?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "At the second table, behind the columns." "He has been loaded down with congratulations. It's very pretty, a second imperial prize. I wish I could only have the same luck at play as he does with horses. Now, how they waste golden time! I am going to the infernal Naya," said the tall colonel, and he left them. "That's Yashvin," said Vronsky to Tarantuen, and sat down in a vacant place near them. Having drained the glass of champagne which was filled for him, he also ordered a bottle. Either from the effect of the wine which he had drunk, or from the social atmosphere of the club, Levin talked cordially with him about the best breeds of cattle, and was happy to feel no more hatred against his former rival. He even told him, among other things, that he had heard from his wife of the meeting which had taken place at the house of the Princess Marya Borissovna. "Ah, the Princess Marya Borissovna! She's a charmer!" exclaimed Stepan Arkadyevitch, and he told an anecdote of the old lady which made everyone laugh. Especially Vronsky laughed so heartily that Levin felt perfectly reconciled to him. "Well, gentlemen, have we finished?" said Oblonsky, getting up and smiling. "Then let us go." Chapter 8. Part 7, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. On leaving the table, Levin, in company with Gagin, walked through the lofty rooms to the billiard room, and he felt that his walk was singularly straight, and that his hands moved easily. In the large hall he met his father-in-law. "Well, and how do you like our temple of indolence?" asked the old prince, taking his son-in-law by the arm. "Come, take a turn." "I should like to look around. It is interesting." "Yes, to you, but my interest in it is different from yours. When you see old men like that," said he, indicating a member of the club who, with stooping shoulders and falling lip, was slowly shuffling along in soft boots across the hall, "you would think that they were born shlupiks." "Why do you call them little sloops?" Here you are, and don't know what that means? That's our club term. You know how eggs roll. Well, when anyone goes with a gait like that, he becomes a schlupik. And so, when any one of us goes stumbling through the club, he becomes a schlupik. You laugh, do you? But one has to look out, else he finds himself one. Do you know Prince Tchetchensky?" he asked, and Levin saw by his face that he was going to tell some ridiculous yarn. "No, I don't know him." "Well, no matter. Prince Tchetchensky is famous. Well, that is neither here nor there. He's always playing billiards. 3 years ago he wasn't among the shlupiks, but was a great galliard. He himself called other people shlupiks. Only he came one time, but our Swiss, you know Vasily, our tall one, he is a great bon motist. Prince Tchetchensky asked him, 'Well, Vasily, is anyone here yet? Have any shlupiks come?' And Vasily answers, 'You are the third.' Now, brother, how is that?" The two men walked on, chatting and greeting their friends, and passed through all the rooms. The main room, where men accustomed to one another as partners were playing cards for small stakes. The divan room, where others were having games of chess, and Sergey Ivanovitch was talking with someone. The billiard room, where in the bay of the room, around a divan, a gay party, among them Gagin, had gathered and were drinking champagne. They glanced in also at the infernal Naya, where, at the gambling table, Yashvin, surrounded by men betting, was already established. With hushed voices they entered the reading room, where, under a shaded lamp, a young man with a stern face was turning over the leaves of one journal after another, while near by was a bald-headed general absorbed in reading. They passed quietly into a room which the prince called the Hall of the Wits, and there they found three gentlemen talking politics. "Prince, we are ready, if you please," said one of his partners, finding him there, and the prince joined them. Levin sat down and listened to the three gentlemen, but, as he recalled all the conversations of the same kind he had heard since morning, he felt excessively bored. He got up and went off to find Turovtsin and Oblonsky, who were sure to be gay. Turovtsin was with the champagne drinkers on the high divan in the billiard room, and Stepan Arkadyevitch and Vronsky were talking in a corner near the door. "Not that she finds it tedious," Levin heard in passing, "but it's the uncertainty, the indefiniteness of her position." He was about to pass on discreetly, but Stepan Arkadyevitch called him. "Levin," said he, and Levin saw that there were in his eyes, not exactly tears, but moisture, as was always the case, either after he had been drinking or when he was touched, and just now it was both. "Levin, don't go," and he took him by the arm and detained him. "Here is my sincere, if not my best, friend," said he, addressing Vronsky. "You, too, are more like a kinsman and a friend to me. I want to bring you together and see you friends. You ought to be good friends, because you are both good men." "There's nothing left for us but to give the kiss of friendship," said Vronsky gaily, offering his hand to Levin, who pressed it cordially. "I'm very, very glad," said Levin. "Waiter, a bottle of champagne!" cried Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I am also very glad," said Vronsky. But in spite of Oblonsky's desires and their mutual satisfaction, they had nothing to say, and both knew it. "Do you know, he doesn't know Anna," remarked Oblonsky, "and I want to introduce him to her. Come on, Levin." "Is it possible?" said Vronsky. "She will be very much pleased. I should beg you to come at once. But I am troubled about Yashvin, and I want to stay here till he has finished playing." "Is he going to lose?" "All he has. I'm the only one who has any influence over him," said Vronsky. "What do you say, Levin? Shall we have a game of pool? First rate," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Place the pyramid," he said, addressing the marker. "It is all ready," replied the marker, who had some time before put the balls in the triangular frame and had placed the red ball in readiness to break the pyramid. "Well then, go ahead." After their game, Vronsky and Levin sat down at Gagin's table, and Levin, at Stepan Arkadyevitch's instance, began to bet on the aces. Vronsky sat down for a time at the same table, where his acquaintances kept coming up and joining him. Then, after a time, he went to the infernal Naya to find out how Yashvin was getting along. Levin felt a pleasant sense of exhilaration after the intellectual weariness of the morning. He was pleased to have his unfriendly feelings toward Vronsky ended, and the impression of restfulness, good fellowship, and comfort still remained by him. When the game was ended, Stepan Arkadyevitch took Levin's arm, saying, "Well, let us go see Anna. We needn't wait for Vronsky. What say you? She is at home. I promised her to bring you a long time ago. Where were you going this evening?" "Nowhere in particular. I only told Sviazhsky I would go to the Society of Rural Economy. But I'll go with you, if you wish." "Excellent. Let's go then. See if my carriage has come," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, addressing a lackey. Levin went to the desk, paid the 40 rubles which he had lost at cards, in some mysterious way gave his fee to the old lackey who was standing by the door, and went through the long rooms down to the entrance. Chapter 9. Part 7, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Oblonsky's carriage!" cried the Swiss in a portentous voice. The carriage came up and the two friends got in. Only as long as the carriage was still in the courtyard did Levin continue to experience the feeling of clubbish comfort, of satisfaction, and of indubitable decorum which had surrounded him. But as soon as the carriage rolled out on the street, the jolting over the uneven pavement, the cries of an angry isvostchik whom they met, and the sight of the red sign of a low public-house and some shops lighted up, caused this impression to fade away, and he began to think over what follies he had committed, and to ask himself if he were doing right in going to see Anna. What would Kitty say? Stepan Arkadyevitch, as if he had divined what was passing in the mind of his companion, cut short his meditations. "How glad I am," said he, "that you are going to know her. Do you know Dolly has been wishing it for a long time. Lvov goes to her house, too. Though she is my sister," continued Stepan Arkadyevitch, "I am bold enough to say that she is a remarkable woman. You will see it. Her position is very hard, especially just now." "Why do you say especially now?" "We are negotiating with her husband for a divorce, and he is willing, but there are difficulties on account of the son, and this matter, which ought to have been settled long ago, is dragging on now these 3 months. As soon as the divorce is granted, she will marry Vronsky. How stupid it is, this old habit of dizziness, Isaiah rejoice, in which no one believes, and which destroys the happiness of people," exclaimed Stepan Arkadyevitch, interrupting what he was saying. Then he went on, "And then her position will become as regular as yours or mine." "Where does the difficulty lie?" "Ugh, it is a long and tiresome story. Everything is so undecided. But this is the point. She has been waiting 3 months for that divorce here in Moscow, where everybody knows her and him, and she doesn't see a single woman but Dolly, because, don't you see, she doesn't wish that anyone should come to see her from pity. What do you think? That fool of a Princess Varvara left her because she considered it irregular. Any other woman than Anna would not have found resources in herself. But you shall see how she lives, how dignified and calm she is. To the left, at the corner opposite the church," cried Oblonsky to the coachman, leaning out of the window. "Phew, how hot it is!" he added, throwing open his shuba in spite of 12 degrees of cold. "Well, she has a daughter, hasn't she, to take up her time and attention?" "You seem to imagine every woman to be only a setting hen, une couveuse," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Why, yes, of course, she gives her time and attention to her daughter, but she doesn't make any fuss about it. She's occupied mainly with her writing. I see you smile ironically, but you are wrong. She has written a book for young people. She hasn't spoken of it to anyone except me, and I showed the manuscript of Orkoyev, the publisher. You know, he is a writer himself, it seems. He is up in such matters, and he says that it is a remarkable thing. Do you think that she sets up for a blue stocking? Not at all. Anna is, above all things, a woman with a heart, as you will see. She has in her house a little English girl and a whole family, and is looking after them." "What? Some philanthropical scheme?" "Here you are immediately trying to turn it into something absurd. It is not for philanthropy's sake, but because she loves to do it. They had, that is, Vronsky had, an English trainer, A master in his calling, but a drunkard. He did nothing but drink. Delirium tremens, and abandoned his family. Anna saw them, helped them, got drawn in more and more, and now has the whole family on her hands. I don't mean merely by giving them money. She herself teaches the boys Russian so as to fit them for the gymnasium, and she has taken the little girl home with her. Well, you shall see her." At this moment the carriage entered a courtyard. Stepan Arkadyevitch rang at the door before which they stopped, and, without inquiring whether the mistress of the house was at home, went into the vestibule. Levin followed him, more and more uneasy as to the propriety of the step he was taking. He saw, as he looked at himself in the glass, that he was very red in the face, but he knew that this was not tipsy. He went upon the carpeted stairs after Oblonsky. On the second floor a servant received them with a bow, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, as if he were a connection, asked him, "Who is with Anna Arkadyevna?" and received the answer, "Mr. Vorkuev." "Where are they?" "In the library." They passed through a small, wainscoted dining room, and walking along on the thick carpet they came to the library, dimly lighted by a single lamp with a huge shade. A reflector lamp on the wall threw its full rays on a full-length portrait of a woman, which instantly attracted Levin's attention. While Stepan Arkadyevitch went on, and the man's voice, which had been heard, ceased speaking, Levin stood looking at the portrait which shone down from its frame, and he could not tear himself away. He forgot where he was, and, not hearing what was said, he kept his eyes fixed on the wonderful portrait. It was not a painting, but a living, beautiful woman, with her dark, curling hair, bare shoulders and arms, and a pensive half-smile on her lovely lips, and gazing at him triumphantly and yet tenderly from her entrancing eyes. Only because it was not alive did it not seem more beautiful than life itself. "Ya очень rada. I am very glad," a voice said suddenly behind him, evidently addressed to him, the voice of the same woman whom he admired in the picture. It was Anna, who had been concealed by a lattice-work of climbing plants, and who rose to receive her visitor. And in the dark of the library Levin recognized the original of the portrait, in a simple dark blue gown, not in the same position, not with the same expression, but with the same lofty beauty which had been represented by the artist in the painting. She was less brilliant in the reality, but the living woman had a new attraction which the portrait lacked. Chapter 9. Part 7, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. She advanced to meet him and did not conceal the pleasure which his visit caused her. With the ease and simplicity which Levin recognized as characteristic of a woman of the best society, she extended to him a small, energetic hand, introduced him to Vorkuev, and called his attention to a light-complexioned and pretty little girl, her pupil, she said, who was seated with her work near the table. "I am very, very glad," she repeated, and in these simple words, spoken by her, Levin found an extraordinary significance. "I have known you and liked you for ever so long, both because of your friendship with Stiva and because of your wife. I knew her a very short time, but she gave me the impression of a flower, a lovely flower, and to think, she will soon be a mother." She talked freely and without haste, occasionally looking from Levin to her brother, and Levin was conscious that the impression which he had produced was excellent, and he immediately felt perfectly at his ease with her and on the simplest and most friendly terms, as if he had known her from childhood. To Oblonsky, who asked if smoking was allowed, she replied, "That is why we have taken refuge in Alexei's study," and, looking at Levin, instead of asking, "Do you smoke?" she held over a tortoise-shell cigar case to him, and took a cigarette herself. "How are you today?" asked her brother. "Pretty well. A little nervous, as usual." "Isn't it extraordinarily good?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, noticing Levin's admiration of the portrait. "I never saw a better portrait." "An extraordinary likeness, isn't it?" added Vorkuev. Levin looked from the portrait to the original. Anna's face lighted up with a peculiar glow as she felt conscious of his eyes resting on her. He blushed, and, to conceal his confusion, was just going to ask her when she had seen Darya Alexandrovna, but at that instant Anna said, "Ivan Petrovitch and I were talking just now of Vestchenkov's pictures. Do you know them?" "Yes, I have seen them," answered Levin. "But I beg your pardon, you were just going to ask me something?" Levin asked whether she had seen Dolly lately. "She was here yesterday. She was indignant at what happened to Grisha at the gymnasium. It seems his Latin teacher was unfair to him." "Yes, I saw the pictures. They pleased me very much," said Levin, returning to the topic which they had begun to talk about. What Levin now said was entirely free from the technical formality with which he had talked in the morning. Every word of the conversation with her seemed to be significant, and pleasant as it was to talk with her, it was still pleasanter to listen to her. Anna talked not only naturally and intelligently, but, though intelligently, still without pretense, not arrogating any great importance to her own thoughts, but attributing great importance to what her friends said. The conversation turned on the new tendencies of art and on some of the illustrations to the Bible which a French artist had recently made. Vorkoyev severely criticized the realism which the artist carried to brutality. Levin remarked that the French had carried conventionality in art to greater lengths than any other people, and that, therefore, they found a special merit in the reaction toward realism. They discovered poetry in the fact that they no longer lied. Never had Levin said a clever thing which gave him anything like the pleasure that this did. Anna's face grew suddenly bright as the full force of his remark dawned on her. She laughed. "I am delighted," she said, "just as you are when you see a very lifelike portrait. What you said is characteristic of all French art at the present time, painting and even literature, Zola, Daudet. But possibly this is always the way that men form their conceptions from imagery, conventional figures. But afterwards, all the combinaisons made, the imaginary figures weary, and people begin to invent more natural and truthful figures." "That is perfectly true," said Vorkoyev. "Have you been to the club?" asked Anna, turning to her brother. Yes, here is a genuine woman," said Levin to himself, forgetting himself and gazing steadily into her handsome, mobile face, which now suddenly changed its expression. Levin did not hear what she was talking about as she bent over toward her brother, but he was struck by the change in her expression. Beautiful as it had been before in repose, it now suddenly assumed a mixed expression of curiosity, wrath, and pride. But this lasted only for 1 minute. She half closed her eyes, as if she were trying to remember something. "However, this is interesting to no one," said she, and she addressed the English girl in English. "Please order the tea in the drawing-room." The girl rose and went out. "Well, has she passed the examination?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Perfectly. She is a very capable girl and a lovely character." "You will end by loving her better than your own daughter." "That is just like a man. In love there is no such a thing as more or less. I love my daughter in one way, and this girl in another." "I tell Anna Arkadyevna," said Vorkoyev, "that if she would spend 100th part of the activity she devotes to this little English girl for the benefit of Russian children, what a service her energy would render. She would accomplish prodigies." "Now there, what you want I can't do. Count Alexey Kirillovitch," she glanced with an air of timid inquiry at Levin as she pronounced this name, and he involuntarily responded by a look which was encouraging and full of admiration, "used to encourage me, when we were in the country, to visit the schools. I went a few times. They were very pleasant, but I couldn't get interested in this occupation. You talk of energy, but the foundation of energy is love, and love does not come at will. So I love this little English girl, but I really don't know why." She looked at Levin again, and her smile and her look all told him that she spoke only with the aim of gaining his approval, though sure in advance that they understood each other. "I agree with you thoroughly," cried he. "You can't put your heart into schools and such things. And I think that from the same reason philanthropic institutions generally give such small results." She was silent for a moment, then she smiled. Yes, she replied. "I never could. Je n'ai pas le cœur assez large. to love a whole asylum of wretched little girls. Qu'elle ne m'a jamais réussi. Women do it only to win for themselves position sociale. Even now, when I have so much need of occupation," she added, with a sad, confiding expression, addressing Levin, though she was speaking to her brother, "even now I cannot." Then suddenly frowning, and Levin saw that she frowned because she had begun to speak of herself, she changed the subject. "I know about you," she said, smiling at Levin. "You have the reputation of being only an indifferent citizen, but I have always defended you as well as I could." "How have you defended me?" "That depends on the attacks. But suppose we have some tea," said she. She rose and took a morocco-bound book which was lying on the table. "Give it to me, Anna Arkadyevna," said Vorkuev, pointing to the book. "It is well worth while." "No, it is all so unfinished." "I have told him about it," remarked Stepan Arkadyevitch, indicating Levin. "You were wrong. My writings are like those little baskets and carvings made by prisoners, which Liza Myertsalova used to sell. She managed the prisons for our society," said she, turning to Levin. "Those unfortunates used to do perfect miracles of patience." Levin was struck by still a new feature in this remarkable, fascinating woman. Besides wit, grace, beauty, she had sincerity. She did not wish to conceal the thorns of her situation. As she said that she sighed, and her face suddenly assumed a stern expression, as if it were changed to stone. With this expression on her face she was even more beautiful than before. But that expression was new. It was entirely alien to that which a few minutes before had seemed to irradiate happiness, and which the artist had managed to reproduce in the portrait. Levin looked once more at the portrait and at the original of it, while Anna took her brother's arm, and a feeling of tenderness and pity came over him, surprising even himself. She let the two gentlemen pass into the parlor, and remained behind to speak to Stiva. "What is she talking with him about? The divorce? Vronsky? What he was doing at the club? About me?" thought Levin, and he was so stirred that he heard nothing that Vorkuev was saying to him about the merits of the story for children which Anna Arkadyevna had written. During tea, a pleasant conversation full of ideas was carried on. There seemed to be no lack of subjects at any moment, but it was felt that there was time to say all that anyone wanted to say, and each was willing to listen when the other talked. And all that was said, not only by Anna herself, but by Vorkuev and by Stepan Arkadyevitch, had a special significance, thanks to her interested attention and her pertinent remarks. So at least it seemed to Levin. All the time they were talking, Levin studied her, and admired her beauty and the cultivation of her mind, and not less her perfect simplicity and naturalness. He listened and talked, and all the time thought about her and her inner life, and tried to penetrate her feelings, and he, who had formerly criticized her so severely, now by some strange train of thought, justified her and pitied her, and confessed to himself the fear that Vronsky did not wholly understand her. It was more than 11 o'clock when Stepan Arkadyevitch rose to go. Vorkuev had already left some time before. Levin rose, too, but with regret. He felt as if he had only just come. "Prashchati, farewell," said Anna to him, holding his hand in hers, and looking into his eyes with a fascinating look. "I am glad que la glance est rompue." She let go his hand and her eyes twinkled. "Tell your wife that I love her as I have always done, and, if she cannot forgive me my position, tell her how I hope she may never pardon me, for to pardon it is necessary to understand what I have suffered, and God preserve her from that." "Yes, I will surely tell her," answered Levin, and the color came into his face. End of chapter 10. Part 7, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "What a wonderful, lovely, and pitiable woman," thought Levin, as he went out with Stepan Arkadyevitch into the cold night air. "There, what did I tell you?" demanded Oblonsky, as he saw that Levin was perfectly overcome. "Wasn't I right?" Yes," answered Levin thoughtfully. "An extraordinary woman. Not only intellectual, but she has a wonderfully warm heart. What a terrible pity it is about her." "Now, thank God, all will soon be arranged, I hope. Well, after this, don't form hasty judgments," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, opening his carriage door. "Prощай, farewell, we go different ways." Levin went home, never ceasing to think about Anna, recalling the smallest incidents of the evening, bringing back all the charm of her face, and understanding her situation better and better, and, at the same time, feeling the deepest commiseration for her. When he reached his house, Kuzma told Levin that Katerina Alexandrovna was well, and that her sisters had but just left her. He handed him at the same time 2 letters. Levin, as he stood in the vestibule, ran through them at once so as not to be distracted afterward. One was from his superintendent, Sokolov. Sokolov wrote that he had not found a purchaser who would give more than 5.5 rubles for the wheat, and that he could not raise money elsewhere. The other letter was from his sister. She reproached him because her affairs were not yet regulated. "Well, we'll sell for 5.5 rubles if they won't give more," thought he, settling with extraordinary promptness the first question which had been troubling him. "It is wonderful how the time here is occupied," he said to himself, thinking of the second letter. He felt that he was to blame toward his sister because he had not yet accomplished what she had asked him to do for her. "Today I did not get to court either, but I did not have a moment's time." And, making up his mind that he would surely go the next day, he went to his wife's room. On his way, he cast a quick glance back at his day. There had been nothing except conversations in which he had listened and in which he had taken part. Not one of the subjects touched on what would have occupied him when in the country, but here they were very interesting, and all the conversations in which he had engaged were good, only in 2 places were they not absolutely good. One was his remark about the fish at the club, the other was something intangibly wrong in his feelings of tender pity for Anna. Levin found his wife sad and absent-minded. The dinner of the 3 sisters had been merry, but afterward they had waited and waited for him, and the evening had seemed long to them, and now Kitty was alone. "Well, what have you been doing?" she asked him, looking at him, as she did so, with a suspicious light in her eyes. But she took good care to conceal her intentions, so as not to prevent him from telling her the whole story, and with an encouraging smile she listened as he told her how he had spent the evening. "Well, I met Vronsky at the club, and I am very glad of it. I felt very much at my ease with him, and enjoyed it. Of course, I shall try to avoid him, but still henceforth I shan't feel that awkwardness in his society." As he said these words he remembered that in order not to avoid him he had immediately gone to Anna's house, and his face grew red. "Here we say the peasantry drink, but I don't know which drink more, the peasantry or men in society. The peasantry drink on festival days, but—" Kitty was not interested in the question of how much the peasantry drank. She saw her husband's face glow red, and she wanted to know the reason. "Well, where else did you go?" "Stiva insisted on my going with him to Anna Arkadyevna's," answered he, blushing more and more, and his doubts as to the propriety of his visit to Anna were decided for him. He now knew that he ought not to have done so. Kitty's eyes opened wide and flashed at the mention of Anna, but she restrained herself, and, concealing her emotion, she misled him. She merely said, "Ah!" "You are not going to be vexed with me because I went? Stiva begged me to go, and Dolly wanted me to." "Oh, no," said she, but in her eyes he saw a look which boded little good. "She is a very charming woman, who is very much to be pitied, a good woman," continued Levin, and he described the life which Anna led, and gave her message of remembrance to Kitty. "Yes, of course she is to be pitied," said Kitty when he had finished. "Whom did you get a letter from?" He told her, and, misled by her apparent calmness, went to undress. When he came back he found Kitty in the same armchair. When he approached, she looked at him and burst into tears. "What is it? What's the matter?" he asked with some annoyance, for he understood the cause of her tears. "You are in love with that horrid woman. She's bewitched you. I saw it in your eyes. Yes. Yes. What will be the end of it? You were at the club. You drank too much. You gambled, and then you went. Where? No, this shall not go on. We must leave. I am going home to-morrow." It was long before Levin could pacify his wife, and when at last he succeeded, it was only by acknowledging that his feeling of pity for Anna, together with the wine, had clouded his brain, and that he had fallen under her seductive influence, and by promising that he would avoid her. What he acknowledged with more sincerity was the ill effect produced on him by this idle life in Moscow, passed in eating, drinking, and gossiping. They talked till 3 o'clock in the morning. Only when it was 3 o'clock were they sufficiently reconciled to go to sleep. End of chapter 11. Part 7, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. After having said good-bye to her visitors, without sitting down, Anna began to walk up and down the full length of her apartments. Of late she had got into the habit of unconsciously doing all she could to attract young men to her, and so this whole evening she had striven to awaken a feeling of love in Levin. But though she knew that she had succeeded in doing this as far as it was possible with a chaste married man, and though he pleased her very much, and in spite of the sharply defined dissimilarities between Vronsky and Levin, she as a woman was able to detect the subtle likeness between them, which had caused Kitty to be in love with them both. Yet as soon as he had left the room, she ceased to think about him. One thought, and one only in various guises, followed her. Why, since I have so evidently an attraction for others, for this married man who is in love with his wife, why is he so cold to me? Yet not exactly cold. He loves me, I know. But lately something new has come between us. Why has he spent the whole evening away? He told Stiva that he could not leave Yashvin, but had to watch him while he played. Is Yashvin a baby? It must be true. He never tells lies. But there is something else back of it. He is glad of the chance to show me that he has other duties. I know this. I don't object to it. But what need has he to assert it so? He wants to show that his love for me must not interfere with his independence. But the proof is not necessary. I must have his love. He ought to understand the wretchedness of the life I lead here in Moscow. Why am I living? I am not living, only dragging out life, in hope of a turn in affairs, which never, never comes. And Stiva says that he can't go to Alexey Alexandrovitch. And I can't write again. I cannot do anything. I can't begin anything. Or make any changes, but only control myself, wait and invent amusements. This English family, my reading, my writing. But it is all only to deceive myself, like this morphine. He ought to be sorry for me, she said, feeling how the tears of pity at her own lot filled her eyes. She heard the doorbell. Vronsky rang violently, and instantly she wiped away her tears. Not only wiped away the tears, but sat down near the lamp with a book, and pretended to be calm. She felt that she must show her dissatisfaction because he had not returned as he had promised, but not to let her grief be seen. She might pity herself, but Vronsky must not be allowed to pity her. She did not want a contest. She blamed him because he wanted to quarrel, but she herself involuntarily took the attitude of an opponent. "Well, you weren't lonely, were you?" said he, briskly and cheerfully, as he came toward her. "What a terrible passion gambling is!" "No, I was not lonely. I long ago learned not to be lonely. Stiva and Levin have been here to see me." "Yes, I knew that they intended to come. Well, and how do you like Levin?" he asked, as he sat down near her. "Very much. They have only just gone. How about Yashvin?" "He had won 17,000 rubles. I got him away, but he escaped from me and went back again. And now he's losing." "But why did you abandon him?" said Anna, suddenly raising her eyes to his. The expression of her face was cold and unpleasant. "You told Stiva that you were going to stay, to bring him away. Now you abandon him?" "In the first place, I did not send any message to you. In the second place, I never tell lies. And chiefly I wished to stay, and I stayed," he answered angrily. "Anna, why do you do so?" added he, after a moment's silence, holding out his hand to her in the hope that she would place hers in it. She was glad of this appeal to her love, but some strange spirit of evil prevented her from yielding. "Of course you stayed because you wanted to. You always do as you please. But why tell me so? What is the good?" answered she, growing more and more heated. "Who denies that you tell the truth? You wish to justify yourself. Do so then." Vronsky drew back his hand, and his face became more set than before. "For you, this is a matter of obstinacy," she cried, looking at him fixedly, and suddenly finding the term by which to call the expression of his face, which exasperated her. "Sheer obstinacy. For you, the question is to see whether you will win the victory over me. But the question for me," and again the sense of her pitiable lot came over her, and she almost sobbed. "If you knew what it meant for me when I feel, as I do now, that you hate me. Yes, hate me. If you knew what it meant for me. If you knew how near I am to horrible misfortune at these moments. How I fear for myself." And she turned away to hide her sobs. "But what's all this for?" said Vronsky, alarmed at this despair, and leaning toward Anna to take her hand and kiss it. "Do I seek outside diversion? Don't I avoid the society of women?" "As if that were all," said she. "Well, tell me what I must do to make you content. I am ready to do anything that you may be happy," said he, moved to see her in such despair. "What would I not do to spare you such grief, Anna?" he said. "It's nothing, she replied. "I myself don't know. It's the loneliness. It's my nerves. There, let's not talk about it any more. Tell me what happened at the races. Why haven't you told me about it?" she asked, attempting to conceal the pride she felt at her victory, for she knew it rested with her. Vronsky asked for some supper, and as he was eating described to her the incidents of the races. But from the sound of his voice and from his glance that grew colder and colder, she saw that he would not forgive her for the victory, that the sense of obstinacy which she had struggled to overcome was as firm in him as ever. He was colder toward her than before, as if he regretted having yielded to her. And as she remembered the words that won her the victory, especially the words, "How near I am to horrible misfortune, and I fear for myself," she realized that it was a dangerous weapon, and that she must never employ it again. But she felt that along with the love which united them, there stood between them an evil spirit of conflict which she had not the power to drive from his heart, and still less from her own. Chapter 12. Part 7, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. There are no imaginable conditions to which a man cannot accustom himself, especially if he sees that all those who surround him are living in the same way. 3 months before, Levin would not have believed that he could have slept tranquilly under the conditions in which he found himself at the present time. That living an aimless, unprofitable life, spending more than his income, getting tipsy, for he could not call his experience at the club anything else, his absurd intimacy with a man with whom his wife had once been in love, and his still more absurd visit to a woman whom it was impossible to regard as respectable, and after the fascination which she had exerted over him and the mortification which he had caused his wife, that under all these conditions he could sleep serenely. But under the influence of his weariness, the long hours without a nap, and the wine which he had drunk, he slept soundly and serenely. At 5 o'clock the noise of an opening door wakened him. He sat up and looked around. Kitty was not in bed next to him, but behind the screen there was a light moving, and he heard her steps. "What's the matter?" he asked, still only half awake. "Kitty, what is it?" "Nothing," answered she, coming from behind the screen with a candle in her hand, and smiling at him with a peculiarly sweet and significant smile. "I don't feel quite well." "What? Is this the beginning? Must we send?" he exclaimed in alarm, and he began to dress as quickly as possible. "No, no," said she, smiling and holding his hand. "It's nothing. I did not feel quite well. It's all right now." Going back to bed, she put out the light and lay down again, keeping perfectly still, although her very stillness and the way she, as it were, held her breath, were suspicious, and still more so the expression of peculiar tenderness and alertness with which, as she came out from behind the screen, she said to him, "It's nothing." Still, he was so overcome by drowsiness that he immediately went to sleep again. It was only afterward that he realized the calmness of her spirit, and appreciated all that was passing in her dear, gentle heart as she lay thus motionless near him, awaiting the most solemn moment of a woman's life. About 7 o'clock he was awakened by her hand touching his shoulder and her low whisper. She apparently hesitated between the fear of waking him and the wish to speak to him. "Kostya, don't be afraid. It's nothing. But I think Lizaveta Petrovna had better be called." The candle was again lighted. She was sitting on the bed, holding the knitting on which she had been at work during the last few days. "Please don't be alarmed. I'm not in the least afraid," said she, seeing her husband's terrified face, and she pressed his hand to her breast, then to her lips. Levin leapt from the bed and, unconscious of himself, without taking his eyes off his wife for a moment, hurried on his dressing gown. It was necessary for him to go, but he could not tear himself away. Dearly as he loved her face, as well as he knew her expression, her eyes, yet never before had he seen her look as she did then. How ugly and horrible did he now seem as he saw her now, and remembered the mortification which he had caused her the evening before. Her flushed face, with the clustering soft curls escaping from under her nightcap, was radiant with joy and resolution. Natural and simple as Kitty's character in general was, Levin was amazed by what unfolded itself before him now, when suddenly all the curtains were withdrawn, and the very essence of her soul shone in her eyes. And in this simplicity and revelation, she, her very self, whom he loved, was more apparent than ever. She looked at him and smiled, but suddenly her brows contracted. She lifted her head, and, coming to him, took his hand, and clung to him, sighing painfully. She suffered, and yet she seemed to pity him for her sufferings. At first, as he saw this silent suffering, it seemed to him that he was to blame for it, but in her look there was tenderness which told him that she not only did not blame him, but that she loved him all the more for her suffering. "If not I, who, then, is to blame for this?" he asked himself. She suffered, and she seemed to take pride in her pain and to rejoice in it. He saw that in her soul some beautiful transformation was taking place. But what? He could not understand. It was above his comprehension. "I have sent for mamma. Now go quickly and get Lizaveta Petrovna." "Kostya, it's nothing. It's all over." She went to the other side of the room and rang the bell. "There, now, please go. Pasha is coming. I want nothing." And Levin, with astonishment, saw her take up her work again. As he went out of one door, he heard Pasha, the maid, come in at the other. He paused on the threshold and listened as Kitty gave directions for arranging the room, and as she herself began to move the bed. He dressed, and when he had ordered his carriage, since it was too early for isvostchiks, he flew up to her room again, not on tiptoes, but on wings, as it seemed to him. Two maids were busily engaged in moving something in the room. Kitty was walking up and down, knitting swiftly, slipping the knots, and giving directions. "I'm going for the doctor immediately. Lizaveta Petrovna has been sent for, but I will call there. There is nothing more, is there? Oh, yes, Dolly." She looked at him, evidently without hearing what he said. "Yes, yes, go," said she, and motioned to him with her hand. He was just passing through the drawing room when he heard a groan, pitiful but instantly suppressed. He stood still and could not make up his mind. "It is she," he said to himself, and putting his hands to his head, he rushed out. "Lord have mercy on us! Pardon us! Save us!" he exclaimed, and these words, which suddenly and unexpectedly came to his lips, were not spoken merely by his lips, unbeliever though he was. Now at this instant he knew perfectly well that all his doubts and the impossibility which his reason found in belief had not the slightest influence to prevent him from addressing himself to God. Everything of this sort now vanished like dust from his soul. To whom could he address himself, if not to Him in whose hands he felt were held himself, and his soul, and his love? The horse was not yet ready, but, feeling the special strain of physical powers unemployed, and of the work before him calling for his attention, he started on foot, so as not to lose a single instant, and ordered Kuzma to follow him. At the corner of the street he met a night izvozchik hurrying along. In the little sledge sat Lizaveta Petrovna, in velvet cloak, with her head wrapped up in a kerchief. "Thank God!" he murmured, as he saw with joy her pale little face, which had a peculiarly serious, and even stern, expression. Not ordering the driver to stop, he ran along with it back to the house. "Only 2 hours? Not more?" asked Lizaveta Petrovna. "You may speak to Pyotr Dmitrich, but don't hurry him. Yes, please get some opium at the apothecary's." "Do you think all will go on well?" asked he. "God help us," he added, as he saw his horse starting from the door. He got into the sledge alongside of Kuzma and ordered him to hurry to the doctor's. Chapter 13. Part 7, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The doctor was not yet up, and a servant, who was busy cleaning the lamps, announced that his master had gone to bed late, and had given orders not to be waked, but would be up before long. The lackey was polishing lamp chimneys, and seemed very much absorbed in this occupation. At first this absorption of the lackey in his lamp chimneys, and his indifference to what was going on at home, made Levin indignant. But on reflection he realized that no one knew anything about it, or was obliged to share in his feelings, and that consequently it was incumbent on him to be calm, reasonable, and firm, so as to break down that wall of indifference, and attain his end. "I must not spoil matters by haste," said Levin to himself, feeling all the time a growing intensity of physical energy and concentration on what was before him. Now that he knew that the doctor was not up, and had given orders not to be disturbed, Levin thought over several plans which presented themselves to him, and finally decided on the following: to send Kuzma with a note to another doctor, to go himself to the apothecary's for the laudanum, and, if on his return the doctor was not up, then either by bribery or by main force, if the man would not consent, to waken the doctor at any cost. At the apothecary's the lean clerk, with the same indifference as the lackey cleaning the lamp chimneys had shown, put a seal on the powders for the waiting coachman, and refused to deliver the opium. Striving not to get impatient or angry, and mentioning the doctor and the midwife by name, and telling what it was needed for, Levin pleaded with him. The clerk asked his employer in German if it should be permitted, and, receiving a favorable reply from behind the screen, he proceeded to get out the bottle and a funnel, and slowly poured the liquid from it into a smaller vial, pasted it on a label, sealed it, and, in spite of Levin's urgency not to do so, was even going to wrap it up. This Levin could not endure. He resolutely snatched the vial out of the clerk's hands, and rushed through the great glass doors. The doctor was still asleep, and, this time, the servant was shaking the rugs. Levin, leisurely getting from his pocket a 10-ruble note, and dwelling on his words, but not wasting time, gave him the money, and explained that Pyotr Dmitrievitch, how great and significant now seemed this hitherto unimportant Pyotr Dmitrievitch, had promised him to be on hand at any time, so that he would certainly not be angry, and that, therefore, he must instantly awaken him. The lackey consented, and went upstairs, and showed Levin into the reception room. Levin could hear in the next room how the doctor coughed, walked about, washed his face and hands, and made some remarks. 3 minutes passed. It seemed to Levin that it was more than an hour. He could no longer contain himself. "Pyotr Dmitrievitch! Pyotr Dmitrievitch!" he cried through the opened door in a beseeching voice. "For God's sake, forgive me. Let me come in just as you are. It's been more than 2 hours now." "I'll be out immediately," replied a voice, and Levin to his surprise knew by the sound of the doctor's voice that he was smiling as he spoke. "Just for 1 little minute." "I'll be out immediately." 2 minutes more went by while the doctor was putting on his boots, and another 2 minutes while he was brushing his hair and putting on his coat. "Pyotr Dmitrievitch," Levin was saying once more, but at that instant the doctor came in, all ready dressed and with his hair brushed. "These people have no hearts," thought Levin. "He can brush his hair while we are dying." "Good morning," said the doctor, entering the reception room serenely and offering to shake hands. "Don't feel anxious. Well, how is it?" Levin began at once a long and circumstantial account, filled with a crowd of useless details, and interrupted himself at every moment to urge the doctor to set out. "Yes, but you must not be anxious. You see, you don't know. I'm really not in need yet. Still, I have promised, and I assure you I'll go. But there's no hurry. Please sit down. Won't you have some coffee?" Levin looked at him with a questioning look, asking with his eyes if he were not laughing at him, but the doctor was in serious earnest. I know," added the physician, smiling. "I myself am a family man, and we husbands cut a sorry figure in such cases. The husband of one of my patients always, on such occasion, goes off to the stable." "But do you think, Pyotr Dmitrievitch, do you think she'll get on well?" "All the indications point to a fortunate issue." "Won't you come at once?" said Levin, looking with angry eyes at the servant who was bringing in the coffee. "Within an hour." "For God's sake!" "Well, let me take my coffee." The doctor proceeded to take his breakfast. Both were silent. "It seems the Turks are beating. Did you read the telegram last evening?" asked the doctor, biting into a roll. "No, but I'm going," said Levin. "Will you come in a quarter of an hour?" "Make it a half." "On your honor." When Levin got home he found the princess at the door, and they went to Kitty's room together. The princess had tears in her eyes, and her hands trembled. When she saw Levin she threw her arms round him and kissed him. "How is it, Lizaveta Petrovna, dearie?" said she, seizing the midwife's hand as she came to meet them with a radiant but solicitous face. "It is going well," said she. "It would be well for her to lie down. Try to persuade her. She would find it easier." Ever since Levin, on waking, had understood the situation, he had made up his mind, without indulging in anxious thought, or forebodings, crushing down all his anxieties and feelings, firmly, without worrying his wife, but, on the contrary, calming her and sustaining her courage, that he would endure what was before him. Not allowing himself even to think of what was coming or how it might end, judging by answers to his questions, how long it generally lasted, Levin, in his imagination, prepared to have patience and hold his heart in his hands for 5 hours, and this seemed to him within the limit of possibility. But when he returned after his visit to the doctor's and found Kitty still suffering, again he cried more and more frequently, "Lord, forgive us, and be merciful." And he was afraid that he could not endure it, so terrible was it to him. Thus an hour went by. And after this another hour passed, and a second, and a third, and the 5 which he had set as the very ultimate limit of his endurance, and the situation was still the same, and still he was enduring the suspense because there was nothing else to do except endure, thinking every moment that he had reached the last limit, and that his heart would burst with his agony. But the minutes still went by, hours and hours, and his feelings of agony and horror kept growing worse and more unendurable. All the ordinary conditions of life, without which it is impossible to take cognizance of anything, ceased to exist for Levin. He lost all consciousness of time. Now the minutes when she called him to her, and he held her moist hand, which at one time would press his with extraordinary force, and again push him away, seemed hours. Then again the hours would seem to him minutes. He was surprised when Lizaveta Petrovna asked for a light, and he learned that it was 5 o'clock in the evening. If they had told him that it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, he would have been just as much surprised. Where the time had gone, what he had done, where he had been, he could not have told. Sometimes he saw Kitty's flushed face, now troubled and piteous, then calm and almost smiling, as she tried to reassure him. Then he saw the princess, flushed with anxiety, her gray curls in disorder, swallowing down her tears and biting her lips to keep from crying. He had also seen Dolly, and the doctor smoking great cigarettes, and Lizaveta Petrovna, with a calm, serious, but reassuring look, and the old prince, pacing the dining room with a frowning face. But how they came and went, and where they had been, he could not tell. The princess had been with the doctor in Kitty's room, then in the library where a well-set table had appeared, then she disappeared, and Dolly was in her place. Then Levin remembered that they sent him somewhere. He moved a divan and a table zealously, thinking it was for her sake, and only when it was done did he learn that they were preparing his own bed for the night. He was sent to the library to ask the doctor something. The doctor replied, and then began to speak of the disorders of the Duma, or town council. Then they sent him to the princess's bedchamber to get a holy image made of silver, with a gold trimming, from there, and, with the aid of an old chambermaid of the princess's, he climbed up to get it from the cabinet, and, in doing so, broke a little lamp, and the old woman consoled him for this accident, and encouraged him about his wife. And he had carried the image to Kitty, and placed it at her head, carefully arranging it behind her pillow. But where, when, and why all this was done, was more than he could tell. Neither did he comprehend why the old princess took him by the hand and, looking at him compassionately, begged him to calm himself, or why Dolly tried to persuade him to eat something and led him from the room, or why even the doctor looked at him gravely and sympathetically and offered him a pill. He knew and felt conscious only that what was occurring was like that which had occurred the year before at the hotel of the government city, by the deathbed of his brother Nikolai. That was grief, this was happiness. But that grief and this happiness were in the same way outside of the ordinary conditions of life, were in this peculiar life, as it were, the loopholes through which appeared something higher, and in exactly the same way, while the hard, painful event was accomplishing before him, in exactly the same way incomprehensible, his soul, at the contemplation of this loftiness, raised itself to a height which he had never before dreamed possible, and whither his reason could not follow. "Lord, have mercy and aid us," he kept repeating, in spite of his long lack of practice, and yet feeling that he was addressing God with the same simplicity, the same confidence, as in his childhood and early youth. All this time he seemed to be leading two separate existences. One was away from Kitty, with the doctor smoking one fat cigarette after another, and knocking the ashes off against the rim of the unemptied ash-tray, or with Dolly and the old princess, who insisted on talking about dinner, politics, or the illness of Marya Petrovna, and with whom Levin suddenly, for an instant, would forget entirely what was taking place and feel wide awake. And the other was in her presence, by her bedside, where his heart felt as if it would burst, and it almost did break with compassion, and where he did not cease to pray to God. And every time when he would be aroused from momentary oblivion by a cry coming from her chamber, he would fall under the same strange delusion as had at the first moment taken possession of him. Every time he heard the cry he would spring to his feet, hasten to her room, and on the way remember that he was not to blame, and would long to protect and help. And as he looked on her, he would see that there was no help to be given her, and again the pity would seize him, and he would pray, "Lord, forgive and help us." And in proportion as the time passed by, the stronger became the two conditions of mind. He would be calmer at one moment, perfectly oblivious of her, while remaining out of her presence, and then again the more painful would become his sympathetic torments and the feeling of helplessness before them. He would spring to his feet, feel the impulse to escape somewhere, and hasten to her. Sometimes when she would keep calling for him he would reproach her, but, seeing her submissive, smiling face, and hearing her words, "I have tired you out," he would reproach God. But, remembering what God was, he would beg for pardon and aid. End of chapter 14. Part 7, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. He did not know whether it was late or early. The candles had already burned down. Dolly had just come into the library and was proposing to the doctor to lie down. Levin had been sitting there listening to the doctor's story of the charlatanry of magnetizers and looking at the ash at the end of his cigarette. It was one of the moments of rest, and he was oblivious. He had entirely forgotten what was taking place. He listened to the doctor and followed him understandingly. Suddenly he heard a cry unlike anything he had ever heard. The cry was so terrible that Levin did not even stir, but, holding his breath, he looked at the doctor with eyes full of questioning terror. The doctor bent his head, as if to hear better, and smiled with an air of approbation. Levin had reached the point where nothing could surprise him, and he said inwardly, "Evidently that must be so. But why that cry?" He went back to the sick room on tiptoe, passed round by Lizaveta Petrovna and the princess, and stood in his place by the bedside. The cry had ceased, but evidently there was some change. What he did not know, and did not care to know. But he saw it by the grave expression of Lizaveta Petrovna's pale face. Her face was stern and pale, and just as resolute as ever, although her lower jaw trembled a little. Her eyes were kept steadily fixed on Kitty. Her flushed, tortured face, with the little tufts of hair clinging to it, was turned toward him, and her eyes sought his. She raised her hand and tried to take his. When once she got hold of it, she tried with her moist hands to press it to her forehead. "Don't go, don't go. I'm not afraid," said she quickly. "Mamma, take away my earrings. They annoy me. You aren't afraid?" "Lizaveta Petrovna, quick, quick!" She spoke rapidly and tried to smile, but suddenly her face grew convulsed and she pushed him away. "This is terrible. I shall die. I shall die. Go, go!" Then came the same unearthly cry. Levin seized his head in his hands and rushed from the room. "That is nothing. All is going well," said Dolly, following after him. But, whatever they might say, he knew that now all was lost. Leaning his head against the lintel, he stood in the adjoining room, and listened to screams and moaning, such sounds as he had never heard before, and he knew that what was making such animal-like noise was she who had once been Kitty. He had long ceased to care about the child. He now hated that child. He went so far as to not wish for Kitty to live, provided only her horrible agonies might be ended. "Doctor, what does that mean? My God!" he said, seizing the doctor's arm as he went in. "It is the end," replied the doctor, and his face was so serious as he said this that Levin thought he meant that Kitty was dead. Not knowing what would become of him, he went back to the bedroom. What he first saw was Lizaveta Petrovna's face. It was even more than before pretentious and stern. It was no longer Kitty's face that was there. In the place where it had been before, there was something terrible both by reason of the agony which contracted it, and by reason of the sound that came from it. He bowed his head against the wooden frame of the bed, feeling that his heart would burst. The awful shriek still continued. It grew more piercing than ever, as if the last limit of horror had been reached. Then suddenly the shriek ceased. He could not believe it, but he could not doubt. And he heard a gentle rustling and a quick breathing, and his wife's living, loving, happy voice whispered, "Konechna, it's over." He raised his head. As she lay there, beautiful with a supernatural beauty, with her arms nervelessly resting on the counterpane, she looked at him and tried to smile at him, but could not. Coming suddenly out of that mysterious and terrible world where he had been living for 22 hours, Levin felt himself transported back into his ordinary everyday world of luminous happiness, and he could not bear it. The cords long tense snapped. He burst into tears, and the sobs of joy which he could not foresee shook his whole body so violently that he could not speak. He knelt beside Kitty and pressed his lips on her hand, and her gentle fingers answered his caress. And meantime, at the foot of the bed, in the skillful hands of Lizaveta Petrovna, like the small uncertain flame of a lamp, flickered the life of a human being, which just before had not been, and which, with every right and every responsibility, would live and propagate its kind. "He lives! He lives! Yes, it is a boy! Don't be worried," Levin heard Lizaveta's voice saying, while with a trembling hand she slapped the little one's back. "Mamma, is it true?" asked Kitty, and the princess's sobs answered her. And amid the silence, like an indubitable answer to the young mother's questions, was heard a voice, absolutely different from the subdued voices speaking in the room. It was the bold, decided, imperious, almost impertinent cry of the new human being, which had come whence no one knew. Just before, if Levin had been told that Kitty was dead, that he himself had died with her, and that their children were angels, and that they were all in the presence of God, he would not have been surprised. And now that he had come back to reality, it took a prodigious effort of thought to comprehend that his wife was alive, that she was doing well, and that this desperately screeching creature was his son. Kitty was saved, her suffering was past, and he was inexpressibly happy. That he could understand, and it made him happy. But the child! Whence? Why? What was it? He could not want himself to the thought of it. It seemed to him somehow too much, too overwhelming, and it was long before he became accustomed to it. End of chapter 15. Part 7, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The old prince, Sergey Ivanovitch, and Stepan Arkadyevitch met at Levin's the next morning about 10 o'clock, and after they talked about the little mother, they began to converse about irrelevant topics. Levin listened to them, and involuntarily remembering what had taken place, what had been going on that morning, he also remembered what he himself had been but a few hours before. It was as if 100 years had passed since then. He felt that he was on some unattainable height from which he endeavored to descend to their level, that he might not offend those with whom he was talking. While talking about indifferent things, he was thinking of his wife, of the state of her health, and of his son, to the idea of whose existence he was trying to accustom himself. The whole world of womanhood, which had taken on a new and incomprehensible significance to him, even after his marriage, occupied such a lofty place that he could not begin to realize it. He heard the men talking about their dinner at the club, but he was thinking, "What is she doing now? Is she asleep? How is she? What is in her mind? Is the son Dmitri crying?" And, in the midst of the conversation, in the midst of a sentence, he sprang up and left the room. "Send word down if I may see her," said the old prince. "Very good, I will at once," replied Levin, and without pausing he went to her room. She was not asleep, but was softly talking with her mother, making plans about the christening. With clean clothes and with her hair brushed, she lay comfortably arranged in bed, with her hands resting on the counterpane, and a mob cap with blue ribbons on her head, and as her eyes met his she drew him to her by their look. Her face lighted up more and more brightly as he approached her. There was in it that change from the earthly to the superhuman calm which one sees in death, but, instead of a farewell, she welcomed him to a new life. Again an emotion, like that which he had felt during her agony, seized his heart. She took his hand and asked him if he had slept. He could not answer, but turned his head away, yielding to his weakness. "I have had a nap, Kostya," she said, "and I feel so well now." She looked at him, and suddenly the expression of her face changed. She heard her baby cry. "Give him to me, Lizaveta Petrovna, and let me show him to his father," she said. "There, now, let papa look," said Lizaveta Petrovna, taking up and exhibiting something red, strange, and wobbling. "Wait, we must change it first." And Lizaveta Petrovna deposited this red, wobbling something on the bed, and proceeded to unswathe it and then swathe it again, lifting and turning it over with one finger and shaking some kind of powder over it. Levin, as he looked at the poor little bit of humanity, tried in vain to discover within his soul some paternal sentiments toward it. His only feeling was one of repulsion. But when they took off its things and he saw its tiny delicate arms and legs, still saffron-colored, and its still tinier fingers, and even a thumb differentiated from the others, and when he saw Lizaveta Petrovna handling its little waving arms just as if they were delicate springs, and putting them into linen garments, such pity seized him, and such terror lest she should hurt it, that he made a gesture to stop her. Lizaveta Petrovna laughed. Never fear," said she. When the child was dressed and metamorphosed into a regular doll, Lizaveta Petrovna tossed him up and down, as if proud of her work, and held him off so that Levin might see his son in all his beauty. Kitty, not taking her eyes from him, was alarmed. "Give him to me! Give him to me!" she cried, and she even lifted herself up. "But, Katerina Alexandrovna, you must know that any such motions are forbidden. Be patient. I will give him to you, but we must let papasha see what a fine young man we are." And Lizaveta Petrovna handed to Levin with one hand, the other supported the limp occupant, this strange, weak, red creature, whose head fell limply in its swaddling clothes. All that was to be seen of it was a nose, a pair of eyes that looked in two directions, and smacking lips. "Prekrasnui rabyonek, a splendid baby," said Lizaveta Petrovna. Levin drew a deep breath of mortification. This splendid baby inspired him only with a feeling of pity and disgust. It was not at all the feeling that he expected. He turned away while the nurse placed it in Kitty's arms. Suddenly a laugh caused him to raise his head. It was Kitty who laughed. The baby had taken the breast. "There, that's enough, said Lizaveta Petrovna, but Kitty would not let go of her son, who had gone to sleep on her arm. "Look at him now," said she, turning the child so that his father might see him. The little old face suddenly grew still more wrinkled, and the child sneezed. Levin, smiling and hardly able to restrain his tears of tenderness, kissed his wife and left the room. The feelings which this little being awakened in him were entirely different from what he had expected. There was neither pride nor joy in the feeling, but rather a new and painful fear. It was the consciousness that he had become vulnerable in a new way, and this consciousness at first was so acute, his fear lest this poor defenseless creature might suffer was so poignant, that it drowned the strange feeling of thoughtless joy and even pride that rose in his heart when the infant sneezed. End of chapter 16. Part 7, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The affairs of Stepan Arkadyevitch had reached a critical stage. The money brought by the sale of 2/3 of the timber had long ago been spent, and he had obtained from the merchant at a discount of 10% a large part of the remaining third in advance. Now the merchant would not advance anything more, as Dolly, for the first time in her life asserting her rights to her personal property, had refused her signature to the contract when it was proposed to give a receipt for the sale of the last third of the wood. All the salary was used up for household expenses, and for the payment of unavoidable debts. There was absolutely no money to be had. It was disagreeable and awkward, and Stepan Arkadyevitch felt that it was not to be continued. The reason of it, in his opinion, lay in the fact that he got too small a salary. The place which he held had been very good 5 years before, but it was so no longer. Petrov, the director of a bank, got 12,000. Sventitsky, a member of the council, got 17,000. Mitten, the head of a bank, got 50,000. Apparently I have been asleep and they have forgotten me, said Stepan Arkadyevitch to himself, and he began to keep his eyes and ears open, and at the end of the winter he discovered a very good place, and matured his attack upon it, beginning at Moscow through his uncles, his aunts, and his friends, and then, when the time seemed ripe in the spring, he himself went down to Petersburg. It was one of those lucrative, sinecure places which nowadays are found, varying in importance, worth anything from 1,000 to 50,000 rubles a year. This place was in the commission of the Consolidated Agency for the Mutual Credit Balance of the Southern Railway and Banking Establishments. The place, like all such places, required at once such varied talents and such extraordinary activity that it was hard to find them united in one person. But since it was hopeless to find anyone with all these qualities, it was certainly better that the man put in should be an honest rather than a dishonest man. Now Stepan Arkadyevitch was an honest man in every sense of the term, for in Moscow the word chestnui, meaning honest, has two significations, depending on its accent. They speak of an honest agent, an honest writer, an honest journal, an honest institution, and it means not only that men or institutions are not dishonest, but that they know how to adapt themselves to circumstances. Stepan Arkadyevitch belonged in Moscow to that class of people who used that convenient word, and, as he passed for honest, he therefore felt that he had a better right than anyone else to that place. This place was worth from 7,000 to 10,000 rubles a year, and Oblonsky could accept this position and not resign his present duties. Everything depended on 2 ministers, a lady, and 2 Jews, and, although they were ready to grant what he wished, he had to go to Petersburg to solicit their aid. Moreover, he faithfully promised Anna that he would obtain from Karenin a decisive answer about the divorce, and, having extorted 50 rubles from Dolly, he set out for Petersburg. Sitting in Karenin's library and listening to his exposition of a project for reforming the status of Russian finance, Stepan Arkadyevitch waited as patiently as he could till he might put in a word about his personal affairs and about Anna. "Yes, that is very true," said he, when Alexey Alexandrovitch took off the pince nez, without which he could not read now, and looked inquiringly at his brother-in-law. "That is very true in detail, but nevertheless the leading principle of our age is liberty." "Yes, but I advocate another principle which embraces freedom," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch, accenting the word embraces, and putting on his pince nez to read over the passage where he had said that very thing. And, turning over the pages of his elegantly written manuscript, with its wide margins, he again read the concluding paragraph. "For if I sustain the protectionist system, it is not for the advantage of private individuals, but for the general good, for all classes alike, both low and high. And it is that which they will not understand," added he, looking over his pince nez at Oblonsky, "absorbed as they are in their personal interests, and so easily satisfied with phrases." Stepan Arkadyevitch knew that when Karenin began to speak of what was said and done by those who were opposed to his views, and who were the source of all evil in Russia, he was nearing the end, and so he willingly renounced his principle of liberty and agreed with him. Alexey Alexandrovitch came to a pause, and turned over the leaves of his manuscript with a thoughtful air. "Oh, by the way," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, "I wanted to ask you, in case you should meet Pomorsky, to say a little word to him for me, that I should very much like to be appointed a member of the commission of the combined agencies of the mutual credit balance of the railways of the South." To Stepan Arkadyevitch the name of this position which was so dear to his heart was already very familiar, and he could rattle it off with great rapidity and without making a mistake. Alexey Alexandrovitch asked what the functions of this new commission were to be, and then he reflected. It seemed to him that the existence of this commission was directly opposed to his projects of reform. But as the operations of this commission were very complicated, and his own projects of reform occupied a very vast field, he felt that he could not settle this question at a glance, and, taking off his pince nez, said, "Without doubt I could speak to him. But why are you especially desirous to have this place?" "The salary is good, 9,000 rubles, and my means—" "9,000 rubles?" repeated Alexey Alexandrovitch, and he frowned. The high emolument of this position reminded him that Stepan Arkadyevitch's supposititious function was directly opposed to the principal feature of his projects, which always inclined to economy. "I believe, and I show in my pamphlet, that in our day these enormous salaries are the signs of the defectiveness of the economic assiette of our administration." "Yes, but what would you have?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Now let us see. A bank director gets 10,000. He is worth it. Or an engineer gets 20,000. These are no sinecures." "I opine that salaries are payment for merchandise, and ought to be subject to the law of supply and demand. If salaries are not subject to this law, if, for example, I see two engineers of equal capacity having pursued the same studies at the Institute, one receiving 40,000 rubles while the other contents himself with 2,000, or if I see a hussar who has no special knowledge become director of a bank with a phenomenal salary, I conclude that these salaries are fixed, not in accordance with the law of supply and demand, but by sheer partiality. And so, here is an abuse, great in itself and disastrous in its influence on the imperial service. I opine—" Stepan Arkadyevitch made haste to interrupt his brother-in-law. "Yes, but you will agree that a new and undoubtedly useful institution has been opened. It's a live thing, and it is certainly worth while to have it conducted honestly," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, emphasizing the adjective. But the Muscovite signification of the adjective had no force for Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Honesty is only negative merit," he replied. "But you will do me a great favor, nevertheless," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, "if you will speak a little word to Pomorsky, when you happen to meet him, you know." "Yes, certainly. But it seems to me that this depends more on Bolgarinoff," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Bolgarinoff on his part is well disposed," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, reddening. Stepan Arkadyevitch reddened at the remembrance of Bolgarinoff, because that very morning he had been at the Jew's house, and this visit had remained as an unpleasant recollection. Stepan Arkadyevitch knew perfectly well that the commission of which he wished to become a member was a new, important, and honorable enterprise, but that morning, when Bolgarinoff, evidently with malice prepense, kept him with other petitioners waiting in his reception room for 2 hours, the whole affair became awkward to him. Whether it was awkward to him that he, a descendant of Rurik, a Prince Oblonsky, had to wait 2 hours in the Jew's reception room, or because he, for the first time in his life, was not following the example of his ancestors in serving the government, but had got into a new field, at all events it was awkward. During these 2 hours of waiting at Bolgarinoff's, Stepan Arkadyevitch, briskly walking up and down through the reception room, smoothing his side whiskers, occasionally entering into conversation with the other petitioners, and trying to work out a pun on his long waiting at the Jew's, diligently concealed from the others, and also from himself, the trying feeling. But all that time he felt awkward and annoyed. He did not know why. It was either because he had not succeeded very well with his pun on the word Jew, how he had to chew on the cud of expectation, or for some other reason. When at last Bolgarinoff, with excessive humility, received him, evidently triumphing in his humiliation, and almost refused his request, Stepan Arkadyevitch made haste to forget it all. But now, remembering it again, he reddened with shame. Chapter 17. Part 7, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Now I have yet one more thing to talk over with you, and you know what it is about. Anna, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, after a moment's silence, and shaking off these disagreeable memories. When Oblonsky spoke Anna's name, Karenin's face entirely changed. In place of its former vivacity it took on an expression of corpse-like rigidity and weariness. "What more do you want of me?" said he. turning about on his armchair and shutting his pince-nez. "A decision, some sort of a decision, Alexey Alexandrovitch. I address you, not as," he was going to say, "a deceived husband," but fearing that it might hurt his cause he stopped, and substituted with little appropriateness, "not as a statesman, but simply as a man, and a good man, and a Christian. You ought to have pity on her." "In what way could I, properly?" asked Karenin quietly. "Yes, have pity on her. If you saw her as I do, I have seen her all winter, you would pity her. Her position is cruel." "I thought," said Karenin suddenly, in a piercing, almost whining voice, "that Anna Arkadyevna had obtained all that she wished." "Oh, Alexey Alexandrovitch, for God's sake, let us not make recriminations. What is past is past, and you know what she is now waiting for and hoping for is the divorce." "But I understood that in case I kept my son, Anna Arkadyevna refused the divorce, and so my silence was equivalent to a reply, and I thought the question settled. I consider it settled," said he, with more and more warmth. "For God's sake don't get angry," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, touching his brother-in-law's knee. "This question is not settled. If you will allow me to recapitulate, the affair stands thus. When you separated, you were as great, as magnanimous as was possible to be. You granted her everything, her freedom, even a divorce if she wanted one. She appreciated it. No, you don't think so, but she appreciated it absolutely. To such a degree that, at first, feeling her guilt towards you, she did not, she could not, reason about it at all. She refused everything. But the reality and time have shown her that her position is painful and intolerable." "Anna Arkadyevna's life cannot interest me," said Karenin, raising his eyebrows. "Permit me to disbelieve that," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch gently. "Her position is painful to her, and without any escape whatever. She deserves it, you say. She acknowledges that, and does not complain. She says up and down that she should never dare to ask anything of you. But I, and all her relatives, all who love her, beg and implore you to have pity on her. Why should she suffer? Whose advantage is it?" "Excuse me, you seem to accuse me of being to blame." "Oh, not at all, not at all. Understand me," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, touching Karenin's arm, as if he believed that personal contact would have a mollifying effect on his brother-in-law. "I merely say this. Her position is painful, and you can relieve it, and it will not cost you anything. I will so arrange the matter that you shall have no trouble about it. Besides, you have promised." "My consent has been already given, and I had supposed that the question of our son had decided the matter. Besides, I hoped that Anna Arkadyevna would in her turn have the generosity to understand—" His trembling lips could hardly utter the words, and he turned pale. "She leaves all to your magnanimity. She asks, she implores, for only one thing: to be relieved from this unendurable position in which she finds herself. She asks for her son. Alexey Alexandrovitch, you are a good man. Just enter for a moment into her feelings. The question of the divorce is for her a matter of life or death. If you had not given your promise, she would have been resigned to her situation and lived in the country. But you did give your promise, and she wrote you and came to Moscow. And there in Moscow, where every familiar face was a knife in her heart, she has been living for 6 months, every day expecting an answer. Her situation is that of a condemned criminal who for months has had the rope around his neck, and does not know whether he is to expect pardon or execution. Pity her, and, besides, I will take care to arrange all. Vos scrupules." "I am not speaking of that, not of that," said Alexey Alexandrovitch with some disgust. "But perhaps I promised more than I had the right to promise." "Then you refuse to do what you have promised?" I never refused to do all that I could, but I must have time to consider how far what I promised is permissible." "No, Alexey Alexandrovitch," said Oblonsky, leaping to his feet. "I do not wish to believe this. She is as unhappy as it is possible for a woman to be, and you cannot refuse such—" "How far what I promised is permissible? Vous professez d'être un libre penseur. But I, as a believer, cannot defy the law of Christianity in a matter so important." "But in Christian communities, and here in Russia, divorce is permitted," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Divorce is permitted by our church, and we see—" "Permitted, but not in this sense." "Alexey Alexandrovitch, I don't know you," said Oblonsky, after a moment's silence. "You are not the same man you were. Do you not forgive all? And did we not appreciate your magnanimity? Were you not moved by genuine Christian feeling? Weren't you ready to sacrifice everything? You yourself said, 'If any man will take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also.' And now—" "I beg of you," said Karenin, rising suddenly and turning pale with a trembling jaw. "I beg of you," he said in a high‐pitched voice, "to cut short this conversation." "Oh, well, pardon me, if I have offended you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch in confusion, holding out his hand. "But I had to fulfill the mission I was charged with." Alexey Alexandrovitch gave him his hand and said, after a moment's reflection, "I must have time to think about it and seek for light. You shall have my final answer day after tomorrow." Chapter 19. Part 7, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Stepan Arkadyevitch was going out when Kornei came in and announced, "Sergey Alexeyevitch." "Who is Sergey Alexeyevitch?" Oblonsky began to ask, but in an instant he remembered. "Oh, Seroza!" he exclaimed. "And here was I thinking it was some director of a department," he said to himself. "Anna begged me to see him." And he recalled the sad, timid expression with which, as he left her, Anna had said to him, "You will see him, and can find out what he is doing, and where he is, and who is taking care of him. And, Stiva, if possible, would it be possible?" He knew what she meant by the words, "if possible." If it were possible to get the divorce so as to have her son. But now Stepan Arkadyevitch knew that this was out of the question. He was none the less glad to see his nephew again. Alexey Alexandrovitch reminded his brother-in-law that he must not talk to him of his mother, and begged him not even by a word to remind him of her. "He was very ill after that last interview with his mother, which we were not prepared for," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, "and for a while we feared for his life. But sensible medical treatment and sea bathing in the summer restored him to health, and I have followed the doctor's advice and sent him to school. Activity, being with companions of his own age, have had a happy influence on him. His health is good, and he is studying well." "Why, he's becoming quite a young man. He is no longer Seroza. He is full grown, Sergey Alexeyevitch," said Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile, as a handsome, tall, robust boy, dressed in a kurtochka or jacket and long trousers, came in briskly and without constraint. The boy had a look of sound health and good spirits. He bowed to his uncle as to a stranger. Then, as he remembered him, he reddened and, as if offended and angry at something, turned away, and handed his school report to his father. "Well, that is excellent," said Karenin. "You now may go and play." "He has grown tall and slender, and lost his childish look, and become a real boy. I like it," remarked Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile. "Do you remember me?" The boy quickly glanced at his father. "I remember you, mon oncle," answered the boy, looking at Stepan Arkadyevitch and then casting down his eyes. The uncle called the lad to him and took his hand. "Well, how are you?" he asked, wanting to talk but not knowing what to say. The boy, blushing and not answering, hastily withdrew his hand, and, as soon as his uncle had released it, flew away like a bird set free. A year had passed since Seroza had seen his mother for the last time. During this time he had not even heard anything about her. He had been sent to school, and had become acquainted with boys of his own age, and learned to like them. His dreams and recollections about his mother, which after his interview with her had made him ill, now no longer occupied his mind. When they recurred to him he even tried to get rid of them, regarding them as disgraceful for a boy and fit only for girls. He knew that his parents had quarreled and parted, and that he must accustom himself to the idea of remaining with his father. The sight of his uncle, who looked like his mother, was unpleasant to him, because it awakened memories which caused him shame, and it was still more unpleasant, because, from certain words which he had caught as he entered the door, and by the peculiar expression of his father's and his uncle's faces, he knew that they were talking about his mother. And so as not to blame his father, with whom he lived and on whom he was dependent, and especially so as not to give way to a sentiment which he felt was too degrading, he tried not to look at his uncle, who had come to disturb his tranquillity, and not to think of the past. But when, shortly after, Stepan Arkadyevitch went out, he found the boy on the stairs, and he called him to him, and asked him how he spent his spare time, now that he was at school. Seroza, out of his father's presence, talked freely. "We have a railroad now," he said in answer to his question. "Just see, these two are sitting on the seat. They are passengers, and there is one man trying to stand on the seat, and there they all are going, and by means of our arms and our belts we go through the whole length of the hall, and the doors open in front. And I tell you it's very hard here for the conductor." "Is that the one standing?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, amused. "Yes, he has to be bold and skillful, because the train comes to a very sudden stop, and he might get thrown over." "Well, that is no joke," said Stepan Arkadyevitch sadly, as he looked at the boy's bright eyes, which were like his mother's, and which had already lost their childish look of innocence. And, although he had promised Alexey Alexandrovitch not to speak of Anna, he could not resist. "Do you remember your mother?" he asked suddenly. "No, I do not," Seroza answered quickly, turning red, and his uncle could not make him talk any more. When the Russian tutor found Seroza on the stairs half an hour after, he could not make out whether he was crying or was sulky. "Did you hurt yourself when you fell?" he asked. "I said this was a dangerous game, and shall I have to tell your father?" "If I had, no one should find it out," answered the boy. "Well, what's the matter then?" "Let me alone. What is it to him whether I remember or not? Why did he remind me? Let me be!" And the boy seemed to defy not only his tutor, but the whole world. Chapter 19. Part 7, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Stepan Arkadyevitch, as usual, did not waste his time at Petersburg. He had not only his business to attend to, his sister's divorce and his new position to look after, but moreover, as he said, to refresh himself after musty Moscow. For Moscow, in spite of its cafés chantants and its omnibuses, was still only a stagnant marsh. Stepan Arkadyevitch always felt that this was so. Living in Moscow, especially in proximity to his family, he was conscious that his spirit flagged. When his life in Moscow was long unbroken by a trip to Petersburg, he even began to be annoyed by his wife's bad temper and reproaches, and to worry over his health, the education of his children, and the petty details of the household. He even went so far as to be disturbed about his debts. As soon as he set foot in Petersburg and entered that circle where life was really life, and not vegetating, as in Moscow, immediately all such thoughts disappeared like wax in the fire. His wife? He had just been talking with Prince Tchetchensky. Prince Tchetchensky had a wife and a family, grown-up boys, pages now, and he had another establishment, outside the law, and in this also there were children. But, though the first family was well enough in a way, Prince Tchetchensky felt happier with his second family, and he had introduced his oldest legitimate son into his other family. He told Stepan Arkadyevitch he considered it a good way to train him and develop him. What would have been said about that in Moscow? Children? In Petersburg fathers didn't trouble themselves with their children. Children were educated in institutions, and there was no sign of that crazy notion in vogue in Moscow (Lvov shared in it) that children should have all the luxuries and their parents nothing but care and trouble. The government service? The service, too, was not that tiresome, hopeless treadmill that it was in Moscow. Here there was interest in the service, meetings with men in authority, mutual services, opportune words spoken, the knowledge of how to take advantage of chances, and a man might suddenly find himself high in his career, like Bryanzev, whom Stepan Arkadyevitch met that evening, and who was now a leading dignitary. Yes, there was something interesting in the service here. The Petersburg views about money especially appealed to Stepan Arkadyevitch. Bartnyansky, who had spent at least 50,000 rubles, judging by the rate at which he was living, made a remark which deeply impressed him. Just before dinner, as they were talking together, Stepan Arkadyevitch had said, "You seem to have some connection with Mordvinsky. You might do me a favor. Please say a little word to him in my behalf. It is a place which I should like to have, member of the commission." "Well, I won't forget. Only what pleasure can you have in attending to this railroad business with the Jews? Of course, if you want it. But still it's a wretched business." Stepan Arkadyevitch did not say to him that it was no sinecure. Bartnyansky would not have known what he meant. "I need money. I must have something to live on." "But don't you live, then?" "Yes, but in debt." "Much?" asked Bartnyansky sympathetically. "Yes, 20,000 rubles." Bartnyansky broke out into a gay laugh. "Oh, happy man! I have 1.5 million of debts, and not a ruble, and as you see, I live all the same." And Stepan Arkadyevitch saw that this was not mere words, but was actually true. Zhivankov was in debt 300,000, and had not a kopek. Petrovsky had spent 5 millions, and yet went on living just as before, and had charge of the finances, and had only 20,000 salary. Petersburg had a delightful physical influence on Stepan Arkadyevitch. It made him feel younger. In Moscow he sometimes detected gray hairs. He would fall asleep after dinner. It made him breathe hard to go upstairs. He was dull in the company of young women. He no longer danced at balls. At Petersburg he experienced what the 60-year-old Prince Pyotr Oblonsky, who had just returned from abroad, told him one evening. "We don't know how to live here," said Pyotr Oblonsky. "For example, I spent the summer at Baden, and now, honestly, I feel like a new man. I see a young woman, and I enjoy my dinner. I can take my wine. I'm well and vigorous. When I come back to Russia, I have to see my wife, have even to go into the country. You wouldn't believe it, but in a couple of weeks I am in my dressing gown. Good-bye to the young beauties. I am old. Think only of the salvation of my soul. To make me over, I go to Paris." Stepan Arkadyevitch felt the same difference as Pyotr Oblonsky did. In Moscow he reached such a low ebb of vitality that he felt sure that, if he ever attained the same age, he too should be driven to thinking about the salvation of his soul. In Petersburg he was conscious of being a well-regulated man. Between the Princess Betsy Tversky and Stepan Arkadyevitch there had been for a long time a very strange relationship. He always jested with her, and he always said very improper things by way of jest, knowing that they pleased her more than anything else. The day after his interview with Karenina, Stepan Arkadyevitch went to see her, and, feeling particularly young, he conducted himself with more than his usual levity, and went so far in his impropriety that he could not retrieve his steps, and, unfortunately, he felt that she was not only displeased, but even opposed to him. Yet this tone had been established because it generally amused her. so he was glad to have the Princess Myakaya interrupt their tête-à-tête. "Ah, here you are," said she, when she saw him. "Well, and how is your poor sister? Don't look at me so. Since women who are 1,000 times worse than she throw stones at her, I think she did quite right. I can't forgive Vronsky for not letting me know that she was in Petersburg. I should have gone to see her, and gone with her everywhere. Give her my love. Now tell me about her." "Well, her position is a very painful one. Stepan Arkadyevitch began, in the simplicity of his heart, taking the princess's words as genuine money, when she said, "Tell me about your sister." But the princess, in her usual way, interrupted him and began to talk herself. "She did what everybody but myself does, and hides. But she was not willing to lie, and she did right. And she has at least bettered herself in having forsaken that imbecile, I beg your pardon, your brother-in-law. Everybody said he was a genius. A genius! I was the only one who said he was a goose. And people have come to be of my opinion, now that he has taken up with the Countess Lydia and Landau. I should not like to agree with everybody. It's stupid. But this time I can't help it." "Now please explain something to me," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "What does this mean? Yesterday I was at his house, talking of the divorce, and I asked him for a definite answer. My brother-in-law said to me that he could not give me an answer without reflection. And this morning I received an invitation from Lydia Ivanovna for this evening, instead of an answer." "Now, that's just it!" cried the princess, delighted. "They will consult Landau as to what to say." "Why Landau? Who is Landau?" "What? You don't know Jules Landau? La femme Jules Landau, la clairvoyante? He also, in my opinion, is an imbecile. But on him depends your sister's fate. That's what comes of living in the provinces. Landau, you must know, was commis of a mercantile house at Paris, and went to see a doctor. He fell asleep in the waiting room, and, while he was asleep, gave advice to all the sick. Most astonishing advice. Then Yuri Melyadinsky's wife, you know, he was sick, called him to see her husband. He treated her husband. In my opinion he didn't do him any good, for Melyadinsky is just as sick as he was before, but his wife and he believe in Landau. They took him into their house. They brought him to Russia. Naturally, people here have thrown themselves at him. He treats everybody. He cured the Countess Bezubov, and she fell so in love with him that she has adopted him." "How? Adopted him?" "Yes, adopted him. He isn't Landau any more, but Count Bezubov. But Lydia, and I like her very much in spite of her crankiness, must needs be smitten with him, and nothing that she and Alexey Alexandrovitch take up is decided without consulting him. Your sister's fate is, therefore, in the hands of this Count Bezubov, alias Landau." Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. After an excellent dinner with Bartnyansky and considerable cognac, Stepan Arkadyevitch went to the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's a little later than the hour designated. "Who is with the countess? The Frenchman?" he asked of the Swiss, as he noticed beside Alexey Alexandrovitch's well-known overcoat a curious mantle with clasps. "Alexey Alexandrovitch Karenin and the Count Bezubov," answered the servant stolidly. "Princess Myakaya was right," thought Oblonsky as he went upstairs. "Strange. It would be a good thing to cultivate the countess. She has great influence. If she would say a little word in my behalf to Pomorsky, it would be just the thing." It was still very light outdoors, but the blinds were drawn in the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's little drawing-room, and the lamps were lighted. At a round table on which was a lamp, the countess and Alexey Alexandrovitch were sitting, engaged in a confidential talk. A short, lean, pale man, with knock-kneed legs and a feminine figure, with long hair falling over his coat collar, and handsome, glowing eyes, was examining the portraits on the wall at the other end of the room. Stepan Arkadyevitch, after having greeted the countess and Alexey Alexandrovitch, involuntarily turned round to look once more at this singular personage. "Monsieur Landau," said the countess, gently, and with a precaution which struck Oblonsky. The introduction was made. Landau hastily glanced around, and coming up, placed his moist, unresponsive hand in Oblonsky's, and immediately went back to look at the portraits. Lidia Ivanovna and Alexey Alexandrovitch exchanged significant glances. "I am very glad to see you today," said the countess to Stepan Arkadyevitch, motioning him to a chair. "You noticed," added she, in a low voice, glancing at the Frenchman, "that I introduced him to you by the name of Landau, but his name is really Count Bezzubov, as you probably know, only he is not fond of the title." "Yes, I heard about it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "It is said he perfectly cured Countess Bezzubov." "She came to see me today," said the countess, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, "and it was sad to see her. This separation is terrible for her. It is such a blow to her." "Then he is positively going?" "Yes, he is going to Paris. Yesterday he heard a voice," said Lidia Ivanovna, looking at Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Oh, a voice," repeated he, feeling that it was necessary to use great prudence among these people where things occurred or might occur without his being able to explain them. A moment's silence ensued, at the end of which the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, as if accidentally stumbling on the chief topic of their conversation, said, with a sweet smile, addressing Oblonsky: "I have known of you for a long time, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Les amis de nos amis sont nos amis. But to be truly friends, we must know what is passing in the souls of those we love, and I fear you do not with regard to Alexey Alexandrovitch. You understand what I mean," she said, raising her beautiful, dreamy eyes. "I understand in part that Alexey Alexandrovitch's position," answered Oblonsky, not understanding very well what she was talking about, and preferring to confine himself to generalities. "The change is not in his external position," said the countess, solemnly, and at the same time looking tenderly at Alexey Alexandrovitch, who had risen to join Landau. "It is his heart which has changed. A new heart has been given to him, and I very much fear that you do not realize sufficiently the great transformation which has taken place in him." "That is, in a general way, I can perceive the change in him. We have always been friends, and now," said Oblonsky, answering the deep gaze of the countess with a tender one, as he queried with which of the two ministers she could do him the most effective service. "This transformation cannot diminish his love for his neighbor. On the contrary, the change which has taken place must increase love. But I fear you don't understand me. Will you not have some tea?" she asked, looking toward a lackey who entered with the tea tray. "Not altogether, countess. Of course, his misfortune—" "Yes, he underwent a misfortune, but it became the highest happiness because his heart was renewed," said she, raising her eyes lovingly to Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I believe I shall have to get her to speak to them both," thought Oblonsky. "Oh, assuredly, countess," said he. "But I think that these changes are so personal that no one likes to speak of them, even to his most intimate friends." "On the contrary, we ought to speak and to help one another." "Yes, without doubt, but there are such differences of conviction, and, moreover," and Oblonsky smiled unctuously, "there cannot be differences in regard to sacred truth." "Oh, yes, of course, but—" Stepan Arkadyevitch grew confused and stopped speaking. He perceived that the countess was talking about religion. "It seems to me that he's going to sleep," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, approaching the countess and speaking in a significant whisper. Stepan Arkadyevitch turned round. Landau was seated near the window, with his elbow leaning on the arm and back of a chair, and his head bowed as he saw the looks turned toward him. He raised his head and smiled in a naïve and childlike manner. "Don't pay attention to him," said the countess, pushing a chair toward Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I have noticed," she began, but was interrupted by a lackey bringing her a letter. She read it through with extraordinary rapidity, sent a reply, and resumed the thread of her discourse. "I have noticed that Muscovites, the men especially, are very indifferent to religion." "Oh, no, countess. I think that Muscovites have the reputation of being very pious," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch. "But as far as I have observed, you yourself," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, with his weary smile, "I am sorry to say, belong to that category of the indifferents." "Is it possible to be indifferent?" cried Lydia Ivanovna. "I am not indifferent, but rather in the attitude of expectation," answered Oblonsky, with his most agreeable smile. "I do not yet think that the time for me to settle such questions has come yet." Alexey Alexandrovitch and the countess exchanged glances. "We can never know whether the time for us has come or not," said Alexey Alexandrovitch sternly. "We ought not even to think whether we are prepared or not. The blessing does not follow human calculations, does not always light upon the most deserving, but comes to those who are unprepared. Witness Saul." "It seems that it isn't to be now," murmured the countess, following with her eyes the movements of the Frenchman. Landau got up and joined them. "May I listen?" asked he. "Oh, yes. I do not wish to disturb you," said the countess tenderly. "Sit down with us." "The essential thing is not to close one's eyes to the light," continued Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Ah, if you knew what a blessing we experience when we feel his constant presence in our souls," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, with an ecstatic smile. "But a man may feel himself incapable of rising to such a height," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, convinced that the heights of religion were not his forte, but fearing to offend a person who, by one word to Pomorsky, might get him the place that he wanted. "You mean that sin may prevent him?" asked Lydia Ivanovna. "But that is a mistaken view. For him who believes, there is no more sin. Sin is already redeemed. Pardon?" she asked as the lackey brought her another note. She read it and answered verbally. "Say tomorrow, at the Grand Duchess's." Then she continued, "For the believer there is no sin." "Yes, but faith without works is dead," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, recalling this phrase of his catechism, with a smile establishing his independence. "That is the most famous passage in the Epistle of St. James," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, in a reproachful tone, looking at the countess as if to recall frequent discussions on the subject. "How much harm the false interpretation of that passage has done! It has driven more persons from the faith than anything else. 'I have no works, therefore I cannot believe,' is the logical conclusion from it. It means exactly the opposite." "It is our monks who claim to be saved by works, by their fastings, their abstinences," said the countess with an air of fastidious scorn. "Our way is far better and easier," she added, looking at Oblonsky with that scorching smile with which, at court, she was wont to wither young maids of honor, disconcerted at the newness of their position. "We are saved by Christ who suffered for us. We are saved by faith," resumed Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Vous comprenez l'anglais?" asked Lydia Ivanovna, and receiving an affirmative answer, she rose and took a small book from a side table. "Here I'm going to read to you, 'Safe and Happy,' or 'Under the Wing,'" said she, with a look of interrogation at Karenin. "It is very short," added she, resuming her seat and opening the book. "Here the way is described by which faith is attained, and the joy which is higher than any that earth can give, which fills the soul of the believer. A man who believes cannot be unhappy, because he is no longer alone. Yes, and here, you see," she was about to go on reading, when again the lackey appeared. "From Borozdin? Say tomorrow at 2:00. "Yes," she said with a sigh, marking the place in the book with her finger, and looking up with her pensive, loving eyes. "This is the way true faith is acquired. Are you acquainted with MaryAnn? You have heard of her great affliction. She lost her only son. She was in despair. Well, how is it now? She found this friend. She thanks God for the death of her child. Such is the happiness faith can give." "Ah, yes, this is very," murmured Stepan Arkadyevitch, glad to be able to keep silent during this reading and to think over his affairs a little. "I shall do better not to ask anything to-day," thought he. "Only how can I get out of this without compromising myself?" "This will be dull for you," said the Countess to Landau. "You don't understand English, but this is short." "Oh, I shall understand," said he with a smile, and he shut his eyes. Alexey Alexandrovitch and the countess significantly looked at one another, and the reading began. Chapter 22. Part 7, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Stepan Arkadyevitch felt perfectly bewildered by these strange and to him unwonted discourses to which he had been listening. After the stagnation of Moscow, the complication of life in Petersburg as a general thing had an enlivening effect on him, but he liked it and was at home in it when he was among those whom he knew well. In this unfamiliar environment he was bewildered and stupefied, and could not make anything out of it. As he listened to the reading and saw the brilliant eyes of Landau, naive or knavish he could not tell which, fixed on him, he felt a peculiar heaviness in his head. The most heterogeneous thoughts went whirling through his brain. "MaryAnn is happy about having lost her son. It would be good if I could only smoke. To be saved one needs only to believe. The monks do not understand about this, but the Countess Lidia Ivanovna does. What makes my head feel so heavy? Is it the brandy or the strangeness of all this? I have done nothing out of the way as yet, but I shan't venture to ask anything to-day. It is said they make you say your prayers. Suppose they should make me say mine? That would be too nonsensical. What stuff that is she is reading! But she reads well. Landau Bezzubov. Why is he Bezzubov? Suddenly Stepan Arkadyevitch felt that his lower jaw was irresistibly beginning to accomplish a yawn. He smoothed his whiskers to conceal the yawn, and shook himself. But the next moment he felt sure that he was asleep, and even beginning to snore. The voice of the Countess Lidia Ivanovna waked him, saying, "He's asleep." Stepan Arkadyevitch waked with a start, feeling a consciousness of guilt. But instantly he was relieved to find that the words "he's asleep" had reference, not to himself, but to Landau. The Frenchman was as sound asleep as Stepan Arkadyevitch had been, but Stepan Arkadyevitch's nap would have offended them. He did not think of this at the time, so strange did everything seem. But Landau's rejoiced them exceedingly, and especially the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. "Mon ami," said the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, cautiously so as not to disturb him, and picked up the folds of her silk gown, in the enthusiasm of the moment, calling Karenin, not Alexey Alexandrovitch, but "Mon ami, donnez-lui la main, voyez-vous?" "Shh!" said she to the lackey, who once more entered the parlor with a message. "I can't receive it now." The Frenchman slept, or pretended to sleep, leaning his head on the back of his armchair and resting his hand on his knee, but making feeble gestures, as if he were trying to catch something. Alexey Alexandrovitch got up, and, cautiously, though he tripped over a table as he did so, stepped over to the chair, and put his hand into the Frenchman's hand. Stepan Arkadyevitch also got up, and opening his eyes wide, and trying to decide whether he were asleep or not, looked from one to the other, and felt his ideas growing more and more confused. "Que la personne qui a servi la dernière, ce qui demande, quelle sorte?" "The person who came in last, the one who is questioning, let him go away," murmured the Frenchman without opening his eyes. "Vous m'excuserez, mais vous voyez, revenez vers 10 heures, encore moi demain." "You will excuse me, but you understand. Come back at 10 o'clock, or, still better, tomorrow." Quelle sorte?" repeated the Frenchman impatiently. "C'est moi, n'est-ce pas?" asked Oblonsky, and at an affirmative sign, forgetting what he was going to ask Lydia Ivanovna, forgetting his sister's affairs, with one single desire to escape as soon as possible, hastened out on his tiptoes and rushed down into the street as if he were fleeing from a pest house, and for a long time talked and jested with his driver so as to bring back his spirits. At the French Theatre, which he reached in time for the last act, and afterward over his champagne at the Tartars, Stepan Arkadyevitch gradually began to breathe more freely in the friendly atmosphere. Nevertheless, all that evening he was very far from being himself. When he returned to the house of Pyotr Oblonsky, where he made his home in Petersburg, he found a note from Betsy. She wrote him that she was very desirous of finishing their talk, and urged him to call the next day. He had hardly finished reading this note and making up a face at it, when heavy shuffling steps were heard downstairs, as of men lifting some heavy object. Stepan Arkadyevitch went out to see what it was. It was the rejuvenated Pyotr Oblonsky, who was so tipsy that he could not walk upstairs, but when he caught sight of Stepan Arkadyevitch, he ordered his attendants to put him on his feet, and, clinging to Stepan Arkadyevitch's arm, he managed to reach his room, where he began to relate how he had spent the evening, till he fell asleep. Stepan Arkadyevitch himself was in such a weak state of mind that, contrary to his custom, he did not fall asleep quickly. What he had heard and seen during the day was disgusting, but more disgusting than anything else was the recollection of the evening at the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's. The next day he received from Alexey Alexandrovitch a flat refusal in the matter of the divorce, and knew that this decision was based on the words which the Frenchman had uttered during his slumber, real or feigned. Chapter 22. Part 7, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In order that anything may be accomplished in family life, it is requisite that between the husband and wife there should be either absolute discord or loving harmony. But when the relations between the two are uncertain, and there is neither the one nor the other, nothing can be accomplished. Many families remain for years in places of which the husband and wife both are tired and disgusted, simply because there is neither full discord nor full concord. Unendurable to Vronsky and Anna was their life in Moscow, in the heat and dust, when the sun shone, not now with its springtime beauty, but with its summer fervor, and all the trees along the boulevards had been long in leaf, and the leaves were already thick with dust. Though they had long before decided to remove to Vozdvizhenskoye, still they continued to live in Moscow, which was detestable to them both, and the reason for this was that of late there had been no harmony between them. The exasperation which tended to keep them apart had no tangible cause, and all attempts at an explanation, instead of closing the chasm, only widened it. It was an internal irritation which, as far as she was concerned, had for its source the diminution of his love for her, and on his part his annoyance because, thanks to her, he found himself placed in an embarrassing position, which she, instead of trying to relieve, made still more difficult. Neither he nor she formulated any definite complaints, but each considered the other in the wrong, and at every opportunity tried to make this evident. She considered that he, with all his habits, ideas, desires, with all his spiritual and physical tendencies, had one distinguishing quality, the power of loving women, and this love, she felt, ought by rights to be wholly concentrated on her. This love had diminished. Consequently, in her opinion, a part of this love must necessarily be transferred to others or to some other woman, and she was jealous. She was jealous not of any definite woman, but of his diminished love for her. Having as yet no definite object for her jealousy to rest on, she was on the watch for one. On the slightest pretext she would transfer her jealousy from one person to another. Sometimes she suspected him of low amours, which he might enter into as an unmarried man about town. Sometimes she distrusted ladies whom he might meet in society. Then again with the imaginary young lady whom he would be likely to marry in case he broke with her. This form of jealousy especially tormented her, for the reason that he himself had carelessly, in a moment of confidence one day, spoken of his mother's lack of tact in having ventured to propose to him to marry the young Princess Sorokin. And being thus jealous, Anna felt indignant with him and kept finding reasons for her indignation. For all the painfulness of her position, she blamed him. She considered him responsible for her painful state of expectancy which she was enduring in Moscow, as it were suspended between heaven and earth, for the uncertainty in which she lived, for Alexey Alexandrovitch's delay and indecision, and for her loneliness. If he loved her, he would understand the difficulty of her position and save her from it. He was to blame because she was living in Moscow and not in the country. He could not live in the country, as she wanted to do. He wanted society, and so condemned her to this horrible position, the trials of which he could not comprehend. And again, he was responsible for depriving her forever of her son. Even those rare moments of tenderness which they occasionally enjoyed did not appease her. She now detected in his tenderness a shade of calmness, of assurance, which he had never before shown, and which exasperated her. It was getting dark. Vronsky was at a gentleman's dinner, and Anna, while waiting for him, had taken refuge in his library, where the noise of the street was less oppressive than in the rest of the house. She walked up and down, going over in memory their last altercation. As she recalled in memory the insulting words that had been spoken, and tried to think what had led to it, she at last remembered how the quarrel had begun. For some time she found it impossible to believe that any dissension could have arisen from such an inoffensive conversation, from a subject which was so unimportant to anyone. But such was the fact. It all began from his having made sport of women's gymnasia, declaring them unnecessary, and she had taken up the cudgels in their defense. He had disrespectfully attacked the education of women in general, and had said that Anna's English protégée, had not the slightest need of knowing anything about physics. That had irritated Anna. She saw in it a derogatory reference to her own occupations, and she conjured up and uttered a phrase which was meant to repay him for the pain he inflicted on her. "I did not expect that you would comprehend me and my feelings as a man who really loved would, but I expected at least some delicacy," said she. And in reality he had reddened with vexation and made some unpleasant remark. She did not remember what retort she then made, but, whatever it was, he had said with a manifest intention of hurting her feelings, "I confess your devotion to that girl does not interest me, because I can see nothing in it but affectation." This cruelty of his, with which he demolished the fabric which she had with such labor erected so as to endure the trials of her life, this injustice of his in accusing her of pretense and affectation, drove her frantic. "It is very unfortunate that only what is low and material is comprehensible to you," she had retorted, and she left the room. When, in the evening, he came to see her, the discussion was not resumed, but they both felt that it was not forgotten. All this day he had not been at home, and she was so lonely and wretched, as she thought of their quarrels, that she resolved to forget everything, to ask his forgiveness, and to take the blame on herself, so as to bring about a reconciliation at any cost. "I am to blame. I am irritable. I am absurdly jealous. I will make it up with him, and we will leave for the country, and there I shall be calmer," she thought. Affectation. Ne naturalno. She suddenly remembered the word which had so affronted her, above all in his intention of causing her pain by it. "I know what he meant. He meant by affected that I did not love my daughter, but loved another's child. What does he know of the love a child can inspire? Has he the least idea what I sacrificed for him in giving up Serosa? But this desire to wound me! No, he loves another woman. It must be so." And seeing that, even while she wanted to calm herself, she was once more going over the circle she had so many times traversed, and was once more returning to the same state of irritation, she was horror-struck. Is it wholly out of the question? Can I not attach him to myself?" she queried, and then she began at the beginning again. "He is true. He is honorable. He loves me. I love him. In a day or two dissension will be ended. What is necessary? Calmness, gentleness, and I shall bring him back to me. Yes, now, when he comes, I will tell him that I was to blame, although I was not to blame, and we will go off." And, in order not to think any more, and not to give way to her irritation, she gave orders to bring down her trunks, to begin preparations for departure. At 10 o'clock, Vronsky came in. End of chapter 23. Part 7, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Well, did you have a gay time?" asked Anna, going to meet him with an apologetic and affectionate look on her face. "As such things usually are," answered he, noticing at once by her face that she was in one of her best moods. He was already accustomed to such metamorphoses, and this time he was particularly glad, because he himself was in his happiest frame of mind. "What do I see? This is good," he added, pointing to the trunks in the entry. "Yes, we must go. I went out to walk to-day, and it was so good that I longed to get back to the country. There's nothing to keep you here, is there?" "I should like nothing better. I will be back immediately, and we will talk it over. All I want is to change my coat. Have the tea brought." There was something irritating in the tone in which he said, "This is good," as one speaks to a child which has ceased to be capricious, and still more irritating was the discrepancy between her apologetic and his self-confident tone, and for a moment she felt rising within her the desire to be pugnacious. But making an effort to restrain herself, she relinquished it, and met Vronsky as gaily as before. When he came in, she told him calmly the incidents of the day and her plans for departure, using in part the very words she had thought over. "Do you know, it came over me like an inspiration," said she. "Why wait here for the divorce? Will it not be all the same when we are in the country? I cannot wait longer. I want to stop hoping about the divorce. I don't want to hear anything more about it. I think it won't have any more effect on my life. Don't you agree with me?" "Oh, yes," said he, looking with disquietude at Anna's excited face. "Come, tell me what you did. Who were there?" said she, after a moment's silence. Vronsky named over the guests. "The dinner was excellent, and we had a boat race, and it was all very jolly. But in Moscow nothing can be done sans ridicule. Some women, the swimming teacher of the Queen of Sweden, gave us an exhibition of her art." "What? Did she swim for you?" demanded Anna, frowning. "Yes, in an ugly red costume de nation. She was old and hideous. What day do we go?" "What an inane idea! Was there anything extraordinary about her method of swimming?" asked Anna, not replying to his question. "Not at all. I tell you it was horribly stupid. When have you decided to go?" Anna tossed her head as if to get rid of a disagreeable thought. "When shall we go? The sooner the better. Tomorrow we can't, but the day after." "Yes. No. Wait. Day after tomorrow is Monday. I shall have to go to maman," said Vronsky, somewhat confused, because as he mentioned his mother's name he saw Anna's eyes fixed with a look of suspicion on him, and his confusion increased her distrust. She forgot the Queen of Sweden's swimming teacher in her alarm about the Princess Sorokin, who was living at a country seat in the suburbs of Moscow with the old countess. "Can't you go there tomorrow?" "Why, no, that's impossible. There is some business that I must attend to, a power of attorney, and the money will not be ready tomorrow." "If that is so, we won't go at all." "But why not?" "I won't go if it is put off later, Sunday or never." "Why so?" cried Vronsky in astonishment. "There's no sense in that." "It has no sense for you, because you never take me into account at all. You can't understand my life. The only thing that interests me here is Hannah. You say that is hypocrisy. You said last evening that I did not love my daughter, but that I pretended to love this English girl, that this was affectation. I should like to know what can be natural in the life I lead here." For an instant she came to herself, and was frightened because she had broken her vow. But, though she knew that she was dashing to destruction, she could not resist the temptation of proving to him that he was in the wrong. She could not help heaping insults on him. "I never said that. I said that I did not sympathize with this sudden tenderness for her." "Why do you, who boast of being straightforward, tell me a lie?" "I never boast, and I never tell lies," said he, repressing the anger which was rising within him. "And I am very sorry if you do not respect—" "Respect? That was invented to cover up the lack of love. If you don't love me any more, it would be better and more honorable to say so." "No, this is becoming intolerable," cried the count, suddenly leaping from his chair, and, standing in front of her, speaking in measured tones. "Anna," he asked, "why do you try my patience so?" And she could see how he was holding back the bitter words that were ready to escape him. "It has its limits." "What do you mean by that?" she cried, looking with terror at the unconcealed expression of hate on his whole face, and especially in his fierce, cruel eyes. "I mean," he began. Then he stopped. "I have a right to demand what you wish of me." "What can I wish? I can only wish that you do not abandon me as you are thinking of doing," said she, comprehending all that he had left unsaid. "Everything else is secondary. I wish to be loved, but love is gone. All is over." She turned toward the door. "Stop, stop," said Vronsky, still darkly frowning, but holding her by the arm. "What is the trouble? I said that it is necessary to postpone our starting for 3 days, and you answer by saying that I lie and am dishonorable." "Yes, and I repeat that a man who throws it into my face that he has sacrificed everything for me," said she, alluding to a former quarrel, "is worse than dishonorable. He is heartless." "That settles it. My patience is at an end," cried Vronsky, quickly dropping her hand. "He hates me, that is certain," she thought, as she went from the room in silence with tottering steps. "He loves some other woman. That is more certain still," she said to herself as she reached her room. "I wish to be loved, but love is gone. All is over." She repeated the words that she had said. "I must put an end to it." But how? She asked herself, sinking into a chair before her mirror. The most heterogeneous thoughts crowded upon her. Where should she go? To her aunt who had brought her up? To Dolly? Or simply go abroad by herself? What was he doing alone in his study? Would the rupture be final, or was there a possibility of reconciliation? How would Alexey Alexandrovitch look upon it? And what would her former acquaintances in Petersburg say? Many other ideas of what would happen came into her mind, but she could not take any satisfactory account of them. A vague idea came into her mind and awakened some interest, but she could not express it. Thinking once more of Alexey Alexandrovitch, she recalled a phrase that she had used after her illness, and the feeling that clung to her. "Why didn't I die?" And immediately the words awoke the feeling which they had at that time expressed. Yes, that was the idea which alone settled everything. Death, yes, is the only way of escape. My terrible shame, and the dishonor which I have brought on Alexey Alexandrovitch and Zarosa, all will be wiped away by my death. If I die, he will repent for me then. He will be sorry. He will love me. He will suffer for me. A smile of pity for herself came over her face as she kept mechanically taking off and putting on the rings of her left hand, and with vivid imagination she pictured how he would feel after she was dead. Approaching steps, his steps, caught her ears. She affected to be busily engaged in taking off her rings, and did not turn her head. He came to her, and, taking her hand, said tenderly, "Anna, we will go day after tomorrow if you wish. I am ready for anything." "Well?" said he, waiting. She did not speak. "What do you say?" he asked. "You yourself know," said she, and then, unable to control herself longer, she burst into tears. "Leave me, leave me," she murmured through her sobs. "I'm going away tomorrow. I will do more. What am I? A lost woman, a millstone around your neck. I don't want to torment you. I will set you free. You do not love me. You love another." Vronsky begged her to be calm. He swore that there was not the slightest ground for her jealousy, and that he had never ceased and never should cease to love her, and that he loved her more than ever. "Anna, why torture yourself and me so?" he asked, as he kissed her hand. His face expressed the deepest tenderness, and it seemed to her that her ears caught the sound of tears in his voice, and that she felt their moisture on her hand. Passing suddenly from jealousy to the most passionate tenderness, she covered his head, his neck, his hands with kisses. End of chapter 24. Part 7, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Feeling that their reconciliation was complete, Anna the next morning eagerly made her preparations for departure. Although it was not yet definitely decided whether they should start on Monday or Tuesday, since both days had certain contingencies, Anna was busily making her preparations for the journey, feeling now perfectly indifferent whether they went a little sooner or a little later. She was engaged in her room taking various articles from an open trunk, when Vronsky, already dressed, came to her earlier than usual. "I'm going now to see Maman. Perhaps she can get me the money through Yegorov, and then I shall be ready to go tomorrow," he said. She was feeling particularly cheerful, but his reference to his visit to his mother's datcha was like a stitch in the side. "No, I shall not be ready myself." And immediately she thought, so then it was possible to arrange it so as to do as I wished. "No, do just as you intended to. And now go to the dining room, and I will join you as soon as I have taken out these unnecessary things," she added, giving something more to Annushka, whose arms were already laden with a heap of articles. Vronsky was eating his beefsteak when she entered the dining room. "You can't realize how odious these apartments have become to me," said she, as she sat down by him. "Nothing is more detestable than these chambres garnies. There's no individuality in them, no soul. The clock, the curtains, and especially the wallpapers. They are cauchemars. I think of Vozdvizhenskoye as of the Promised Land. Shall you not send on the horses in advance?" "No, they will follow us. But were you going anywhere?" "I wanted to go to the Wilsons. I must get a gown. So it is decided that we go tomorrow, is it?" she added in a joyous tone. But suddenly her face changed. Vronsky's valet came in and asked him to sign a receipt for a dispatch from Petersburg. Still there was nothing remarkable in Vronsky's receiving a telegram, but he acted as if he wanted to conceal something from her, and, saying that he would sign it in his library, he turned to her. "Tomorrow, without fail, I shall have finished everything." "From whom is the dispatch?" she asked, not hearing him. "From Stiva," answered the count reluctantly. "Why didn't you show it to me? What secret can there be between Stiva and me?" Vronsky called the valet back and ordered him to bring in the telegram. "I did not care to show it because Stiva has a passion for telegraphing. Why need he send me a dispatch to tell me that nothing was decided?" "About the divorce?" "Yes. He maintains that he cannot get a definite answer. Here, see for yourself." Anna took the dispatch with a trembling hand. It read as Vronsky had told her. At the end it said, "Little hope, but I shall do everything possible and impossible." "I told you yesterday that it was absolutely immaterial to me when I received the divorce, or whether I get it at all," said she, flushing, "so that it is perfectly useless to hide anything from me." "In the same way he can hide from me his correspondence with women," thought she. "Yashvin wanted to come this morning with Viotov," said Vronsky. "It seems that he has been gambling again, and has won from Pyepstov all that he has and more than he can pay, about 60,000 roubles." "No," said she, vexed because by this change in the conversation he so evidently insinuated that she was vexed. "Why do you think that this news interests me so much that you must hide it from me? I told you that I did not want to think about it, and I should wish that you had as little interest in it as I." "It interests me because I like clearness." "Clearness! But in love, not in mere outside show," said she, getting more and more angry, not at his words, but at the tone of cool calmness in which he spoke. "Why do you want a divorce?" "Vous et moi, always love," thought Vronsky, frowning. "You know very well why. It is for your sake, and for the children we may have." "There will not be any more children." "I am sorry for that." "You feel the need of it, because of the children. But don't you have some thought of me?" she said, forgetting that he had just said, "for your sake and the children's." The question of the possibility of having children had been long vexatious and trying to her. She took his desire to have children as a proof of indifference toward her beauty. "Ah, I said for your sake. More than all for your sake. I am convinced that your irritability comes largely from the uncertainty of your position," he answered, scowling with annoyance. "Yes, now he has ceased to pretend, and all his cold hatred of me is plain to be seen," she said to herself, not hearing his words, but gazing with horror at a cold and cruel judge who looked out of his eyes and mocked her. "That is not the cause," said she, "and I do not understand how my irritability, as you call it, can be caused by the fact that I have come absolutely into your power. How is my position indefinite? It seems to me the contrary." "I am sorry that you are not willing to understand," he replied, obstinately determined to express his thought. "Its uncertainty comes from this, that you think that I am free." "Oh, as far as that goes, you can be perfectly easy," said she, turning from him and beginning to drink her coffee. She took the cup, raising her little finger, and put it to her lips, and as she drank she looked at him, and by the expression of his face saw clearly that her motions and the sounds that she made in swallowing were repulsive to him. "It is absolutely indifferent to me what your mother thinks, and how she intends to marry you off," said she, putting down the cup with a trembling hand. "We will not talk of that." "Yes, we will too. And I assure you that a heartless woman, whether young or old, your mother or anybody else, does not interest me, and I don't want to know her." "Anna, I beg you not to speak disrespectfully of my mother." "A woman who has no conception of what the honor and happiness of her son consist in, has no heart." "I repeat my request that you will not speak disrespectfully of my mother, whom I respect," reiterated the count, raising his voice and looking severely at Anna. She did not reply, but looked attentively at his face and his hands, and recalled with all its details the scene of the evening before, and his passionate caresses. "Just such caresses he has lavished, and will still continue to lavish, on other women," she thought. "You don't love your mother. Those are simple words, words, words," said she, looking at him with eyes full of hatred. "If that is the case, it is necessary." "It is necessary to decide, and I have decided," said she, and was preparing to leave the room, when the door opened and Yashvin entered. She stopped immediately and bade him good morning. Why, when her soul was full of bitterness, when she felt that she was at the turning point of her life, which might take a terrible direction, why, at this moment, she had to dissimulate before a stranger, who sooner or later would know all, she could not tell, but, calming the inner tumult of her feelings, she sat down again and began to talk with the guest. "Well, how are your affairs? Have they paid you your debt?" she asked. "No, not yet. Probably I shall not get it all. And I've got to leave Wednesday," said Yashvin awkwardly, glancing at Vronsky, and evidently suspecting that a quarrel was in progress. "When do you leave?" "Day after tomorrow, I think," said Vronsky. "You have taken long to make up your minds." But now it is all decided," said Anna, looking straight into Vronsky's eyes with a look that told him how impossible it was to think of reconciliation. "Didn't you feel sorry for that unlucky Pyepstov?" asked Anna, addressing Yashvin. "I have never asked myself whether I pitied a man or not, Anna Arkadyevna. My whole fortune is here," said he, pointing to his pocket. "Now I am a rich man, but I may come out of the club this evening a beggar. Whoever plays with me would gladly leave me without a shirt, and I him. Well, we engage in war, and that makes the fun." "Well, but if you were married, how would it be for your wife?" Yashvin laughed. "But I am not married, and I don't expect to marry." "But how about Helsingfors?" suggested Vronsky, joining in the conversation and looking at Anna's smiling face. But as she met his glance her face suddenly amassed a set and cold expression, as much as to say to him, "I have not forgotten. It's still the same." "And haven't you ever been in love?" she asked of Yashvin.
"Oh, Lord, plenty of times. Only remember, one may sit down to cards, but must be able to get up when the time comes for a rendezvous. But I interest myself in love affairs in such a way that I need not be late to play my hand in the evening. And so I always arrange matters."
"You misunderstand. I did not ask about that, but about actual—" she wanted to say Helsingfors, but she did not like to use a word which Vronsky had just spoken. Vyatov came at this moment to see about a horse which he had bought, and Anna got up and left the room. Before he left the house Vronsky went to her room. She pretended to look for something on the table, but then, being ashamed of this dissimulation, she looked him straight in the face. She asked him coolly in French, "What do you want?" "The certificate for Gambetta. I've sold him," answered Vronsky, in a tone which said louder than words, "I have not time for explanations, nor would they lead to anything." "I'm not to blame," thought he, "if she wants to punish herself. Tant pis pour elle." However, as he left the room he thought she said something to him, and his heart was suddenly touched with compassion for her. "What is it, Anna?" "I said nothing," she answered coldly and calmly. "Nothing. Tant pis," said he to himself. On his way out, as he passed a mirror, he caught sight in it of her pale face and trembling lips. He was tempted to go back and say some comforting words to her, but he was already too far on his way. He passed the entire day outside the house, and when he came home the maid informed him that Anna Arkadyevna had a headache, and begged him not to disturb her. End of chapter 25. Part 7, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Never before had they let the day end with a quarrel unsettled. This was the first time. This was not a mere quarrel. It was evidently the avowal of permanent coldness. How was it possible for him to look at her as he had done when he came into her room after his document? How could he look at her and see that her heart was full of despair, and then go out with a calm, indifferent face? He had not only grown cold to her, but he hated her, because he loved some other woman. This was clear. And, as she recalled all the cruel words which he had said to her, Anna began to imagine also the words which she was certain he would like to say to her and might say, and she grew more and more irritated. "I will not keep you," she imagined him saying. "You may go wherever you please. As you don't care to be divorced from your husband, you probably intend to go back to him. If you want money, I will give it to you. How many rubles do you want?" All these insulting words which the cruel man might say were said merely in her imagination, but she could not forgive him any more than if he had really said them. "But did he not swear to me only yesterday that he loved me? Is he not a sincere and honest man?" she said to herself a moment afterward. "Have I not been in despair several times before, all for nothing?" She passed the entire day, except 2 hours during which she made a visit to her protégés, the Wilsons, in alternate doubt and hope. Was all at an end? Was there any chance of a reconciliation? Should she leave him then and there, or should she wait and see him once again? She waited for him all day. And in the evening she went to her room, telling Annushka to say that she had a headache. "If he comes in spite of that, it will show that he loves me still. If not, it is over, and I shall make up my mind what there is for me to do." Late in the evening she heard his carriage wheels on the pavement, his ring and his steps, and his colloquy with the maid. He believed what he was told. He did not care to make further inquiries, and went to his room. Evidently all was at an end, and death as the only means of establishing a love for her in his heart, of punishing him, and of winning the victory in the struggle which the evil spirit that had possession of her soul was waging with him, clearly, vividly presented itself before her. Now everything was a matter of indifference. Whether they went to the country or not, whether she procured the divorce or not, it was unnecessary. The one essential thing was to punish him. When she poured out her usual dose of opium, and it came over her that if she swallowed all that was in the vial she would die, it seemed so easy and simple that she felt a real joy in imagining how he would mourn, repent, and love her when it was too late. She lay on her bed with open eyes, and watched the dying candlelight on the moulded cornice of the ceiling mingle with the shadows of the screen which divided the room. She vividly pictured to herself how he would think when she was no more, when she was only a memory. "How could I speak to her such cruel words?" he would say to himself. "How could I leave her without saying anything at all? And now she is no more. She has left us for ever. She is there." Suddenly the shadow of the screen seemed to waver and cover the whole cornice, the whole ceiling. Other shadows from the other sides joined in with it. For an instant they seemed to be running, then with new rapidity they trembled, melted together, and all became dark. "Death!" thought she, and such a great terror seized upon her that for a long time she did not know where she was, and it was long before her trembling hands could find the matches in order to light another candle in place of the one that had burned down and gone out. "No, no! Anything! Only to live! I love him, and he loves me. These dreadful days will go by," she said to herself, feeling the tears of joy poured down her cheeks at her return to life, and to escape her terror she fled to Vronsky's library. He was in his library, soundly sleeping. She went to him and, holding the candle above his face, looked at him a long time. Now, as he slept, she felt such love for him that at the sight of him she could not refrain from tears of tenderness. But she knew that, if he woke he would look at her with a cold, self-justifying look, and that before she spoke a word of her love she would not be able to resist the temptation of proving to him how wrong he was. Without waking him she went back to her room, and after a second dose of opium she fell into a heavy sleep which lasted till morning, and all the time she was conscious of herself. Toward morning she had the frightful nightmare which she had experienced several times even before her liaison with Vronsky. She saw a little old man with unkempt beard doing something, bending over a gourd, and muttering unintelligible French words, and, as always when she had this nightmare, and therein lay the horror of the dream, she felt that the little old man paid no heed to her, but did this horrible something in the gourd over her head. She awoke in a cold perspiration. When she got up, the events of the day before seemed enveloped in mist. "There was a quarrel. It has happened several times before. I said I had a headache, and he didn't come to see me. That is all. Tomorrow we shall go away. I must see him, and get ready for our departure," she said to herself, and knowing that he was in his library, she started to go to him. But, in crossing the drawing-room, her attention was arrested by the sound of a carriage stopping, and she looked out of the window and saw a carriage, from the window of which a young girl in a light hat was putting out her hand and giving orders to the footman, who was at the doorbell. After a colloquy in the vestibule, some one came upstairs, and Anna heard Vronsky's steps in the room next to the drawing-room. Then he ran swiftly downstairs. Anna looked out again and saw him go to the doorsteps, bareheaded, and approach the carriage. The young girl in the lilac-colored hat handed him a package. Vronsky smiled as he spoke to her. The carriage drove away, and Vronsky came quickly upstairs again. The mist which enwrapped everything in Anna's soul suddenly cleared away. The feelings of the day before tore her anguished heart more cruelly than ever. She now could not understand how she could have so far debased herself as to stay a single day under his roof. She went to his library to acquaint him with the resolution that she had taken. "The Princess Sorokin and her daughter have brought me the money and the papers from Maman. I could not get them yesterday. How is your headache? Better?" he said quietly, seeming not to notice the gloomy and solemn expression of Anna's face. She did not reply, but, standing in the middle of the room, she looked fixedly at him. He glanced at her for an instant. His brows contracted, and he continued to read his letter. Without speaking, Anna turned slowly about and left the room. He might yet detain her, but she had reached the door. He said not a word. The only sound heard was the rustling of the sheet of paper. "Oh, by the way," he exclaimed, just as she was on the threshold, "do we really go tomorrow?" "You, but not I," answered she, turning round on him. "Anna, it is impossible to live this way." "You, not I," she repeated. "It's becoming intolerable." You will be sorry for this," said she, and she went out. Frightened at the despairing tone with which she spoke these last words, he sprang up and started to follow her. But, on reflection, he seated himself again, and, firmly clenching his teeth, he frowned. That unbecoming threat, as he termed it, irritated him. "I have tried every means," he said to himself. "The only thing left is to pay no attention." And he made up his mind to go to the city and to his mother's again, to have her sign a deed. Anna heard the sound of his steps in his library and the dining room. He stopped at the drawing room. But he did not come to her. He only gave some directions about sending the stallion to Vyatov. Then she heard the calash drive to the entrance, a door opened, and Vronsky went out. Then he came back into the vestibule again, and someone ran upstairs. It was his valet, who was sent to get a pair of forgotten gloves. She went to the window and saw Vronsky take his gloves, then touch the coachman's back and say some words to him. And then, without glancing at the window, he sat down as usual, in the carriage, crossing one leg over the other. And, putting on the gloves, he turned the corner and disappeared from Anna's sight. End of chapter 26. Part 7, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "He is gone. It's all over," said Anna to herself as she stood at the window, and the impression of blackness which she had felt in the night at the dying of the candle and that of the nightmare blending in one, filled her heart with chill horror. "No, I cannot endure this," she cried, and crossing the room, she rang the bell violently. She was so afraid to stay alone that, without waiting, she went to meet the servant. "Find out where the count has gone." The man replied that he had gone to the stables. "He left word that the carriage would return immediately if you wished to go out." "Very well. Wait, I'm going to write a note. Send Mikhail with it to the stables. Have him hurry." She sat down and wrote, "I am to blame. Come back. We must explain things. For heaven's sake, come. I'm frightened." She sealed the note and gave it to the servant, and, in her fear of being alone, she went to the nursery. "Why, he is not the same as he was. Where are his blue eyes and his pretty, timid smile?" It was her first thought when she saw the plump and rosy little girl, with her dark curly hair, instead of Seroza, whom, in the confusion of her thoughts, she had expected to see. The little girl was seated at the table, noisily tapping on it with a glass stopper. She looked unintelligently at her mother with two dark, currant-colored eyes. Answering the English nurse that she was well, and expected to go to the country the next day, Anna sat down beside the little girl and began to spin the stopper from the carafe in front of her. The motion of the child's brows and her hearty laugh recalled Vronsky so vividly that Anna, choking down her sobs, rose suddenly and hurried from the room. Is it possible that all is over? No, it cannot be, she thought. He will return. But how can he explain that smile of his and his animation after he spoke with her? But even if he doesn't explain it, I shall believe him. If I do not believe, there is only one thing left, and that I do not want. She looked at her watch. 12 minutes had gone by. Now he must have received my note, and must come back in 10 minutes. And what if he shouldn't come back? No, but that's impossible. He must not find me with red eyes. I'll go and bathe my face. There. There. Have I brushed my hair yet? She could not remember. She put her hands to her head. Yes, I brushed my hair, but I really don't remember when it was. She actually did not believe that her hands told her truly, and she went to the pier glass to see. Her hair was properly arranged, but she could not remember anything about it. Who is this? She asked herself, as she caught sight of a glowing face and strangely brilliant eyes gazing at her from the mirror. Yes, it is I. And she suddenly seemed to feel his kisses, and she shivered and shrugged her shoulders. Then she put her hand to her lips and kissed it. It must be that I am going out of my mind. And she fled to her room, which Anushka was putting in order. Anushka, said she, as she stood before the maid, not knowing what to say. Will you go to Darya Alexandrovna's? Said the maid, as if reading her thoughts. To Darya Alexandrovna's? Yes, I will go there. 15 minutes to go, 15 to come back. He ought to be here. She looked at her watch. Oh, how could he leave me in such a condition? How can he live, and not be at peace with me? She went to the window and looked out into the street. Perhaps she had made a mistake in calculating, and she began over again to count the minutes since he left. Just as she was about going to consult the great clock, so as to verify hers, a carriage stopped before the door. It was the Count's calash, but no one came upstairs, and she heard voices in the vestibule. It was the messenger who came back in the calash. She hurried down to him. They were too late for the Count. He has gone to the Nizhegorodsky railway station. What is the matter? What is it? She asked, addressing the ruddy, jolly Mikhail, who handed her back the note. Oh, yes, he did not receive it, she remembered. Go with this note to the Countess Vronsky's in the country, you understand, and bring an answer back to me immediately. But what shall I do? She thought. Yes, I will go to see Dolly, to be sure, or else I shall go out of my mind. I might telegraph. And she wrote the following dispatch. I absolutely must speak to you. Come back immediately. Having sent the telegram, she went and dressed, and then, with her hat on, she again looked at the stout, good-natured Anushka, whose little, gentle grey eyes were full of sympathy. Anushka, my dear, what am I to do? Murmured she, dropping into an armchair with a sob. You mustn't excite yourself so, Anna Arkadyevna. Go out for a drive. That will divert you. These things will happen, said the maid. Yes, I am going out, said Anna, collecting her thoughts and rising. If a dispatch comes while I am gone, send it to Darya Alexandrovna's, or... No, I will come back. I must keep from thinking. I must do something, and go out, and, above all, get out of this house, thought she, listening with alarm to the wild beating of her heart. She hastened out and got into the calash. Where do you wish to go? Asked Pyotr, just before he took his seat on the box. To Znamenko, to the Oblonskys. End of chapter 27. Part 7, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The weather was clear. A fine thick rain had fallen all the morning, but now it had just cleared off. The roofs and the flagstones and harnesses and the metal work of the carriages glittered in the May sunshine. It was 3 o'clock, the liveliest time in the streets. Sitting in the corner of the comfortable calash, which swung easily on its elastic springs as it rolled swiftly along, drawn by a pair of greys, Anna, soothed by the monotonous rumble of the wheels, and the hurrying impressions that she received in the fresh, pure air, reviewed the events of the past few days, and her situation seemed entirely different from what it had been at home. Now, the idea of death did not frighten her so much, and death itself did not seem to her so inevitable. Now she blamed herself for the humiliation to which she had stooped. I begged him to forgive me. I bent before him. I accused myself. Why did I? Can't I live without him? And, leaving this question unanswered, she began to read the signboards mechanically. Contre escalade. Zubnoy Vrach. Yes, I will tell Dolly all about it. She does not love Vronsky. It will be hard, shameful, but I will confess everything. She loves me. I will follow her advice. I will not allow him to treat me like a child. Filopov, Kalachki. They say they send those loaves as far as Petersburg. The water at Moscow is so good. Ah, the wells of Muitischensky. And she remembered how long, long ago, when she was 17, she had gone with her aunt to the monastery of Tryotsa. They traveled with horses in those days. Was it really I, with the red hands? How many things which seemed then beautiful and unattainable are worthless to me now. What I was then is past forever beyond recall, and ages could not bring me back. Would I have believed then that I could have fallen into such debasement? How proud and self-satisfied he will be when he reads my note. But I will tell him. How disagreeable this paint smells. Why are they always painting and building? Modui I Uberi, a fashionable dressmaker, she read. A man bowed to her. It was Anushka's husband. Our parasites, as Vronsky says. Ours. Why ours? Ah, if one could tear out the past by the roots. But that's impossible. One can only avoid thinking about it. And I do that. And yet, here she recalled her past with Alexey Alexandrovitch, and how she had driven him out of her memory. Dolly will think that I am leaving the second husband, and that I am, therefore, really bad. Do I want to be good? I cannot. And she felt the tears coming. And, seeing two happy young girls going by, she fell to wondering why they were smiling at each other. Probably about love. They don't know how sad and wretched it is. The boulevards and the children. There are 3 little boys playing horse. Serosa, my little Serosa. I shall lose all. I shall never have him again. Well, if he does not come back, all is indeed lost. Perhaps he missed the train and has already reached home. Do I wish to humiliate myself still more? She said, reproaching herself for her weakness. No, I am going to Dolly's. I shall say to her, I am unhappy. I am suffering. I deserve it, but I am so unhappy. Help me. Oh, these horses, this calash. How I hate to use them. They are his. I will never see them again. While thinking over what she should say to Dolly and deliberately torturing her heart, she reached the house and went up the steps. Is there anyone here? She asked in the anteroom. Katerina Alexandrovna Levina, answered the servant. Kitty. The same Kitty with whom Vronsky was once in love, thought Anna. And he thinks of her with love, and is sorry that he did not marry her, and he thinks of me with hate, and is sorry that he ever met me. When Anna arrived, the 2 sisters were talking over the subject of feeding babies. Dolly went alone to the drawing-room to receive the guests that had come to disturb their conversation. You haven't gone away yet. I was just going to your house, said Dolly. I have a letter from Stiva today. We had a dispatch, answered Anna, glancing round to see if Kitty was coming. He writes that he does not understand what Alexey Alexandrovitch requires, but that he will not come away till he has a definite answer. I thought you had company. May I read the letter? Yes. Kitty, said Dolly, confused. She is in the nursery. You know she has been very ill. I heard so. May I read the letter? Certainly, I'll go and get it. Alexey Alexandrovitch does not refuse. On the contrary, Stiva is quite hopeful, said Dolly, stopping at the door. I neither hope nor want anything," said Anna. "Does Kitty think it humiliating to meet me?" thought Anna when she was left alone. "Perhaps she is right. But she who once loved Vronsky has no right to thrust it in my face, even if she is right. I know that a virtuous woman cannot receive me in my present position. I have given up everything for him, and this is my reward. Oh, how I hate him! Why did I come here? I am more wretched here than at home." She heard the voices of the two sisters in an adjoining room. "And what am I to say to Dolly? Delight Kitty with the spectacle of my misery? Submit to her condescension? Never! Even Dolly wouldn't understand. I will not say anything to her. All I should want to see Kitty for would be to show her that I am indifferent, that I scorn every one and everything." Dolly came in with the letter. Anna silently looked it through and returned it. "I knew all that," said she, "but it doesn't interest me at all." "Now, why not? I have good hopes," said Dolly, looking critically at Anna. She had never seen her in such a strange state of irritation. "When do you go away?" Anna half closed her eyes, and looked before her without answering. "Is Kitty afraid of me?" she asked after a moment, glancing toward the door with heightened color. "Oh, what nonsense! She is nursing the baby. It does not go very well yet. I have been giving her some advice. She will be delighted, and is coming directly," answered Dolly, awkwardly, not knowing how to tell a fib. "Oh, there she is now." When Kitty heard that Anna was there, she had not wished to appear, but Dolly had persuaded her. Controlling her repugnance, she went to the parlor, and, blushing as she approached Anna, she held out her hand. "I am very glad," she said in a trembling voice. Kitty was confused by the struggle between her dislike of this wicked woman and her desire to be polite to her, but, as soon as she saw Anna's beautiful, attractive face, all her unfriendliness vanished. "I should not have been surprised if you had refused to see me. I am used to everything," said Anna. "You have been very ill. Yes, you have changed." Kitty felt that Anna looked at her with dislike, and she attributed her unfriendliness to the awkward position in which she stood in regard to herself, having once been her especial favorite. Her heart was filled with compassion. They talked of Kitty's illness, about her baby, and of Stiva, but evidently nothing interested Anna. "I came to bid you good bye," she said to Dolly, as she rose. "When do you go?" But without answering her, Anna turned to Kitty. "Well, I am very glad to have seen you again," said she with a smile. "I have heard so much about you from everyone, and especially from your husband. He came to see me, and I liked him very much," she added with a wicked emphasis. "Where is he?" "He has gone to the country," answered Kitty, blushing. "Give my love to him. Now don't forget." "I will do it, certainly," said Kitty, simply, with a compassionate look. "So, Pryashi, Dolly, good bye," said Anna, kissing her, and shaking hands with Kitty, she hastened away. "She is as fascinating as ever," remarked Kitty to her sister, when Dolly rejoined Kitty. "And how beautiful she is! But there is something very painful about her, terribly painful." "She doesn't seem to be in her usual state today. I thought she came near to bursting into tears when I accompanied her into the anteroom." End of chapter 28. Part 7, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna took her seat in her carriage in an even unhappier state of mind than she had been when she left her house. In addition to her former sufferings, she now felt the humiliation and sense of moral degeneracy which her meeting with Kitty had clearly made evident. "Where do you wish to go now? Home?" asked Pyotr. "Yes, home," she replied, not thinking at all where she was going. "They looked on me as some strange, incomprehensible curiosity. What can that man be saying so eagerly to the other?" she thought, seeing two passers-by talking together. "Is it possible to say what one really feels? I wanted to confess to Dolly, and I am glad that I kept still. How she would have rejoiced at my unhappiness! She would have tried to hide it, But at heart she would have been glad. She would have thought it just that I should be punished for that happiness which she begrudged me. And Kitty would have been still more pleased. How I read her through and through! She knows her husband liked me uncommonly well, and she is jealous, and hates me. And, what's more, she despises me. In her eyes I am an immoral woman. If I had been an immoral woman, I might have made him fall in love with me, if I had wanted to. I confess I thought of it. There goes a man who is delighted with his own looks, she said to herself, as a tall, florid man went by, and, mistaking her for an acquaintance, lifted his shiny hat from his shiny bald head, and instantly recognized his mistake. He thought he knew me. He knows me quite as well as anyone in the world knows me. I don't know myself. I only know my appetites, as the French say. They covet some of that bad ice cream, she said to herself, as she watched two little street children standing in front of a vendor who had just set down from his head a tub of ice cream and was wiping his face with the corner of his coat. We all want our sweet delicacies, if not sugar plums, then bad ice creams, just like Kitty, who, not catching Vronsky, took Levin. She envies me, she hates me, and we all hate one another. I Kitty, and Kitty me. That is a fact. Tintkin Courfiere. Je me fais courfier par Tintkin. I will tell him this nonsense when he comes, thought she, and smiled, and then instantly remembered that there was no one now to whom she could tell amusing things. There's nothing amusing, nothing gay. It is all disgusting. The vesper bell is ringing, and the storekeeper is crossing himself so quickly that no one would think he was afraid of losing the chance. Why these churches, these bells, these lies? Just to hide the fact that we all hate one another, like those izvozchiks who are swearing at each other so angrily. Yashvin was right when he said, "He is after my shirt, and I'm after his." That is a fact. She was so engrossed by these thoughts that she forgot her grief for a while, and was surprised when the carriage stopped in front of her house. The sight of the Swiss, coming to meet her, reminded her that she had sent a letter and a telegram. "Is there an answer yet?" "I will go and see," said the Swiss, and, looking on the secretary, he came back in a moment with a telegram in a thin, square envelope. Anna read, "I cannot be back before 10 o'clock. Vronsky." "And has the messenger come back?" "Not yet," replied the Swiss. "Ah, if that is so, then I know what I must do." And, feeling a vague sense of anger and a desire for vengeance arising in her soul, she ran upstairs. "I myself will go and find him," thought she. "Before I go away forever, I will tell him all. I never hated anyone as I hate this man." And when she caught sight of Vronsky's hat hanging on the peg, she shivered with aversion. She did not reflect that the dispatch was an answer to her telegram, and that he could not as yet have received her note. She imagined him now chatting gaily with his mother and the Princess Sorokin, without a thought of her suffering. "Yes, I must go as quickly as possible," she said, not knowing at all whither she should go. She felt that she must fly from the thoughts that oppressed her in this terrible house. The servants, the walls, the furniture, everything about it, filled her with disgust and pain, and crushed her with a terrible weight. "Yes, I must go to the railway station, and if not there, then somewhere else, to punish him." She looked at the timetable in the newspaper. The evening train went at 8:02. "Yes, I shall have plenty of time." She ordered the 2 other horses to be harnessed, and she had transferred from her trunk to her traveling bag things enough to last for several days. She knew that she should never come back again. She revolved 1,000 plans in her head, and determined that when she had done what she had in mind to do, either at the Countess's country seat or at the station, she would go to the first city on the Nizhny Novgorod railway and stay there. Dinner was on the table. She went to it, smelt the bread and cheese, and persuading herself that the odor of the victuals was repugnant to her, she ordered the carriage again and went out. The house was already casting a shadow across the wide street, but the sky was clear and it was warm in the sun. Anushka, who brought her things, and Pyotr, who carried them to the carriage, and the coachman, who was evidently angry, all were disagreeable to her, and vexed her with their words and motions. "I do not need you, Pyotr." "Who will get your ticket?" "Well, go if you wish. It makes no difference to me," she said pettishly. Pyotr nimbly mounted the box, and, folding his arms, ordered the coachman to drive to the station. Chapter 29. Part 7, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Now I am myself again. Now I remember it all," said Anna to herself as soon as the calash started, and rocking a little, rattled along over the cobblestones of the pavement, and once more her impressions began to go whirling through her mind. Yes, what was that good thing that I was thinking about last? Tuitkin? The coiffeur? Oh, no, not that. Oh, yes, what Yashvin said about the struggle for existence, and hatred, the only thing that unites men. No, we go at haphazard. She saw in a carriage drawn by 4 horses a party of merrymakers who had evidently come to the city for a pleasure trip. "And the dog which you take with you does not help you at all. You can't get out of yourself." Glancing in the direction where Pyotr was turning, she saw a working man, almost dead drunk, who, with a flopping head, was being led by a policeman. She added, "That man's way is quicker. Count Vronsky and I did not reach this pleasure, though we expected much." And now for the first time Anna turned this bright light, all revealing, upon her relations with the count. Hitherto she had steadfastly refused to do so. What did he seek in me? A satisfaction for his vanity rather than for his love. She remembered Vronsky's words, and the expression of his face, which reminded her of a submissive dog, when they first met and loved. Everything seemed a confirmation of this thought. Yes, he cared for the triumph of success above everything. Of course, he loved me, but chiefly from vanity. Now that he is not proud of me any more, it is over. He is ashamed of me. He has taken from me all that he could take, and now I am of no use to him. I weigh upon him, and he does not want to be in dishonorable relationship with me. He said, yesterday, he wanted the divorce and to marry me so as to burn his ships. Perhaps he loves me still, but how? The zest is gone, she said in English. That man likes to show off, and he is mighty proud of himself, she added, as she looked at a ruddy-faced man riding by on a hired horse. There is nothing about me any longer to his taste. If I leave him, he will rejoice in the bottom of his heart. This was not mere hypothesis. She saw this clearly, in the penetrating light which now revealed to her the meaning of life and of her false relations. My love has been growing more and more passionate and selfish. His has been growing fainter and fainter. That is why we cannot get on together, she went on thinking. There can't be any help for it. He is all in all to me. I struggle to draw him closer and closer to me, and he wants to fly from me. Up to the time of our union, we flew to meet each other, but now we move irresistibly apart. This cannot be altered. He accuses me of being absurdly jealous, and I am. I confess that I am absurdly jealous, and yet I am not either. I am not jealous, but my love is no longer satisfied. But she opened her mouth to speak, and, in the excitement caused by the stress of her thoughts, she changed her place in the carriage. If I could only be something else than a passionate mistress, but I cannot, and I do not wish to be, and by this very wish I awake his dislike of me, while he stirs up all my evil passions, and this cannot be otherwise. Don't I know that he would not deceive me, that he is no longer in love with Kitty, that he has no intention of marrying Sorokina? I know it well, but it is none the easier for me. If now that he no longer loves me, he is kind, affectionate to me, merely from a sense of duty, but cannot be what I must have, then what would be 1,000 times worse than to have him angry with me? That would be hell. And so it is. He has long ceased to love me. When love ceases, hate begins. I don't know these streets at all. What hosts of houses! In them, people. People. No end of them. And they all hate one another. Well, let me think what could happen to me now that would give me happiness again. Suppose that Alexey Alexandrovitch should consent to the divorce, and would give me back Seroza, and that I should marry Vronsky. And as she thought of Alexey Alexandrovitch, Anna could see him with extraordinary vividness before her, as if alive, with his dull, lifeless, faded eyes, his white, blue-veined hands, and his cracking joints, and the intonations of his voice, and, as she recalled their relation to each other, which had been called love, she shuddered with aversion. Well, suppose I got the divorce, and were married to Vronsky, would not Kitty still look at me as she looked at me today? She certainly would. Would not Seroza ask and wonder why I had 2 husbands? But between me and Vronsky, what new feeling could I imagine? Is it possible that our relations might be, if not pleasanter, at least not so tormenting as they are now? No, and no, she replied without the least hesitation. Impossible. We are growing apart, and I make him unhappy. He makes me unhappy, and I cannot change him. Every means has been tried. The screw has been turned for the last time. Now, there's a beggar with a child. She thinks she inspires pity. Were we not thrown into the world to hate one another, and to torment ourselves and everybody else? Here come the schoolboys out to play. Seroza? It reminded her of her son. I used to think that I loved him, and I was touched by his gentleness. I have lived without him. I have given him up for my love, and was not sorry for the change, as long as I was contented with him whom I loved. And she remembered with disgust what she called that love, and the clearness with which she now saw her own life, as well as the lives of others, delighted her. Thus am I, and Pyotr, and the coachman, Fyodor, and that merchant, and all people from here to the Volga, wherever these remarks are applicable, and everywhere and always, she thought, as the carriage stopped in front of the low-roofed station of the Nizhny Novgorod railway, and the porters came hurrying out to meet her. "Shall I book you for Oberyarlovka?" asked Pyotr. She had entirely forgotten why she had come, and only by a great effort could she understand what he meant. "Yes," said she, handing him her purse, and, taking her little red bag, she got out of the carriage. As she entered the waiting room for the first-class passengers with the throng, she reviewed all the details of her situation, and the plans between which she was halting. And again hope and despair in alteration irritated the wounds in her tortured, cruelly palpitating heart. As she sat on the stelliform divan waiting for the train, she looked with aversion on the people going and coming. They were all her enemies. And thought now of how, when she reached the station, she would write to him, and what she would write, and then how at this very moment he, not thinking of her suffering, was complaining to his mother of his position, and how she would go to his room, and what she would say to him. The thought that she might yet live happily crossed her brain, and how hard it was to love and hate him at the same time, and, above all, how frightfully her heart was beating. End of chapter 30. Part 7, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. A bell sounded, and some impudent young men, ugly and vulgar, and yet mindful of the impression that they produced, hurried before her. Then Pyotr, in his livery and top-boots, with his dull, good-natured face, crossed the waiting-room, and came up to escort her to the carriage. The noisy men about the door stopped talking while she passed out on the platform. Then one of them whispered to his neighbor some remark which was apparently impudent. Anna mounted the high steps and sat down alone in the compartment on the dirty sofa which had once been white, and laid her bag beside her on the springy seat. Pyotr, at the window, raised his gold-laced hat, with an inane smile, for a farewell, and departed. The saucy conductor shut the door. A woman, deformed and ridiculously dressed up, followed by a little girl laughing affectedly, passed below the carriage window. Anna looked at her with disgust. "Katerina Andreyevna has everything, ma tante," screamed the little girl. "That child, even she is grotesque, and makes grimaces," thought Anna, and she seated herself at the opposite window of the empty apartment, to avoid seeing the people. A dirty hunchback muzhik passed close to the window, and examined the car wheels. He wore a cap, from beneath which could be seen tufts of dishevelled hair. "There is something familiar about that humpbacked muzhik," thought Anna, and suddenly she remembered her nightmare, and drew back, trembling with fright, toward the carriage door, which the conductor was just opening to admit a lady and a gentleman. "Do you want to get out?" Anna did not answer, and under her veil the conductor and the passenger did not see the horror in her face. She returned to her corner and sat down again. The couple took seats opposite her, and cast stealthy but curious glances at her gown. The husband and wife were obnoxious to her. The husband asked her if she objected to smoking. Evidently not for the sake of smoking, but as an excuse for entering into conversation with her. Having obtained her permission, he remarked to his wife in French that he felt even more inclined to talk than to smoke. They exchanged stupid remarks, with the hope of attracting Anna's attention. Anna clearly saw how they bored each other, how they hated each other. It was impossible not to hate such painful monstrosities. The second gong sounded, and was followed by the rumble of baggage, noise, shouts, laughter. Anna saw so clearly that there was nothing to rejoice at, that this laughter roused her indignation, and she longed to stop her ears so as not to hear it. At last the third signal was given. The locomotive whistled. There was a sound of escaping steam. The train started, and the gentleman crossed himself. "It would be interesting to ask him what he meant by that," thought Anna, looking at him angrily. Then she looked past the woman's head, out of the car window, at the people apparently moving backward even while they were standing and walking on the platform. The carriage in which Anna sat moved past the stone walls of the station, the switches, the other carriages. The wheels with a ringing sound moved more easily and smoothly over the rails. The rays of the setting sun slanted into the car window, and a light breeze played through the slats of the blinds in the carriages, and Anna forgot her neighbors, breathed in the fresh air, and took up again the course of her thoughts. "There, what was I thinking about? Oh, yes. I was just deciding that I could not imagine any situation in which my life could be anything but one long misery. We are all dedicated to unhappiness. We all know it, and only seek for ways to deceive ourselves. But when we see truth, what is to be done?" "Reason was given to man that he might avoid what annoys him," remarked the woman, in French, apparently delighted with her sentence, and putting out her tongue. The words fitted in with Anna's thought. "To avoid what annoys him," she repeated, and a glance at the red-faced man and his thin companion showed her that the woman looked on herself as a misunderstood creature, and that her stout husband did not contradict this opinion, and took advantage of it to deceive her. Anna, as it were, read their history, and looked into the most secret depths of their hearts, but it was not interesting, and she went on with her reflections. "Yes, it annoys me very much, and reason was given to avoid it. Therefore it must be done. Why not extinguish the light when it shines on things disgusting to see? But how? Why does the conductor keep hurrying through the car? Why do the young people in this carriage scream so loud? Why do they speak? What are they laughing at? It is all false, all a lie, all deception, all vanity and vexation." When the train reached the station, Anna went out with the other passengers and, with the idea of avoiding too rude a contact with the bustling crowd, she hesitated on the platform, trying to recollect why she had come, and what she meant to do. All that seemed to her possible before to do, now seemed to her difficult to execute, especially amid this noisy crowd, which would not leave her in peace. Now the porters came to her to offer her their services, now some young men, clattering with their heels up and down the platform and talking loud, observed her curiously, and now hurrying passengers pushed her aside. Finally, remembering that she was proposing to go farther if there was no answer from Vronsky, she stopped an official and asked him if a coachman had been there with a letter for Count Vronsky. Count Vronsky? Just now someone was here. Princess Sorokin and her daughter met him. What kind of a looking man is this coachman? Even while she was talking with the official, the coachman, Mikhail, rosy and gay in his elegant blue livery and watch chain, immensely proud that he had fulfilled his commission so well, came to her and handed her a note. Anna broke the seal and her heart stood still, even before she had read the carelessly written lines. "I am very sorry that your note did not find me in Moscow. I shall return at 10 o'clock." "Yes, that is what I expected," she said to herself, with an angry grimace. "Very good. You may go home," she said to Mikhail. She spoke the words slowly and gently, because the tumultuous beating of her heart almost prevented her from breathing. "No, I will not let you make me suffer so," thought she, addressing, with a threat, neither Vronsky nor her own self, so much as the thought that was torturing her. And she moved along the platform, past the station. 2 chambermaids walking on the platform turned to look at her, and made audible remarks about her toilet. "She has genuine lace," they said. The young men would not leave her in peace. They stared at her, and passed her again and again, joking and talking with loud voices. The station master came to her and asked if she was going to take the train. A lad selling kvass did not take his eyes from her. "Bozhe moi, where shall I go?" she said to herself, as she walked farther and farther along the platform. When she reached the end of it she stopped. Some women and children, who had come to the station to meet a man in spectacles, were talking and laughing. They too stopped talking, and turned to see Anna pass by. She hastened her steps, and reached the very limit of the platform. A freight train was coming. The platform shook and made her feel as if she were on a moving train. Suddenly she remembered the man who was run over on the day when she met Vronsky for the first time, and she knew what was left for her to do. With light and swift steps she descended the stairway which led from the water tank at the end of the platform down to the rails, and stood very near the train, which was slowly passing by. She looked under the cars, at the chains and the brake, and at the high iron wheels of the first car, and she tried to estimate with her eye the distance between the fore and the back wheels, and the moment when the middle would be in front of her. "There," she said, looking at the shadow of the car thrown up on the black coal dust which covered the sleepers. "There, in the center. He will be punished, and I shall be delivered from it all, and from myself." She was going to throw herself under the first car as its center came opposite where she stood. Her little red traveling bag caused her to lose the moment. She could not detach it from her arm. She awaited the second. A feeling like that she had experienced once, just before taking a dive in the river, came over her, and she made the sign of the cross. This familiar gesture called back to her soul a whole series of memories of her youth and childhood, and suddenly the darkness which hid everything from her was torn asunder. Life, with its elusive joys, glowed for an instant before her. But she did not take her eyes from the car, and when the center, between the 2 wheels, appeared, she threw away her red bag, drawing her head between her shoulders and, with outstretched hands, threw herself on her knees under the car. For a second she was horror-struck at what she was doing. "Where am I? What am I doing? Why?" She tried to get up, to draw back, but something monstrous, inflexible struck her head and threw her on her back. "Lord, forgive me all," she murmured, feeling the struggle to be in vain. A little music was working on the railroad, mumbling in his beard. And the candle, by which she had read the book that was filled with fears, with deceptions, with anguish, and with evil, flared up with greater brightness than she had ever known. revealing to her all that was before in darkness, then flickered, grew faint, and went out forever. End of chapter 31, and end of part 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 8, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 8, Chapter 1. Almost 2 months had passed by. Half the hot summer was gone, but Sergey Ivanovitch had only just made up his mind to leave Moscow. An important event for him had just occurred. The year before he had finished his book entitled An Essay on the Principles and Forms of Government in Europe and in Russia, the fruit of 6 years of labor. The introduction, as well as some fragments from the book, had already appeared in the reviews, and certain parts had been read by the author to the people of his circle, so that the ideas contained in this treatise could not be a perfect novelty for the public. But nevertheless Sergey Ivanovitch expected that the book on its appearance would attract serious attention, and produce, if not a revolution in science, at least a powerful sensation in the learned world. This book, after careful revision, had been published the year before, and distributed among the booksellers. Though Sergey Ivanovitch answered reluctantly and with pretended indifference the questions of his friends who asked how the book was going, and though he refrained from inquiring of the booksellers how it was selling, nevertheless he followed eagerly and with strained attention every sign of the impression which his book was producing on society and literature. But a week passed, a second, a third, and there was not a sign of any impression. His friends, specialists and savants, evidently out of politeness, spoke to him about it, but the rest of his acquaintances, not being interested in a book of scientific purport, did not speak about it at all. Society, also, which just at that time was preoccupied with entirely different matters, showed utter unconcern. In literary circles, also, during the lapse of a month, there was not a word about his book. Sergey Ivanovitch carefully calculated the time necessary for preparing critical reviews, but months passed by, and there also was absolute silence. Only in the Northern Beetle, in a facetious feuilleton regarding the singer Drabanti, who had lost his voice, a few scornful words were said in regard to Kosnuishev's book, showing that it had already been criticized by all and was given over to universal ridicule. At length, after 3 months, a critical article appeared in a journal of importance. Sergey Ivanovitch knew who the author was. He had met him once at Golubtsov's. He was a very young and feeble critic, very clever as a writer, but perfectly uneducated, and cowardly in his private relations. Notwithstanding Sergey Ivanovitch's contempt of the author, he began to read the article with extraordinary interest. It proved to be abominable. Evidently the critic understood the whole book just exactly as he should not have understood it, but he had so cleverly put together a section of extracts that for those who had not read the book, and apparently almost no one had read it, it was perfectly clear that the entire book, in spite of its high pretensions, was nothing but a tissue of pompous phrases, and these not always intelligible, as the critic's frequent interrogation points testified, and that the author of the work was a perfect ignoramus. And it was done in such a witty way that Sergey Ivanovitch himself could not deny the wit of it. But, after all, it was abominable. Sergey Ivanovitch, in spite of the unusual conscientiousness with which he examined into the justice of these remarks, did not for a moment think of answering the ridiculous errors and blunders. But he could not help instantly remembering all the least details of his meeting and conversation with the author of the article. "Did I say anything to affront him?" said Sergey Ivanovitch. And remembering how, when he met the young author of the article, he had shown up his ignorance in conversation, he, therefore, understood the animus of the criticism. The appearance of this article was followed by a silence, unbroken by either voice or journal, and Sergey Ivanovitch saw that his 6 years' labor, into which he had put so much of his heart and soul, had been wasted. And his position was made all the more trying because, now that his book was off his hands, he had nothing especial to occupy the larger part of his time. He was bright, well educated, in perfect health, and very active, and he did not know how to employ his industry. Conversations with callers, visits to the club, and the meetings of committees, where there was a chance for him to talk, took some of his time. But he, a man long wonted to life in the city, did not permit himself to talk with every one, as his inexperienced brother did when he was in Moscow, so that he had much leisure and a superfluity of intellectual energy. To his joy, just at this time, which was so trying to him because of the failure of his book, and after his interest in dissenters, American subjects, the famine in Samara, expositions, spiritualism, was exhausted, the Slavic question began to engross public attention, and Sergey Ivanovitch, who had been one of its earliest advocates, gave himself up to it with enthusiasm. Among Sergey Ivanovitch's friends nothing else was thought about or talked about except the Serbian war. All the things that lazy people are accustomed to do was done for the help of these brother Slavs. Balls, concerts, dinners, matches, ladies' finery, beer, drinking saloons, everything bore witness of sympathy for the Slavs. With much that was said and written on this subject, Sergey Ivanovitch could not agree. He saw that the Slav question was one of those fashionable movements that always carry people to extremes. He saw that many people with very petty personal ends in view took part in it. He recognized that the newspapers made many useless and exaggerated statements, in order to attract attention to themselves and belittle their rivals. He saw that in this common impulse of society, upstarts put themselves forward and outdid one another in making a noise. Commanders-in-chief without an army, ministers without a ministry, journalists without a journal, party leaders without partisans. He saw much that was childish and absurd. But he also saw and admired the enthusiasm which united all classes, and which it was impossible not to share. The massacre of the Serbians, who professed the same faith and spoke almost the same language, aroused sympathy for their sufferings and indignation against their persecutors. And the heroism of the Serbs and Montenegrins, who were fighting for a great cause, aroused a universal desire to help their brethren, not only in word, but in deed. But there was another phenomenon which delighted Sergey Ivanovitch especially. This was the manifestation of public opinion. Society actually spoke out its desires. The national soul received expression, as Sergey Ivanovitch expressed it, and the more he studied this movement as a whole, the more evidently it seemed to him that it was destined to grow to enormous proportions and to constitute an epoch. He devoted himself to the service of this great cause, and forgot to think about his book. All his time was now so occupied that he could scarcely reply to the letters and demands made upon him. He had worked all the spring and a part of the summer, and only in the month of July could he tear himself away to go to his brother in the country. He went for a fortnight's vacation, and rejoiced to find even in the depths of the country, in the very holy of holies of the peasantry, the same awakening of the national spirit in which he himself and all the inhabitants of the capital and the large cities of the empire firmly believed. Katavasov seized the opportunity to fulfill a promise he had made to visit Levin, and the two friends left town together. End of chapter 1. Part 8, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Sergey Ivanovitch and Katavasov had just reached the station of the Kursk railway, which was especially crowded that day, and, leaving their carriage, they were looking at a lackey who had followed them laden with various articles, when 4 cabs filled with volunteers also drove up. Ladies carrying bouquets met them, and accompanied by a crowd, they entered the station. One of the ladies who had come to meet the volunteers came out of the waiting room and addressed Sergey Ivanovitch. "Did you also come to see them off?" she asked, speaking in French. "No,
I am going myself, Princess, to have a little rest at my brother's. But are you still on escort duty?" he added, with a scarcely perceptible smile of amusement. "I have to be," replied the princess. "But tell me, is it true that we have sent off 800 already? Malvinsky told me so." "More than 800. We've sent off more than 1,000, if we could count those not immediately from Moscow," said Sergey Ivanovitch.
"There, I said so!" cried the lady, delighted. "And is it true that the subscriptions amount to nearly 1,000,000?
"More than that, Princess."
Have you read the news? They have beaten the Turks again."
"Yes, I read about it," replied Sergey Ivanovitch. She referred to a recent dispatch, which confirmed the report that 3 days before the Turks had been beaten at every point and had fled, and that the next day a decisive battle was expected.
"Oh, by the way, do you know a splendid young fellow is petitioning to go? I don't see why they put obstacles in his way. I wanted to ask you to put your signature on his petition. I know him. He comes from the Countess Lidia Ivanovna." After asking some particulars in regard to the young man, Sergey Ivanovitch went into the waiting room, affixed his signature to the document, and handed it back to the princess. "Do you know, Count Vronsky, the famous, is going on this train?" said the princess, with a triumphant and significant smile, as he rejoined her and handed her the petition.
"I heard that he was going, but I did not know when. On this train?"
"I just saw him. He is here. His mother is the only one with him. All things considered, I do not think he could do any better."
"Oh, yes, of course." During the conversation the crowd had rushed into the restaurant of the station, where a man with a glass in his hand was making an address to the volunteers. "For the service of our faith and humanity and our brethren," he said, raising his voice, "Matushka Moskva, Mother Moscow, gives you her blessing in this noble cause. May it prosper," he concluded, with tears in his eyes. The crowd responded with cheers, and a fresh throng poured into the waiting room, nearly overwhelming the princess. "Ah, princess, what do you say to this?" cried Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, with a radiant smile of joy, suddenly appeared in the midst of the throng. "Didn't he speak gloriously? Bravo! And here's Sergey Ivanovitch. You ought to speak just a few words, you know, of encouragement. You do it so well," added Oblonsky, touching Koznishev's arm with an expression of suave, flattering deference. "Oh, no, I'm leaving immediately."
"Where?"
"To the country, to my brother's," replied Sergey Ivanovitch.
"Then you'll see my wife. I've written her, but you'll see her before she gets my letter. Please tell her that you met me, and that everything is 'all right.' She will understand. And be so good as to tell her, too, that I got my place as a member of the commission of, well, she knows what that is. You know, les petites misères de la vie humaine," said he, turning to the princess, as if in apology. "My Kaya, not Lisa, but Bipshy, sends 1,000 guns and 12 hospital nurses. Did I tell you?"
"Yes, I heard about it," answered Koznishев coldly.
"But what a pity you are going away," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch. "We give a farewell dinner tomorrow to 2 volunteers, at Dimer's. Bartnietsky of Petersburg and our Veslovsky, Grisha. Both are going. Veslovsky is just married. He is a fine lad. Isn't it so, princess?" he added, addressing the lady. The princess did not reply, but looked at Koznishef. The fact that the princess and Sergey Ivanovitch evidently wanted to get rid of him did not in the least disconcert Stepan Arkadyevitch. Smiling, he glanced now at the princess's hat plume, now off to one side or the other, as if searching for a new subject, and, as he saw a lady going by with a subscription box, he beckoned to her and handed her a 5-ruble note. "I can't bear to see the subscription boxes pass by me, now that I have ready money," he said. "What splendid news there is! Hurrah for the Montenegrins!" "What is that you say?" he cried, when the princess told him that Vronsky was going by the first train. For an instant Stepan Arkadyevitch's face grew sad, but the next moment, slightly limping with both feet, and stroking his side whiskers, he went off to the room where Vronsky was. He had already entirely forgotten the tears he had shed over his sister's grave, and saw in Vronsky only a hero and an old friend. "One must do him justice, in spite of his faults," said the princess to Sergey Ivanovitch, when Oblonsky was gone. He has the true Russian, the Slavic nature, but I am afraid it will be disagreeable to the count to see him. Whatever people may say, I pity that unhappy man. Try to talk with him a little on the journey," said the princess. "Certainly, if I have a chance." "I never liked him, but what he is doing now makes up for much. He's not only going himself, but he's taking out a squadron of cavalry at his own expense." "Yes, so I have heard." The bell rang, and the crowd pressed toward the doors. "There he is," said the princess, pointing out Vronsky, who was dressed in a long coat and broad-brimmed black hat. His mother was leaning on his arm. Oblonsky followed them, talking vivaciously. Vronsky was frowning and looked straight ahead, as if not listening to what Stepan Arkadyevitch said. Apparently at Oblonsky's suggestion he looked in the direction where Sergey Ivanovitch and the princess were standing, and raised his hat silently. His face, which had grown old and worn, was like stone. Going out on the platform, Vronsky, silently quitting his mother's side, vanished from sight in his compartment. On the platform men were singing the national hymn. Then hurrahs and vivas resounded. One of the volunteers, a tall, very young man, with stooping shoulders, ostentatiously responded to the public, waving above his head a felt hat and a bouquet, while behind him two officers and an elderly man with a full beard and a greasy cap put out their heads, also bowing. Chapter 3. Part 8, Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. After Sergey Ivanovitch had taken leave of the princess, he and Katavasov, who had joined him, entered their carriage, which was packed, and the train started. When the train rolled into the station at Tsarist Russia, it was met by a chorus of young men singing the Slavsa. Again the volunteers put out their heads and bowed, but Sergey Ivanovitch paid no attention to them. He had had so much to do with volunteers that he already knew this general type, and it did not interest him. But Katavasov, who on account of his pedagogical occupations had not enjoyed any opportunity to observe the men who volunteered, was very much interested, and asked his friend about them. Sergey Ivanovitch advised him to look into their carriage and talk with some of them. At the next station Katavasov followed this advice. As soon as the train stopped, he went into the second-class carriage and made the acquaintance of the volunteers. Some of them were seated in a corner of the carriage, talking noisily, aware that they were attracting the attention of the other passengers and of Katavasov, whom they saw come in. The tall, sunken-chested young man was talking louder than the others. He was evidently tipsy, and was telling the story of something which had happened in their establishment. Opposite him sat an old officer in the Austrian military jacket of the Guard uniform. He was listening with a smile to the narrator, and occasionally prompting him. A third volunteer, in an artillery uniform, was sitting on a box near them. A fourth was asleep. Katavasov entered into conversation with the youth, and learned that he had been a rich merchant in Moscow, who, before he was 22 years old, had succeeded in squandering a considerable fortune. Katavasov did not like him, because he was effeminate, conceited, and sickly. He evidently felt, especially now that he was drunk, that he was doing a heroic deed, and he boasted in the most disagreeable manner. The second, a retired officer, also impressed Katavasov unpleasantly. He was a man who had apparently tried his hand at everything. He had worked on a railway, and had been director of an estate, and had established a factory, and he talked of everything without any necessity of doing so, and often used words which showed his ignorance. The third, the artilleryman, on the contrary, pleased Katavasov very much. He was a modest gentleman. He was evidently disgusted by the affected knowledge of the retired officer and the young merchant's boasted heroism, and he would say nothing about himself. When Katavasov asked him what induced him to go into Serbia, he answered modestly, "I am going because everyone else is going. We must help the Serbians. It is too bad." "They have very few of our artillerymen, I believe." "My service in the artillery was very short. I may be assigned to the infantry or the cavalry." Why in the infantry, when they need artillerymen more than all?" asked Katavasov, gathering from the artillerist's age that he must have already reached a considerable rank. "I did not serve very long in the artillery, but left the service when I was only a yunker." And he began to explain why he had not passed his examination. All this together produced on Katavasov a generally unpleasant impression, and when the volunteers rushed out into one of the stations to get something to drink, Katavasov felt the desire to talk with some one so as to confirm his unfavorable impression. One of his fellow travelers, a little old man in a military paletot, had been listening all the time to Katavasov's talk with the volunteers. As the two were left alone together in the carriage, Katavasov addressed him. "What a diversity of condition of all these men that are going south," said Katavasov, vaguely, wishing to express his opinion and at the same time draw out the old man's views. The old man was a soldier who had fought in 2 campaigns, and he knew what it meant to go to war. And in the actions and words of these gentlemen, the bravery with which they kept applying themselves to the flask, he read their inferiority as soldiers. Moreover, his residence was in a district city, and he wanted to relate how from that place a good-for-nothing fellow, a drunkard and a thief whom no one would hire as a workman, had gone as a soldier. But knowing by experience that in the present state of excitement under which society was laboring, it was dangerous to express himself frankly against the general sentiment, and especially to criticize the volunteers, he merely looked at Katavasov. "Well, men are needed there," said he, smiling with his eyes. And they began to talk over the latest war news, and each of them concealed from the other his doubt whether a battle was to be expected on the next day, since, according to the latest report, the Turks had been defeated at all points. And so they parted without either of them having expressed what he really thought. When Katavasov returned to his own carriage, he told Sergey Ivanovitch, with some twinges of conscience, that he enjoyed talking with the volunteers, and he declared that they were excellent lads. In the great station where they next stopped, the chorus, the cheers, the bouquets, and the beggars again appeared, and again the ladies with bouquets conducted the volunteers into the restaurant, but there was so much less enthusiasm than there had been at Moscow. End of chapter 3. Part 8, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. While the train stopped at a certain government capital, Sergey Ivanovitch did not go to the restaurant, but walked up and down the platform. The first time he passed Vronsky's compartment, he noticed that the window was shaded. But, when he passed the second time, he saw the old countess at the window. She called him to her. "You see, I am going as far as Kursk with him." "Yes, I heard that he was going," answered Koznuishev, stopping at the window and looking in. "What a noble action on his part," he added, seeing that Vronsky was not in the carriage. "Well, what could he do after his misfortune?" "What a horrible thing it was," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "Ach, what I have not been through! Yes, do come in. Ach, what I have not been through!" she repeated, as Sergey Ivanovitch came in and sat down on the seat beside her. "You could not imagine it. For 6 weeks he never said a word to anyone, and he only ate when I begged him to do so. We dared not leave him alone a single instant. We took away everything with which he might kill himself with. We lived on the first floor, but we had to be on the watch all the same. You know he shot himself once before, for her sake," said the old countess, her face clouding at this remembrance. "Yes, she died as was fit for such a woman to die. Even the death she chose was low and wretched." "It is not for us to judge her, countess," replied Sergey Ivanovitch with a sigh. "But I can imagine what you have suffered." "Ah, don't speak of it. My son was with me at my country place. A note was brought him. He answered immediately. We did not know at all that she was at the station. That evening I had just gone to my room, and my Mary told me that a lady had thrown herself under the train. I felt something like a shock. I understood instantly what had happened. I knew it was she. My first words were, 'Let no one tell the count.' But they had just told him. His coachman was at the station when it happened, and saw it all. I ran to my son's room. He was beside himself. It was terrible to see him. Without speaking one word, he left the house. And what he found, I do not know. But they brought him back like one dead. I should never have known him. Prostration complete, the doctor said. Then he became almost insane. Oh, what can be said?" cried the countess, waving her hands. "It was a terrible time. No, let people say what they will. She was a bad woman. Think! What a desperate passion she was in. She did it to make an extraordinary sensation, and she succeeded. She has done irreparable injury to the lives of two men of rare merit, her husband and my son, and ruined herself." "How about her husband?" "He has taken her little girl. At first Alyosha consented to everything. Now he is awfully sorry, having given up his daughter to a stranger, but he could not take back his word. Karenina went to the funeral. We succeeded in preventing a meeting between him and Alyosha. For him, that is her husband, this death is a deliverance. But my poor son gave up everything for her, sacrificed everything. Me, his position, his career. And she was not contented with that, but wanted to ruin him besides. No, whatever you may say, her death is the death of a bad woman, a woman without religion. May God forgive me, but when I think of the harm she has done my son, I cannot help cursing her memory." "How is he now?" "This Serbian war is our salvation. I am old and don't understand much about it, but God sent it for him. Of course, for me, as his mother, it is painful. And besides, they say, ce n'est pas très bien vu à Petersburg. But what can be done about it? This is the only thing that could save him. Yashvin, his friend, gambled away all he had and enlisted. He came to Alyosha and persuaded him to go to Serbia with him. Now this is occupying him. Do talk with him, I beg of you. He is so sad. And then, besides his other troubles, he has a toothache. But he will be glad to see you. Please talk with him. He is walking up and down on the other side of the track." Sergey Ivanovitch said that he would be very glad to talk with the count, and went over to the side where Vronsky was. Chapter 5. Part 8, Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In the oblique evening shadow cast by a heap of baggage piled on the platform, Vronsky, in his long paletot and slouch hat, with his hands in his pockets, was walking, like a wild beast in a cage, up and down a narrow space where he could not take more than a score of steps. It seemed to Sergey Ivanovitch as he drew near that Vronsky saw him but pretended not to recognize him. But to Sergey Ivanovitch this was all the same. He was above any petty susceptibility. At this moment, Vronsky, in his eyes, was an important actor in a grand event, and deserved to be sustained and encouraged. He approached the count. Vronsky stopped, looked at him, recognized him, and taking a few steps to meet him, cordially held out his hand. "Perhaps you would prefer not to see me," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "But can I be of any service to you?" "No one could be less unpleasant for me to meet than you," answered Vronsky. "Pardon me. There is nothing pleasant for me in life." "I understand, and I want to offer you my services," said Kozneushchev, struck by the deep suffering that was apparent in the count's face. "Might not a letter to Restich or Milan be of some use to you?" "Oh, no," answered Vronsky, making an effort to understand. "If it is all the same to you, we will walk a little. It is so stifling in the train. A letter? No, thank you. One needs no letter of introduction to get killed. In this case, one to the Turks, perhaps," added he, with a smile at the corners of his mouth. His eyes kept the same expression of bitter sadness. "Well, it would make it easier for you to come into relations with men prepared for action. Still, as you please. But I was very glad to learn of your decision." The very fact that a man of your standing has joined the volunteers will raise them above all cavil in the public estimation." "My sole merit," replied Vronsky, "is that life is of no value to me. As to physical energy, I know it will not be wanting for any purpose, and I am glad enough to give my life, which is not only useless to me, but disgusting, to be useful to somebody." And he made an impatient motion with his jaw, caused by his unceasing toothache, which prevented him from talking with the expression he desired. "You will be regenerated, it is my prediction," said Sergey Ivanovitch, feeling touched. "The deliverance of one's oppressed brethren is an aim for which one might well live as die. May God grant you full success, and fill your soul with peace," he added, and held out his hand. Vronsky pressed his hand cordially. "As a field piece I may be of use, but as a man I am only a ruin," murmured the count, with intervals between the phrases. The throbbing pain in his tooth, which filled his mouth with saliva, made it an effort for him to speak. He stopped and fixed his eyes mechanically on the engine wheels, which advanced, revolving slowly and smoothly on the rails. And suddenly a sense of intense spiritual anguish caused him for a moment to forget his toothache. At the sight of the engine and the rails, through the influence of his talk with an acquaintance with whom he had not seen since his misfortune, she suddenly appeared to him, or, at least, that which remained of her, as, when he rushed like a madman into the barracks near the station where they had carried her, he saw, lying on a table, shamelessly exposed to the sight of all, her bleeding body, which had so lately been full of life. Her head was uninjured, with its heavy braids and its light curls clustering around the temples, was leaning back with the eyes half closed, and in the lovely face hovered still a strange, wild expression, while her rosy lips, slightly opened, seemed prepared to utter once again that terrible menace, to predict to him, as she had in their dispute, that he would repent. And he tried to remember how she looked when he first met her, also at a railroad station, with that mysterious, poetic, charming beauty, overflowing with life and gaiety, demanding and bestowing happiness, and not bitterly revengeful as he remembered her at their last interview. He tried to remember the happy moments he had spent with her, but these moments were forever spoiled for him. He remembered only her face, haughtily expressing her threat of unnecessary, but implacable, vengeance. He ceased to be conscious of his toothache, and sobs convulsed his face. After walking up and down by the baggage once or twice, the count controlled himself and spoke calmly with Sergey Ivanovitch. "Have you seen the latest telegrams?" "Yes, they have fought 3 times, and another battle is expected tomorrow." And after a few words about King Milan's proclamation, and the immense effect which it might have, the two men separated at the ringing of the second bell and went to their respective compartments. Chapter 6. Part 8, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. As Sergey Ivanovitch had not known just when it would be possible for him to leave Moscow, he did not telegraph his brother to send for him. Levin was not at home when he and Katavasov, black as negroes with smoke and dust, reached Pokrovskoye about noon in a tarantass which they had hired at the station. Kitty was sitting on the balcony with her father and sister when she saw her brother-in-law approaching, and she ran to meet him. "Your conscience ought to prick you for not letting us know," said she, shaking hands with Sergey Ivanovitch and offering her brow to be kissed. "We got on splendidly, and we did not have to bother you. I am so dusty that I fear to touch you. I was so busy that I did not know when I could leave. And you look the same as ever," said he, smiling, enjoying the gentle current of your softly flowing happiness. "And here is our friend, Fyodor Vasilyevitch, who has come at last." "But I am not a Negro. When I have washed I shall look like a human being," said Katavasov, with his usual pleasantry, offering his hand and laughing, so that his white teeth gleamed out from his dusty face. "Kostya will be very glad. He is out on the farm, but but he ought to be back by this time."
"Always occupied with his estate," said Katavasov. "The rest of us can think of nothing but the Serbian war. How does my friend regard this subject? He is sure not to think as other people do."
"Yes, he does, but perhaps not like everybody," said Kitty, a little confused, looking at Sergey Ivanovitch. "I will send some one to find him. We have papa with us just now. He has recently come back from abroad."
And Kitty, while making her arrangements to send for Levin, and to furnish her guests a chance to wash off the dust, the one in the library, the other in the room assigned to Dolly, and then to have luncheon ready for them, enjoyed the full power of quick motion, which before her baby was born she had been so long deprived of. Then she went to the balcony where her father was.
"It's Sergey Ivanovitch and Professor Katavasov."
"Ugh! In this heat! It will be a bore."
"Not at all, papa. He is very nice, and Kostya loves him dearly," said Kitty, laughing at the expression of consternation on her father's face. "Go entertain them, Tushenka," she said to her sister. "They saw Stiva at the station. He was well, and I am going to the baby for a little while. I actually have not nursed him since morning. He will be crying if I don't go." And she, feeling the pressure of milk, hastened to the nursery. In reality it had not been guesswork with her. The tie that bound her to the child was still unbroken. She actually knew by the flow of milk that he needed something to eat. Even before she reached the nursery she knew that he would be crying, and indeed he was. She heard his voice and quickened her steps. But the more she hurried, the louder he cried. It was a fine, healthy scream, a scream of hunger and impatience. "Am I late, nurse? Late?" asked Kitty, sitting down and getting ready to suckle the child. "There, give him to me. Give him to me, quick. Ach, nurse, how stupid! Take off his cap afterward," said she, quite as impatient as her baby. The baby screamed as if it were famished. Now, it can't be helped, little mother," said Agafya Mikhailovna, who could not keep out of the nursery. "You must do things in order." "Agu, agu," she chuckled to the infant, not heeding Kitty's impatience. The nurse gave the child to his mother. Agafya Mikhailovna followed the child, her face all aglow with tenderness. "He knows me! He knows me! God is my witness, he knew me, Matushka Katerina Alexandrovna!" she cried. But Kitty did not hear what she said. Her impatience was as great as the baby's. It hindered the very thing that they both desired. The baby, in his haste to suckle, could not manage to take hold, and was vexed. At last, after one final shriek of despair, the arrangements were perfected, and mother and child, simultaneously breathing a sigh of content, became calm. "The poor little thing is all in a perspiration," whispered Kitty. "Do you really think he knew you?" she added, looking down into the child's eyes, which seemed to her to peep out roguishly from under his cap, as his little cheeks sucked in and out, while his little hand, with rosy palm, flourished around his head. "It cannot be, for, if he knew you, he would surely know me," continued Kitty, with a smile, when Agafya Mikhailovna persisted in her belief that he knew her. She smiled because she said that he could not recognize her, yet she knew in her heart that he not only recognized Agafya Mikhailovna, but that he knew and understood all things, and knew and understood what no one else understood, and things which she, his mother, was now beginning to understand only through his teaching. For Agafya Mikhailovna, for the nurse, for his grandfather, even for his father, Mitya was just a little human being, who needed nothing but physical care. For his mother, he was a being endowed with moral faculties, who already had a whole history of spiritual relationships. "You will see if he doesn't when he wakes up. When I do this way, his face will light up, the little dove. It will light up like a bright day," said Agafya Mikhailovna. "There, very well, we shall see," whispered Kitty. "Now go away, he is going to sleep." Chapter 7 Part 8, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Agafya Mikhailovna went away on tiptoe. The nurse closed the blinds, chased away the flies which were hidden under the muslin curtain of the cradle, Then she sat down and began to wave a little withered branch over the mother and child. "It is hot, hot. Pray God, he may send me a little shower," she said. "Da, da, sh," was the mother's reply, as she rocked gently to and fro, and pressed Mitya to her breast. His eyelids now opened and now closed, and he languidly moved his chubby arm. This little arm disturbed Kitty. She felt a strong inclination to kiss it, but she feared to do so lest she should wake him. At last the arm began to droop, and the eyes closed more and more. Only rarely now would he raise his long lashes and gaze at his mother with his dark, dewy eyes. The nurse began to nod, and dropped off into a nap. Overhead she could hear the old prince's voice, and Katavasov's sonorous laugh. "Evidently they don't need me to help in the conversation," thought Kitty. "But it's too bad that Kostya is not there. He must have gone to his bees. Sometimes it disturbs me to have him spend so much time over them. But then, on the whole, I am glad. It diverts him, and he is certainly more cheerful than he was in the spring. Then he was so gloomy and so unhappy. What a strange man he is!" Kitty knew what caused her husband's disquiet. It was his doubting spirit, and although, if she had been asked if she believed that, in the world to come, he would fail of salvation owing to his want of faith, she would have been compelled to say yes, yet his skepticism did not make her unhappy, and she, who believed that there was no salvation for the unbelieving, and loved more than all else in the world her husband's soul, smiled as she thought of his skepticism, and called him a strange man. Why does he spend all his time reading those philosophical books? If all this is written in those books, then he can understand them. But if it is not true, why does he read them? He himself says that he longs for faith. Why doesn't he believe? Probably he thinks too much, and he thinks too much because he is lonely. He is always alone. He can't speak out all his thoughts to us. I think he will be glad that these guests have come, especially Katavasov. He likes to discuss with him. And immediately Kitty's thoughts were diverted by the question where it would be best for Katavasov to sleep. Ought he and Sergey Ivanovitch to have a room together or apart? And here a sudden thought made her start, so that she disturbed Mitya, who opened his eyes and looked at her reproachfully. "The washerwoman hasn't brought back the linen. I hope Agafya Mikhailovna hasn't given out all we had," and the color rushed to Kitty's forehead. "There, I must find out myself," thought she, and reverting to her former thoughts, she remembered that she had not finished the important train of spiritual thoughts which she had begun, and she once more repeated, "Yes, Kostya is an unbeliever," and, as she did so, she smiled. "Yes, he is an unbeliever. But I'd far liefer he should be one than a person like Madame Stahl, or as I wanted to be when I was abroad. At any rate, he will never be hypocritical." And a recent example of his goodness recurred vividly to her memory. Several weeks before, Stepan Arkadyevitch had written to Dolly a letter of repentance. He begged her to save his honor by selling her property to pay his debts. Dolly was in despair. She hated her husband, despised him, and at first she made up her mind to refuse his request, to apply for a divorce, but afterward she decided to sell a part of her estate. Kitty, with an involuntary smile of emotion, recalled her husband's confusion, his various awkward attempts to find a way of helping Dolly, and how, at last, he came to the conclusion that the only way to accomplish it without wounding her was to make over to Dolly their part of this estate. How can he be without faith, when he has such a warm heart, and is afraid to grieve even a child? He never thinks of himself, always of others. Sergey Ivanovitch finds it perfectly natural to consider him his business manager. So does his sister. Dolly and her children have no one else but him to lean upon. He is always sacrificing his time to the peasants, who come to consult him every day. Yes, you cannot do better than to try to be like your father," she murmured, touching her lips to her son's cheek, before laying him in the nurse's arms. Chapter 7. Part 8, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Ever since that moment when, as he sat beside his dying brother, Levin had examined the problem of life and death in the light of the new convictions, as he called them, which from the age of 20 to 34 years had taken the place of his childhood beliefs, he was terrified not only at death, but at life, because it seemed to him that he had not the slightest knowledge of its origin, its purpose, its reason, its nature. Our organism and its destruction, the indestructibility of matter, the laws of the conservation and development of forces, were words which were substituted for the terms of his early faith. These words, and the scientific theories connected with them, were doubtless interesting from an intellectual point of view, but they stood for nothing in the face of real life. And Levin suddenly felt in the position of a man who, in cold weather, had exchanged his warm shuba for a muslin garment, and who for the first time should indubitably, not with his reason, but with his whole being, become persuaded that he was absolutely naked, and inevitably destined to perish miserably. From that time, without the least changing his outward life, and though he did not like to confess it, even to himself, Levin never ceased to feel a terror of his ignorance. Moreover, he vaguely felt that what he called his convictions not only came from his ignorance, but were idle for helping him to a clearer knowledge of what he needed. At first his marriage, with its new joys and its new duties, completely blotted out these thoughts, but they came back to him, with increasing persistence demanding an answer, after his wife's confinement, when he lived in Moscow without any serious occupation. The question presented itself to him in this way:
If I did not accept the explanations offered me by Christianity on the problem of my existence, then what answer shall I find?
And he scrutinized the whole arsenal of his scientific convictions, and found no answer whatever to his questions, and nothing like an answer. He was in the position of a man who seeks to find food in a toy store or a gun shop. Involuntarily and unconsciously he sought now in every book, in every conversation, and in every person whom he met some sympathy with these questions and their solution. More than anything else he was surprised and puzzled by the fact that the men of his class, who for the most part had, like himself, substituted science for religion, seemed to experience not the least moral suffering, but to live entirely satisfied and content. Thus, in addition to the main question, there were others which tormented him. Were these men sincere? Were they not hypocrites? Or did they understand more clearly than he did the answer science gave to these troublesome questions? Again he took to studying these men, and books which might contain the solutions which he so desired. One thing which he had discovered, however, since these questions had begun to occupy him, was that he had made a gross error in taking up with the ideas of his early university friends that religion had outlived its day and no longer existed. The best people whom he knew were believers: the old prince, Lvov, of whom he was so fond, Sergey Ivanovitch, and all women had faith, and his wife believed just as he had believed when he was a child, and 9/10 of the Russian people, all the people whose lives inspired the greatest respect, were believers. Another strange thing was that, as he read many books, he became convinced that the men whose opinions he shared did not attach to them any importance, and that without explaining anything, they simply ignored these questions, without an answer to which life seemed to him impossible, and took up others which were to him utterly uninteresting, such, for example, as the development of the organism, the mechanical explanation of the soul, and others. Moreover, at the time of his wife's illness, he had what to him seemed a most extraordinary experience. He, the unbeliever, had prayed, and prayed with sincere faith, but as soon as the danger was over, he felt that he could not give that temporary disposition any abiding place in his life. He could not avow that the truth appeared to him then, but that he was mistaken now, because, as he began calmly to analyze his feelings, they eluded him. He could not avow that he had been deceived then, because he had experienced a temporary spiritual condition, and if he pretended that he had succumbed to a moment of weakness, he would sully a sacred moment. He was in a state of internal conflict, and he strove with all the strength of his nature to free himself from it. End of chapter 8. Part 8, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. These thoughts tormented him with varying intensity, but he could not free himself from them. He read and meditated, but the more he read and meditated, the end desired seemed to grow more and more remote. During the latter part of his stay in Moscow, and after he reached the country, he became convinced of the uselessness of seeking in materialism an answer to his doubts, and he read over the philosophers whose explanations of life were opposed to materialism, Plato and Spinoza, and Kant and Schelling, and Hegel and Schopenhauer. These thoughts seemed to him fruitful while he was reading, or was contrasting their doctrines with those of others, especially with those of a materialistic tendency. But just as soon as he attempted, independently, to apply these guides to some doubtful point, he fell back into the same perplexities as before. The terms mind, will, freedom, essence, had a certain meaning to his intellect as long as he followed the clue established by the deductions of these philosophers, and allowed himself to be caught in the snare of their subtle distinctions. But when practical life asserted its point of view, this artistic structure fell, like a house built of cards, and it became evident that the edifice was built only of beautiful words, having no more connection than logic with the serious side of life. Once, as he was reading Schopenhauer, he substituted the term love for that which this philosopher calls will, and this new philosophy consoled him for a few days while he clung to it. But it also proved unsatisfactory when he regarded it from the standpoint of practical life. Then it seemed to be the thin muslin without warmth as a dress. Sergey Ivanovitch advised him to read Khomyakov's theological writings, and though he was at first repelled by the excessive affectation of the author's style, and his strong polemic tendency, he was struck by their teachings regarding the Church. He was struck also by the development of the following thought: Man when alone cannot attain the knowledge of theological truths. The true light is kept for a communion of souls who are filled with the same love, that is, for the Church. He was delighted with the thought, how much easier it is to accept the Church, which united with it all believing people and was endowed with holiness and infallibility, since it had God for its head, to accept its teaching as to creation, the fall and redemption, and through it to reach God, than to begin with God, a far-off, mysterious God, the creation, and the rest of it. But, as he read, after Khomyakov, a history of the Church by a Catholic writer, and the history of the Church by an Orthodox writer, and perceived that the Orthodox Greek Church and the Roman Catholic Church, both of them in their very essence infallible, were antagonistic, he saw that he had been deluded by Khomyakov's church teachings, and this edifice also fell into dust, like the constructions of philosophy. During this whole spring he was not himself, and passed hours of misery. I cannot live without knowing what I am, and why I exist. Since I cannot reach this knowledge, life is impossible, said Levin to himself. In the infinitude of time, in the infinitude of matter, in the infinitude of space, an organic cell is formed, exists for a moment, and bursts. That cell is I. This was a cruel lie, but it was the soul, the supreme result of the labor of the human mind for centuries. It was the final creed on which were founded the latest researches of the scientific spirit. It was the dominant conviction, and Levin, without knowing exactly why, simply because this theory seemed to him the clearest, was involuntarily held by it. But this conclusion was not merely a lie, It was the cruel jest of some evil spirit, cruel, inimical, to which it was impossible to submit. To get away from it was a duty. Deliverance from it was in the power of every one, and the one means of deliverance was death. And Levin, the happy father of a family, a man in perfect health, was sometimes so tempted to commit suicide that he hid ropes from sight, lest he should hang himself, and feared to go out with his gun, lest he should shoot himself. But Levin did not hang himself, or shoot himself, but lived and struggled on. End of chapter 9. Part 8, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. When Levin puzzled over what he was and why he was born, he found no answer and fell into despair. But when he ceased to ask himself these questions, he seemed to know what he was and why he was alive, for the very reason that he resolutely and definitely lived and worked. Even during the more recent months he had lived far more strenuously and resolutely than ever before. Toward the end of June he returned to the country and resumed his ordinary work in Pokrovskoye. The superintendence of the estates of his brother and sister, his relations with his neighbors and his muzhiks, his family cares, his new enterprise in bee culture, which he had taken up this year, occupied all his time. These interests occupied him, not because he carried them on with a view to their universal application, as he had done before, but, on the contrary, because being now on the one hand disillusioned by the lack of success in his former undertakings for the common good, on the other being too much engrossed by his own thoughts and the very multitude of affairs calling for his attention, he entirely relinquished all his attempts of cooperative advantage, and he occupied himself with his affairs simply because it seemed to him that he was irresistibly impelled to do what he did, and could not do otherwise. Formerly, almost from childhood till he reached manhood, when he began to do anything that would be good for all, for humanity, for Russia, he saw that the thought of it gave him, in advance, a pleasing sense of joy. But the action in itself never realized his hopes, nor had he full conviction that the work was necessary, and the activity itself, which seemed at first so important, kept growing smaller and smaller, and came to naught. But now that since his marriage he had become more and more restricted by life for its own sake, though he had no pleasure at the thought of his activity, he felt a conviction that his work was indispensable, and saw that the results gained were far more satisfactory than before. Now, quite against his will, he cut deeper and deeper into the soil, like a plough that cannot choose its path or turn from its furrow. To live as his fathers and grandfathers had lived, to carry out their work so as to hand it on in turn to his children, seemed to him a plain duty. It was as necessary as the duty of eating when hungry, and he knew that, to reach this end, he was under obligation so to conduct the machinery of the estate at Pokrovskoye that there might be profit in it. As indubitably as a debt required to be paid, so it was incumbent on him to preserve his paternal estate in such a condition that his son, receiving it in turn, might say, "Thank you, my father," just as Levin himself was grateful to his ancestors for what they had cleared and tilled. He felt that he had no right to rent his land to the muzhiks, but that he himself must keep everything under his own eye, maintain his cattle, fertilize his fields, set out trees. It was impossible not to look out for the interests of Sergey Ivanovitch and his sister, and all the peasants that came to consult him, as it was to abandon the child that had been given into his hands. He felt obliged to look after the interests of his sister-in-law, who with her children was living at his house, and of his wife with her child, and he had to spend with them at least a small part of his time. And all this, together with his hunting and his new occupation of bee culture, filled to overflowing his life, the meaning of which he could not understand when he reflected on it. Not only did Levin see clearly what it was his duty to do, but he saw how he must fulfill it, and what had paramount importance. He knew that it was requisite to hire laborers as cheaply as possible. but to get them into his power by paying down money in advance, and getting them at less than market price, he would not do, although this was very advantageous. It was permissible to sell fodder to the musics in time of scarcity, even though he felt sorry for those who were improvident, but he felt it his duty to do away with inns and drinking places, even though they brought in great profit. On principle he punished as severely as he could thefts from his wood, but when he found cattle straying he was not inclined to exact a fine, and though it annoyed the guards and brought the punishment into contempt, he always insisted on having the cattle driven out again. He advanced money to Pyotr, to save him from the claws of a money-lender, who charged him 10% a month, but he made no allowance for arrears in the obrok, or money due him from negligent muzhiks. He found it impossible to pardon an overseer because a small meadow was not mowed and the grass was wasted, but he would not let them mow a piece of land amounting to 80 desiatins, or 216 acres, on which a young forest had been planted. He would not excuse a muzhik who went home in working hours because his father had died, sorry as he was for him, and he had to pay him lower wages for the costly months of idleness, but he was bound to give board and lodging to old servants who were superannuated. Levin felt that it was right, on returning home, to go first to his wife, who was not well, though some muzhiks had been waiting for 3 hours to see him, and he knew, in spite of all the pleasure that he should have in seeing his bees hived, nevertheless he felt in duty bound to deprive himself of this pleasure, and let his old beeman transfer the swarm without him, and go and talk with the muzhiks who had come to the apiary for him. Whether he did well or ill, he knew not, and he did not try to settle it, but, moreover, he avoided all thoughts and discussions on the subject. Reasoning led him to doubt, and prevented him from seeing what was right to do or not to do. When he ceased to consider, but simply lived, he never failed to find in his soul the presence of an infallible judge, telling him which of 2 possible courses was the best to take, and which was the worst. And when he failed to follow this inner voice, he was instantly made aware of it. Thus he lived, not knowing, and not seeing the possibility of knowing, what he was or why he lived in the world, and tortured by his ignorance to such a degree that he feared committing suicide, and yet resolutely pursuing the course of life traced out for him. End of chapter 10. Part 8, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The day on which Sergey Ivanovitch reached Pokrovskoye had been unusually full of torment for Levin. It was at that hurried, busy season of the year when all the peasantry are engaged in putting forth an extraordinary effort, and showing an endurance which are quite unknown in the ordinary conditions of their lives, and which would be prized very highly if it were not repeated each year, and did not produce such very simple results. Mowing and sowing rye and oats, reaping, harvesting, threshing, these are labors which seem simple and commonplace, but to accomplish them in the short time accorded by nature, everyone, old and young, must set to work. For 3 or 4 weeks they must be content with the simplest fare, black bread, garlic, and kvass, must sleep only a few hours, and must not pause night or day. And every year this happens throughout all Russia. Having lived the larger part of his life in the country and in the closest relations with the peasantry, Levin always at harvest time felt that this universal activity among the people embraced his own life. In the early morning he had gone to the field of early rye, to the field where they were carrying off the oats in ricks. Then he came back to breakfast with his wife and sister-in-law, and had afterward gone off on foot to the farm, where he was trying a new threshing machine. This whole day, Levin, as he talked with the overseer and the muzhiks in the field, as he talked at the house with his wife and Dolly and the children and his father-in-law, thought of only one thing, and constantly the same questions pursued him. What am I? And where am I? And why am I here? As he stood in the cool shadow of his newly thatched barn, where the hazelwood timbers, still smelling of the fragrant leaves, held down the straw to freshly peeled aspen timbers that made the roof, Levin gazed, now through the open doors, where whirled and played the dry and choking dust thrown off by the threshing machine, now at the hot sunlight lying on the grass of the threshing floor, and at the fresh straw just brought out of the barn, and now at the white-breasted swallows with their spotted heads as they flew about twittering and settling under the eaves, or, shaking their wings, darted through the open doors. And then again at the peasantry bustling about in the dark and dusty barn, and strange ideas came into his mind. Why is all this done? He asked himself. Why am I standing here? Why am I compelling them to work? And why are they working so hard? Why are they doing their best in my presence? Why is my old friend, Matryona, putting in so with all her might? I cured her when a beam fell on her at the fire, he said to himself as he looked at a hideous old baba who was walking with bare, sunburned feet across the hard, uneven soil, and was plying the rake vigorously. She got well then. But if not today or tomorrow, then in 10 years she must be borne to her grave, and there will be nothing left of her, nor of that pretty girl in red who is husking corn with such graceful, swift motions. They will bury her, and that dappled gelding will soon die, he thought, as he looked at the horse, breathing painfully with distended nostrils and heavily sagging belly, as it struggled up the ever-descending treadmill. They will carry him off, and Fyodor, the machine tender, with his curling beard full of chaff, and his white shoulder showing through a tear in his shirt. They will carry him off too. But now he gathers up the sheaves and gives his commands, and shouts to the women, and, with quick motions, arranges the belt on the machine. And it will be the same with me. They will carry me away, and nothing of me will be left. Why? And, in the midst of his meditations, he mechanically took out his watch to calculate how much they threshed in an hour. It was his duty to do this so that he could pay the men fairly for their day's work. So far, only 3 ricks, he said to himself, and he went to the machine tender and, trying to make his voice heard above the racket, told him to work faster. You've put in too much at once, Fyodor. You see it stops, so it wastes time. Do it more regularly. Fyodor, his face black with dust and sweat, shouted back some unintelligible reply, but entirely failed to carry out Levin's directions. He mounted the drum and took Fyodor's place and began to do the feeding. He worked thus till it was the muzhik's dinner hour, not a very long time, and then, in company with Fyodor, he left the barn and talked with him, leaning against a beautifully stacked pile of yellow rye saved for planting. Fyodor was from a distant village, the very one where Levin had formerly let the association have some land. Now it was rented to a dvornik. Levin talked with Fyodor about this land, and asked him if it were not possible that Platon, a rich and trustworthy muzhik of his village, would take it for the next year. Price too high. Won't catch Platon, Konstantin Dmitrich, replied the muzhik, wiping the chaff off from his sweaty chest. Yes, but how does Kirillov make money out of it? Mituich. By this contemptuous diminutive, Fyodor called the dvornik. What doesn't he make money out of? He puts on the screws and gets the last drop. He has no pity on the peasants. But Uncle Fokanuich, so he called the old man Platon, does he try to fleece a man? And he gives credit when anyone owes him. He does not try to squeeze it out of them. He's that kind of a man. Yes, but why does he give them credit? Well, of course men differ. One lives for his belly, like Mituich. But Fokanuich, he's an honest man. He lives for his soul. He remembers God. How does he remember God and live for his soul? Exclaimed Levin eagerly. Why, that's plain enough. It's to live according to God, according to the truth. People differ. Take you, Konstantin Dmitrich, for example. You couldn't wrong a man. Yes. Prashai, good-bye, exclaimed Levin, deeply moved, and taking his cane, he turned toward the house. As he recalled the muzhik's words, how Fokanuich lived for his soul according to God, according to truth, confused but weighty thoughts arose within him from some hidden source, and filled his soul with their brilliant light. End of chapter 11. Part 8, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Levin, with long steps, strode along the highway, filled not so much with his thoughts, he could not as yet get rid of them, as with a spiritual impulse, such as he had never known before. The peasant's words had had in his soul the effect of an electric spark, suddenly condensing the cloud of dim, incoherent thoughts which had not ceased to fill his mind, even while he was talking about the letting of his field. He felt that some new impulse, inexplicable as yet, filled his heart with joy. Not to live for oneself, but for God. What God? Could he have said anything more meaningless than what he said? He said that we must live, not for ourselves, that is, for what interests and pleases us, but for something incomprehensible, for God, whom no one knows or can define. Still, call it nonsense. Did I understand Fyodor? Didn't I also feel convinced of its truth? Did I find it either false or absurd? Nay, I understood it, and find in it the same meaning as he finds, and understood it more completely and clearly than anything else in life. And not alone I, but all the world, perfectly understand this and have no doubt of it, and are unanimous in its favor. And I was seeking for miracles, and regretting that I could not see one which might fill me with amazement. A material miracle would have seduced me, but the real miracle, the only one possibly existing, surrounds me on all sides, and I have not remarked it. Fyodor says Kirillov, the dvornik, lives for his belly. I know what he means by that. No rational being, none of us, can live in any other way. But Fyodor says, too, that it is wrong to live for the belly, but that we should live for the truth, for God. And I know what that means as well. I, and millions of men, moujiks and sages who have thought and written on the subject, or in their obscure language have talked about it, in the past and in the present, we are in accord on one point, and that is, that we should live for the good. The only knowledge that I and all men possess that is clear, indubitable, absolute, is here. We have not reached it by reason. Reason excludes it, for it has neither cause nor effect. The good, if it had a cause, would cease to be the good. If it had an effect, a reward, it would cease to be the good. The good must be outside of the chain of cause and effect. And I know this, and we all know it. Can there be greater miracle than this? Have I really found the solution of my doubts? Shall I cease to suffer? Levin asked himself as he followed the dusty road, insensible to weariness and heat, and feeling that his long travail was at an end. The sensation was so delightful that he could not believe that it was true. He choked with emotion. His strength failed him, and he left the high road and went into the woods, and sat down under the shadow of an aspen on the unmown grass. He uncovered his moist forehead, and stretched himself out on the succulent wood grass, and leaned his head on his hand. Yes, I must reflect and consider, he thought, looking attentively at the untrodden grass in front of him, and watching the movements of an earth beetle crawling up the stalk of couch grass and stopped by a leaf. What discovery have I made? He said to himself, removing the leaf from the beetle's way, and bending down another stalk of couch grass to help the beetle on. What made me so happy? What discovery have I made? I have made no discovery. I have only opened my eyes to what I already know. I have learned to recognize that power which formerly gave me life, and gives me life again today. I have freed myself from error. I have come to know my master. I used to say there was going on in my body, in the body of this grass, in the body of this beetle. The beetle did not want to go to the other stalk, but spread its wings and flew away.
incessant change of matter, in conformity to certain physical, chemical, and physiological laws. And in all of us, together with the aspens and the clouds, and the nebulae, there was evolution. Evolution from what? Into what? Endless evolution and conflict. But was conflict with the infinite possible? And I was surprised to find nothing along this line, in spite of my best efforts, which could reveal to me the meaning of my life, my motives, my longings. But the consciousness that there is a meaning is, nevertheless, so strong and clear that it forms the very foundation of my existence. And I marveled and rejoiced when the music said, "To live for God, for the soul." Now I can say that I know the meaning of life. It is to live for God, for my own soul. And this meaning, in spite of its clearness, is mysterious and miraculous. And such is the meaning of all existence. Yes, there is pride, said he to himself, turning over on his stomach and beginning to tie into a knot the stalks of grass while trying not to break them. Not only pride of intellect, but the stupidity of intellect. Yes, it is the wickedness of intellect, he repeated. He succinctly went over in memory the course of his thought for the last 2 years, from the day when the idea of death struck him on seeing his beloved brother hopelessly sick. Then he had clearly resolved that, since man had no other prospect than suffering, death, and eternal oblivion, he must either commit suicide or find the explanation of the problem of existence, and in such manner as to see in it something more than the cruel irony of a malevolent spirit. But he had not done either, but continued to live, to think, and to feel. He had married, and had experienced new joys, which made him happy when he did not ponder on the meaning of life. What did this mean? It meant that he was thinking badly and living well. Without knowing it, he had been sustained by those spiritual verities which he had sucked in with his mother's milk, and he indulged in thought, not only now not recognizing those truths, but even strenuously avoiding them. Now it was clear to him that he could live only through the blessed influence of the faith in which he had been taught. What should I have been? How should I have lived, if I had not absorbed these beliefs, if I had not known that I must live for God, and not for the satisfaction of my desires? I should have been a thief, a liar, a murderer. Nothing of what seems the chief joy of my life would have had any existence for me. And, though he made the most strenuous efforts of his imagination, he could not picture to himself what kind of a wild creature he might have been if he had not really known the aim of his existence. I was in search of an answer to my question, thought I could not give it, for the problem was too lofty. Life itself, with the innate knowledge of good and evil, alone could give me an answer. And this knowledge I did not acquire. It was given me, like all the rest. Given. I could not know where to get it. Did I get it from reason? But would reason ever have proved to me that I ought to love my neighbor instead of choking him? I was taught it in my childhood, but I believed it gladly because it was already existent in my soul. Reason discovered the struggle for existence, that law which demands the overthrow of every obstacle in the way of our desires. That is the result of reason. But reason has nothing to do with loving our neighbor. End of chapter 12. Part 8, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Levin remembered a recent scene between Dolly and her children. The children had been left alone and had amused themselves by making raspberry jam over a candle and throwing milk into each other's faces. Their mother, catching them in the act, scolded them in their uncle's presence, and sought to make them understand how much work was involved in what they were destroying, that the labor was performed for their benefit, that, if they broke the cups, they couldn't have anything to drink from, and if they wasted the milk, they wouldn't have any more and would starve to death.
Levin was struck by the indifference and skepticism with which the children heard their mother's words. They were only sorry to have their interesting sport interrupted, and they did not believe a word of what she said. They did not believe because they did not know the value of what they were playing with, and did not understand that they were destroying their own means of subsistence. That is all very well, they thought, but there is nothing interesting or worthwhile in it, because it is always the same and always will be, and it is monotonous. We don't have to think about it. It is done for us. But we would like to do something new and original. And here we are making jam in a cup over the candle, and squirting the milk in each other's faces. It's fun. It's new, and not half so stupid as to drink milk out of a cup.
Is it not thus that we act? Is it not the way I have acted, in trying to penetrate by reasoning the subjects of nature and the problem of human life? Is it not the same that all the philosophers have done with their theories which lead, by a course of reasoning strange and unnatural to man, to the knowledge of what he long has known, and known so surely that without it he could not live? Do we not see clearly, in the development of the theory of each, that the real meaning of human existence is as indubitably known as it is known to Fyodor, the muzhik? And do they see any more clearly than he does the principal meaning of life? Do they not all come back to this, even though it may be by a route which is often equivocal? If we were to leave the children to get their own living, make their own utensils, do the milking instead of playing pranks, they would die of hunger. There now, give us over to our own ideas and passions, with no knowledge of our Creator, without the consciousness of moral good and evil, and what would be the result? We reason because we are spiritually satiated. We are children. Whence comes this joyous knowledge, which I share with the muzhik, and which alone gives me serenity of spirit? Where did I get it? Here am I, a Christian, brought up in the faith, surrounded by the blessings of Christianity, living upon these spiritual blessings without being conscious of them, and like children I have been reasoning, or at least trying to reason, out the meaning of life. But in the serious moments of life, in the hour of suffering, just as when children are cold and hungry, I turn to Him, and, like these same children whom their mother reprimands for their childish faults, I feel that my childish efforts to get out of the mad circle of reasoning have done me no good. Yes, reason has taught me nothing. What I know has been given, revealed to me through the heart, and especially through faith in the teachings of the Church. The Church. The Church? Repeated Levin, turning over again, and, as he rested his head on his hand, looking at a herd of cattle down by the river at a distance. Can I really believe all that the Church teaches? Said he, to test himself and to bring up everything that might destroy his present feeling of security. He expressly called to mind the Church teachings which more than all had seemed strange to him and disgusted him. Creation? Yes. But how did I myself explain existence? Existence, the devil, sin. How did I explain evil? Redemption. But I know nothing, and can know nothing except what is told me and everyone else. And now it seemed to him that not one of these church dogmas was inimical to the great objects of life, faith in God, in goodness. On the contrary, all tended to produce that greatest of all miracles, that which consists in enabling the whole world, with its millions of human beings, young and old, the muzhik and Lvov, and Kitty and peasants and tsars, married and single, to comprehend the same great truths, so as to live that life of the soul which alone is worth living, and which is our only aim. Lying on his back, he looked up into the high, cloudless sky. Do I not know, thought he, that that is infinity of space, and not a vault of blue stretching above me? But, however I strain my sight, I can see only a vaulted dome. And, in spite of my knowledge of infinite space, I have more satisfaction in looking at it as a blue vaulted dome, than when I try to look beyond."
Levin stopped thinking. He listened to the mysterious voices which seemed to wake joyfully in him.
"Is it really faith?"
He sought, fearing to believe in his happiness.
"My God, I thank thee!" he cried, and he swallowed down the sobs that arose, and brushed away with both hands the tears that filled his eyes. End of chapter 13. Part 8, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Levin looked away and saw the herd, and his one-horse Telyaga and his coachman, who approached the herd of cattle, and began talking to the herdsman. Then he heard the sound of wheels and the neighing of the horse, but he was so occupied with his thoughts that he did not think why it was that his coachman was coming for him. He only realized it when the coachman, while still some distance off, cried, "The mistress sent for you. Your brother and another baron have come." Levin got in at once and took the reins. As if awakened from sleep, it was long before he could collect his thoughts. He looked at the well-fed horse, and at the spot on his neck where the harness rubbed, and he looked at Ivan, the coachman, sitting beside him, and he thought of how he had been expecting his brother, and that his wife was probably troubled because he was gone so long, and he tried to guess who the unknown guest who had come with his brother might be. And his brother and his wife and the unknown guest now seemed to him different from what they had been before. He felt that henceforth all his relations with these friends would be more pleasant than they had been. "Now there will be no more of that coldness, such as there used to be, between my brother and me. No more disputes. Nor will Kitty and I quarrel any more. And whoever my guest is, I shall be polite to him, and kind to the servants, and to Ivan. All will be different." And holding in his good horse, which was whinnying with impatience and pleading for permission to show his paces, Levin kept looking at Ivan, who was sitting next to him, not knowing what to do with his idle hands, and constantly pulling down his shirt, which the wind tugged at, and in his attempt to find a pretext for beginning a conversation with the man, he thought of saying that the horse's girth was buckled up too tightly, but then this seemed like censuring him, and he wanted to say something pleasant. "You had better turn to the right and avoid that stump," said the coachman, taking hold of one of the reins. "Please not touch, or try to give me lessons," said Levin, exasperated by his coachman's interference. Just the same as always, he was made angry by any interference with his affairs, and he immediately became conscious how mistaken he was in supposing for a moment that his new spiritual condition could keep its character unchanged on contact with the reality. When they arrived within a quarter of a verst of the house, Levin saw Grisha and Tanya running to meet him. "Uncle Kostya, Mama is coming, and Grandpa, and Sergey Ivanovitch, and someone else," they cried as they ran up to the cart. "Tell me, who is it?" "Oh, he's an awful, horrid man, who does so with his arms," said Tanya, climbing up into the cart and mimicking Katavasov. "Tell me, is he young or old?" asked Levin, laughing, reminded of someone by Tanya's performance. "Ah, I only hope he is not a bore," said Levin to himself. As soon as they reached a turn in the road and saw the party approaching, Levin recognized Katavasov, who was in a straw hat, and gesticulating exactly as Tanya had represented it. Katavasov was very fond of talking philosophy, and his conceptions were wholly drawn from the natural sciences, which had always been his specialty, and in Moscow Levin had frequently had discussions with him. And one of these discussions, in which Katavasov had evidently felt that he was victorious, occurred to Levin's mind as soon as he saw him. "Henceforth," he said to himself, "I will not enter into discussions, or express myself so flippantly." Leaping from the cart and joining Katavasov and his brother, he asked where Kitty was. "She has taken Mitya to Kolok." Kolok was a piece of woodland near the house. "She wanted to get him established there. It was so hot at the house," said Dolly. Levin always advised his wife against taking the baby into the woods, because he felt it was dangerous, so this news was not pleasant to him. "She carries that son of hers from one place to another," said the old prince. "I told her she'd better try the ice house." "She wanted to go to the beehives. She thought you were there," added Dolly. "That is where we were going." "Well, what have you been doing that's good?" said Sergey Ivanovitch, dropping behind the others and walking with his brother. "Oh, nothing particular. As usual, busy with the farming. You'll stay with us a while now. We've been expecting you a long time." "Only a fortnight. I have a great deal to do at Moscow." At these words the two brothers looked at one another, and Levin, in spite of his usual and now especially strong desire to have friendly, and above all simple, relations with his brother, felt that it was awkward for him to look at him. He dropped his eyes and was at a loss what to say. Trying to select some topic of conversation which would be agreeable to Sergey Ivanovitch, and avoiding the Serbian war and the Slavonic question, a hint at which Sergey Ivanovitch's remark about his occupation in Moscow gave, Levin began to talk about his brother's book. "Well," he asked, "have there been many reviews of your book?" Sergey Ivanovitch smiled at the intention of the question. "No one thinks anything about it. I least of all," he said. "You see, Darya Alexandrovna, we're going to have a shower," he added, pointing with his umbrella to the white clouds which were piling up above the aspen tops. It was evident by these words that the relationship between the brothers, which Levin wanted to overcome, was just the same as of old. If not unfriendly, at least cool. Levin approached Katavasov. "How good it was of you to come to us," said he. "I have wanted to come for a long time. Now we shall have time to talk. Have you read Spencer?" "Not thoroughly. I don't get anything out of him." "How so? That is interesting. Why is that?" "I've definitely made up my mind that the answers to certain questions which interest me are not to be found in him or his followers. Now—" But he was suddenly struck by the pleasant and serene expression of Katavasov's face, and he felt so sorry at having evidently disturbed his mental equilibrium by his remark that, suddenly remembering his resolution, he stopped short. "However, we will talk about that by and by," he added. "If we are going to the apiary, let us go this way, by this path," he said, turning to the others. Passing through a narrow path along by an unmown field, covered on one side with an abundance of those bright flowers called Ivan da Maria, and in the midst of which grew frequent patches of the tall dark green hellebore, Levin led his guests, who were afraid of being stung, to the cool dense shade of some young aspens, and established them on some benches and logs especially prepared for the purpose of receiving the beehives, and he himself went to the storehouse to fetch for the children, and the grown people as may, some bread, cucumbers, and fresh honey. Trying to make as little disturbance as possible, and listening to the bees, which came flying more and more thickly around him, he strode along the path that led to the izba. At the very door a bee entangled in his beard and began to buzz, but he carefully freed himself from it. Going into the cool entry, he took his wire mask down from the peg where it hung and put it on, and thrusting his hands into his pockets, he went into the enclosure of the apiary, where, amid a smoothly shaven lawn, stood in straight rows on linden stakes all the old hives, each having for him its own special history, while the newer ones which had been set up that year were ranged along the wall. At the entrance of the hives he could see the young bees and the drones clustering together and tumbling over one another, while in their midst the working bees were industriously darting off in a straight line toward the forest where the linden trees were in bloom, and quickly returning laden with their pollen. His ears were filled with the incessant monotonous humming made by the workers as they flew in with their burdens, by the drones enjoying their holiday, and by the guardian bees giving warning of the approach of an enemy and ready to sting. On one side of the enclosure the old beekeeper was smoothing a hoop and did not see Levin, and Levin, without speaking to him, stood in the midst of his apiary. He was glad of the chance of being alone, so as to collect himself in face of the reality which had so suddenly come into vivid contrast with his recent state of mind. He remembered that he had already been angry with Ivan and shown coldness to his brother, and had spoken foolishly with Katavasov. "Can it be possible that my happiness was only a transitory feeling, which will pass away and leave no trace behind?" But at the same moment as he analyzed his state of mind, he felt with joy that his experience had left new and important results.
Practical life had only temporarily disturbed the spiritual calm which he had found, but in his heart it was still intact. Just as the bees, buzzing around him, threatened him, and robbed him of his physical calm, and compelled him to defend himself, so did the cares which surrounded him, as he sat in his little cart, disturb his spiritual calm, but this lasted only while he was in their midst. Just as his physical strength was intact while he was defending himself against the bees, so his newly attained spiritual power was also unimpaired. End of chapter 14. Part 8, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Do you know, Kostya, whom Sergey Ivanovitch found on the train?" said Dolly, after she had given her children their cucumbers and honey. "Vronsky. He's going to Serbia." "Yes, and not alone either. He's taking out a squadron of cavalry at his own expense," said Katavasov. "That's like him," answered Levin. "But are volunteers still going off?" he added, looking at Sergey Ivanovitch. Sergey Ivanovitch was busy with a knife blade rescuing a live bee from the honey that had flowed out of the white honeycomb at the bottom of his cup, and he did not answer. "Indeed, I should say so," said Katavasov, biting into a cucumber. "If you had only seen them at the station this morning. Now, what an idea this is! For Christ's sake, tell me, Sergey Ivanovitch, where all these volunteers are going, and whom they are going to fight with?" asked the old prince, evidently pursuing a conversation which they had begun before Levin joined them. "With the Turks," answered Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling quietly, as he at last rescued the helpless honey-smeared bee on the point of his knife and set him on an aspen leaf. "But who has declared war on the Turks? Is it Ivan Ivanovitch Ragozov, and the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, and Madame Stahl?" "No one has declared war, but people sympathize with their oppressed brethren and want to help them," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "The prince was not speaking here of help, but of war," said Levin, coming to the assistance of his father-in-law. "The prince means that private persons have no right to take part in a war without being authorized by the government." "Kostya, look out! There's a bee. Won't he sting?" cried Dolly, defending herself from a wasp. "That's not a bee, that's a wasp," said Levin. "Come now, give us your theory," demanded Katavasov, evidently provoking Levin into a discussion. "Why shouldn't private persons have that right?" "Well, my theory is this. War, on the one hand, is such a terrible, such an atrocious thing, that no man, at least no Christian man, has the right to assume the responsibility of beginning it, but it belongs to government alone when it becomes inevitable. On the other hand, both in law and in common sense, where there are state questions, and above all matters concerning war, private citizens have no right to use their own wills." Sergey Ivanovitch and Katavasov were both ready at the same instant with answers. "That's where you're mistaken, Bayushka," said Katavasov. "There may be cases when government does not carry out the will of its citizens, and then society declares its own will." But Sergey Ivanovitch did not approve of this reply. He frowned as Katavasov spoke, and put it another way. "You state the question all wrong. Here there is no declaration of war, but simply an expression of human, of Christian sympathy. Our brethren, men of the same blood, the same faith, are butchered. Now, we do not merely regard them as brethren, and as co-religionists, but as women, children, old men. Our feelings are stirred, and the whole Russian people fly to help check these horrors. Suppose you were walking in the street and saw a drunken man beating a woman or a child. I think you would not stop to ask whether war had been declared or had not been declared on such a man before you attacked him and protected the object of his fury." "No, but I should not kill him." "Yes, you might even kill him." "I don't know. If I saw such a sight, I might yield to the immediate feeling. I cannot tell how it would be. But in the oppression of the Slavs, there is not, and cannot be, such a powerful motive." "Perhaps not for you, but other people think differently," said Sergey Ivanovitch, angrily. "The people still keep the tradition of sympathy with brethren of the Orthodox faith, who are groaning under the yoke of the unspeakable Turk. They have heard of their terrible sufferings and are aroused." "That may be," answered Levin, in a conciliatory tone. "Only I don't see it. I myself am one of the people, and I don't feel it." "I can say the same," put in the old prince. "I was living abroad. I read the newspapers, and I learned about the Bulgarian atrocities. But I could never understand why all Russia took such a sudden fancy for their Slavic brethren. I am sure I never felt the slightest love for them. I was greatly ashamed. I thought I must either be a monster, or that Carlsbad had a bad effect on me. But since I have come back, I don't feel stirred at all, and I find that I am not the only one who is not so much interested in the Slav brethren as in Russia. Here is Konstantin." "Private opinions are of no consequence. There is no meaning in private opinions, when all Russia, when the whole people, signified what they wished," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "Yes, excuse me, I don't see this. The people don't know anything," said the prince. "But papa, how about Sunday in church?" said Dolly, who had been listening to the conversation. "Give me a towel, please," she said in an aside to the old beekeeper, who was looking at the children with a friendly smile. "It can't be that all—" "Well, what about Sunday at church? They tell the priest to read a prayer. He reads it. Nobody understands one word. They snore just as they do during the whole sermon," continued the prince. "Then they tell them that the salvation of their souls is in question. They pull out their kopecks and give them. But why they have not the least idea." "The people cannot know their destiny. They have an instinctive feeling, and at times like this they show it," said Sergey Ivanovitch, looking at the old beekeeper. The handsome, tall old man, with his black beard, wherein a few gray hairs were beginning to show, and with his thick, silvery hair, stood motionless, holding a cup of honey in his hand, looking at the gentleman with a mild, placid air, evidently not understanding a word of the conversation, nor caring to understand. He nodded his head with deliberation as he heard Sergey Ivanovitch's words, and said, "That's certainly so." "Well now, ask him about it," said Levin. "He doesn't know. He doesn't think. Have you heard about the war, Mikhailovitch?" asked he of the old man. "You know what was read in Sunday at church, don't you? What do you think? Ought we to fight for the Christians?" "Why should we think? Our Emperor Alexander Nikolaevich will think for us, as in everything else. He knows what to do. Should you like some more bread? Shall I give some to the little lad?" asked he, turning to Darya Alexandrovna and pointing to Grisha, who was munching a crust. "What's the use of asking him?" said Sergey Ivanovitch. "We have seen, and still see, hundreds and hundreds of men abandoning all they possess, giving their last penny, enlisting and trooping from every corner of Russia, all clearly and definitely expressing their thought and purpose. What does that signify?" "It signifies, in my opinion," said Levin, beginning to get excited, "that out of 80 millions of men there will always be found hundreds, and even thousands, who have lost their social position, are restless, and are ready to take up the first adventure that comes along, whether it is to follow Pugatchov, or to go to Khiva, or to fight in Serbia." "I tell you they are not adventurers who devote themselves to this work, but they are the best representatives of the nation," cried Sergey Ivanovitch, excitedly, as if he were defending his last position. "There are the contributions. Isn't that a test of popular feeling?" "The word people is so vague," said Levin. "Long-haired scribblers, professors, and perhaps 1 in 1,000 among the peasants understand what it is all about. But the rest of the 80 millions do as Mikhailovitch here does. They not only don't express their will, but they haven't the slightest idea that they have any will to express. What right, then, have we to say that this is the will of the people?" End of chapter 15. Part 8, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Sergey Ivanovitch was skilled in dialectics, and without replying he took up another side of the question. "Yes, if you want to get at the mind of the nation by an arithmetical process, Of course it will be very hard work. We have not the proper gifts, and cannot reckon it that way. But there are other means of learning it besides arithmetic. It is felt in the air, it is felt in the heart, not to speak of those submarine currents which flow through the stagnant ocean of the people and which are evident to every unprejudiced person. Take society in a narrower sense. Take the intelligent classes, and see how on this point even the most hostile parties combine. There is no longer a difference of opinions. All the organs of society express the same thing. They have all become aware of an elemental force which fills the nation with its own motive power. "Yes, the newspapers all say the same thing, that is true," said the old prince. "But then, so do all the frogs croak before a storm. That doesn't signify much." "Whether frogs or not, I don't edit newspapers, and I don't set up to defend them. I am talking of the unanimity of opinion among intelligent people," said Sergey Ivanovitch, turning to his brother. Levin was about to reply, but the old prince took the words from his mouth. "Well, something else may be said in regard to that unanimity. Here is my son-in-law, Stepan Arkadyevitch, you know. He has just been appointed a member of some commission or other, I don't know what, with a salary of 8,000 a year, and nothing to do. Now, Dolly, that's not a secret. Ask him if his office is useful. He will tell you that it is indispensable. And he is an upright man, but you could not make him cease to believe in his full 8,000 salary." "Oh, yes, he told me to tell Darya Alexandrovna that he had got that place," said Sergey Ivanovitch, angrily, considering that the prince's remark was not apropos. "Of course the newspapers are unanimous. That is easily explained. War will double their circulation. How can they help supporting the Slavic question and the national instinct?" "I don't like many of the papers, but you are unjust," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "I will only add one more suggestion," said the old prince. "Alphonse Karr wrote a clever thing just before the Franco-Prussian War, when he said, 'You say this war is absolutely necessary? Very good. Go to the front then, and be under the first fire, and lead the first onslaught.'" "Good editors would be glad to do that," said Katavasov, with a loud laugh, and trying to imagine certain editorial friends of his in this chosen legion. "Yes, but when they ran away," said Dolly, "they'd bother the others." "Just as soon as they begin to run put in veterans behind them, or some Cossacks with whips," said the prince. "Well, that's a joke, but not a very good joke. Excuse me, prince," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "I don't think it was a joke," said Levin. "It was—" But his brother interrupted him. "Every member of society is called upon to do his duty," said he, "and thoughtful men perform theirs by giving expression to public opinion, and the unanimous and full expression of public opinion is creditable to the press, and at the same time a good symptom. 20 years ago we should have kept quiet. Today we hear the voice of the Russian people, which is ready to rise like one man, and ready to sacrifice itself for its oppressed brethren. It is a great step taken, a proof of power." "Yes, not only to avenge their brethren, but to kill the Turks," said Levin timidly. "The people will sacrifice itself, and be ready to sacrifice itself for the salvation of their souls, but not for murder," he added, involuntarily connecting this conversation with the thoughts of the morning. "What do you mean by soul? That, to a naturalist, you must remember, is a very puzzling expression. What is the soul?" demanded Katavasov with a smile. "Oh, you know." "'Pon my word, I haven't the least idea." And the professor broke into a burst of laughter. "Christ said, 'I am not come to bring peace, but a sword,'" remarked Sergey Ivanovitch, quoting as simply as if it were something comprehensible a passage from the Gospel which had always troubled Levin. "That's just so," replied the old beekeeper, who had been standing near them, in response to a chance look directed to him. "Come, Batyushka, you're beaten, you're beaten, wholly beaten!" cried Katavasov gaily. Levin reddened with vexation, not because he was beaten, but because he had been drawn into discussion again. "No, it is impossible for me to dispute with them," he thought. "Their armor is impenetrable, and I am defenseless." He saw that he could not defeat his brother and Katavasov, and it was equally impossible to agree with them. Their arguments were the fruit of that same pride of the intellect which had almost ruined him. He could not admit that a handful of men, his brother among them, had the right, on the ground of what was told them by a few hundred eloquent volunteers who came to the capital, to claim that they and the newspapers expressed the will and sentiment of the people, especially when this sentiment expressed itself in vengeance and butchery. He could not agree with this because he did not discover the expression of these thoughts among the people in whose midst he lived, and he did not find them in himself, and he could not consider himself as anything else than one of the men constituting the Russian nation, but principally because he did not, any more than the rest of men, know, nor could he know, what constituted the general good, but he firmly believed that the attainment of this general good was brought about only by the strenuous fulfillment of that law of right which is revealed to everyone, and therefore he could not desire war, or preach it as a means of attaining any general end whatever. He and Mikhailovich, and the people in general, expressed themselves in somewhat the same language as was used when the early Russians invited the Varyags to come from Scandinavia. "Come and rule over us. We gladly promise absolute submission. We are enduring all trials, all humiliations, all sacrifices, but we do not judge and we do not decide." And now, according to Sergey Ivanovitch, the people were ready to turn their backs on a right which they had purchased at such a price. He wanted to say in addition that if the general opinion is an infallible judge, then why should not the revolution, the commune, be as useful to the Slavs as lawful means? But all these were thoughts which could not decide anything. The only thing that he could clearly see was that at the present moment the discussion was exasperating to Sergey Ivanovitch, and therefore it was wrong to discuss it. So Levin held his peace and turned the attention of his guests to the clouds that were rolling up, and he advised them to hurry home if they did not want to get wet. End of chapter 16. Part 8, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The prince and Sergey Ivanovitch seated themselves in the cart and drove on. The rest of the party, quickening their steps, started back on foot. But the thunderstorm, white on top, black underneath, came up so rapidly that they had to hurry so as to reach the house before the rain was on them. The clouds coming on as the vanguard, hung low, were as black as soot, and drove across the sky with extraordinary rapidity. They had reached within 200 feet of the house, and already the wind had begun to rise, and the downpour might be expected at any second. The children ran on ahead, laughing and screaming with delight and terror. Darya Alexandrovna, struggling with her skirts, which the wind blew round her legs, no longer walked, but ran, not letting the children out of her sight. The gentlemen, holding on their hats with difficulty, walked with long strides. They had just reached the porch when the great drops began to strike and splash against the edge of the iron gutter. The children, and just behind them their elders, with gay exclamations, ran under the shelter of the porch. "Where's Katerina Alexandrovna?" asked Levin of Agafya Mikhailovna, who was coming out of the door, loaded with shawls and plaids. "We supposed she was with you." "And Mitya?" "He must be in the Kolak woods with his nurse." Levin seized the plaids and started for Kolak. In the few minutes that had elapsed, the storm had reached beyond the sun, and it was as dark as if there was an eclipse. The wind blew obstinately, as if insisting on its own way, tried to stop Levin, and, tearing off the leaves and flowers from the lindens, and rudely and strangely bearing the white branches of the birches, bent everything to one side: acacias, flowers, burdocks, the grass, and the treetops. The girls working in the garden ran squealing under the shelter of the servants' quarters. The white screen of the pouring rain had already cut off the distant forest and half of the adjacent field, and was rapidly advancing on Kolak. The dampness of the shower was felt in the atmosphere like fine drops. Bending his head and fighting vigorously against the gale, which tugged at his shawls, Levin was already on his way to Kolak. He thought he already saw white forms behind a well-known oak, when suddenly a glare of light seemed to burst from the ground before him and the vault of the sky above him fall with a crash. When he opened his dazzled eyes, he looked through the thick curtain formed by the rain, which cut him off from the Kolock woods, and saw, to his horror, that the green top of a well-known oak which stood in the forest had strangely changed its position. Even before he could ask, "Can the lightning have struck it?" he saw it bending over more and more rapidly, and then disappeared behind the other trees, and he heard the crash the great oak made as it fell, carrying with it the neighboring trees. The glare of the lightning, the crash of the thunder, and the sensation of chill running over his whole body blended for Levin in one impression of horror. My God, keep them safe!" he exclaimed. And though he instantly felt the absurdity of the prayer, since the oak had already fallen, he nevertheless said it over and over, for he knew that, absurd as it was, he could not do anything else to help them. He hastened toward the spot where they generally went, but he did not find them. They were in another part of the woods under an old linden, and they called to him. Two figures dressed in dark clothes, they usually wore white, were bending over something under the trees. It was Kitty and the nurse. The rain had stopped, and it was beginning to grow lighter when Levin reached them. The bottom of the nurse's dress was dry, but Kitty's gown was wet through and clung to her. Though it was no longer raining, they were standing just as they had been when the shower began. Both were leaning over the baby carriage with its green parasol. "Alive! Safe! God be praised!" he cried, as, splashing through the puddles, he ran to them with his shoes full of water. Kitty's glowing face, all wet, was turned to him, and she smiled timidly from under her hat, which had lost its shape in the rain. "There now, aren't you ashamed? I can't understand how you could do such a careless thing," he began in his vexation, scolding his wife. "Goodness, it was not my fault. We were just starting to go when he began to be restless. We had to change him. We were just," Kitty said, trying to defend herself. Mitya was safe, dry, and still soundly sleeping. "Well, God be thanked. I don't know what I'm saying." They hastily picked up the wet diapers. The nurse took the baby, and Levin, ashamed of his vexation, gave his arm to his wife, and led her away, pressing her hand gently. End of chapter 17. Part 8, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In the course of all that day, during the most varied conversations in which Levin took part, as it were, only with the external side of his mind, and notwithstanding his disillusion at finding that the moral regeneration had not taken place in his nature after all, he did not cease to be pleasantly conscious that his heart was full. After the shower, it was too wet to go out for a walk, and, moreover, other threatening clouds were piling up on the horizon, and here and there reaching up high into the sky, black and laden with thunder. All the household spent the rest of the day within doors. Discussions were avoided, and after dinner all were in the gayest frame of mind. Katavasov at first kept the ladies laughing by his original turns of wit, which always pleased people when they made his acquaintance. Then afterward, being drawn out by Sergey Ivanovitch, he related his very interesting observations on the different characteristics and features of male and female flies, and their habits. Sergey Ivanovitch also was very gay, and at tea he explained the future of the Eastern question so simply and well that all could follow him. Kitty alone did not hear him. She had been summoned to the nursery to give Mitya his bath. A few moments after Kitty had left the room, Levin also was called to follow her. Leaving his tea, and feeling regretful at having an interesting conversation interrupted, and at the same time troubled because they had called him to the nursery, a thing which had hitherto happened only in cases of emergency, Levin followed his wife. In spite of the fact that he was greatly interested in his brother's partly outlined scheme of making the newly enfranchised world of 40 million Slavs join with Russia in establishing a new epoch in history, for it was something entirely novel to him, In spite of his curiosity and anxiety at having been summoned to the nursery, as soon as he had left the drawing room and was once more alone, he immediately remembered his thoughts of the morning. And all these theories as to the significance of the Slav element in the universal history seemed to him so insignificant in comparison with what was taking place in his own soul, that for a moment he forgot all about it, and returned to the moral state that had so delighted him at the beginning of the day. This time he did not wholly retrace the course of thought which had led him to this state of mind, nor was it necessary. He was borne immediately back to that feeling which had guided him, which had been connected with those thoughts, and he now found the feeling stronger and more definite in his soul than ever before. Now there was no longer what had always marked his previous imaginary attempts at gaining spiritual calmness, when he had been obliged to call a halt to the whole course of his thoughts in order to find the feeling. Now, on the contrary, the feeling of joy and calmness was more vivid than before, but thought did not overtake the feeling. He walked along the terrace and saw 2 stars glowing in the already darkening sky, and suddenly he remembered a course of reasoning. "Yes," he said to himself, "as I looked at the heavens I thought that the vault which I gaze at is not a lie. But there was something that remained half thought out in my mind, something that I hid from myself. Now, what was it? There cannot be an answer. If one could think it out, all things would be explained." Just as he entered the child's chamber, he remembered what it was that he hid from himself. It was this: "If the chief proof of the existence of God lies in the revelation of good, why should this revelation be limited to the Christian Church? How about those millions of Buddhists and Mohammedans who are also seeking for the truth and doing right?" It seemed to him that there must be an answer to this question, but he could not find and express it before entering the room. Kitty, with her sleeves rolled up, was bending over the bathtub, in which she was washing the baby. As she heard her husband's steps, she turned her face to him, and with a smile called him to her. With one hand she was supporting the head of the plump little fellow, who was floating on his back in the water and kicking with his legs. With the other she was squeezing the sponge on him. "Come here, look, look," she said as her husband came up to her. "Agafya Mikhailovna is right. He knows us." The fact was that Mitya today for the first time gave indubitable proof that he knew his friends. As soon as Levin went to the bathtub, the experiment was tried, and it was wholly successful. A cook, who was called for the purpose, bent over the tub. The baby frowned and shook his head. Kitty bent over him, and he smiled radiantly and clung with his little hands to the sponge and sucked with his lips, producing such a strange and contented sound that not only the mother and nurse, but Levin himself, were enchanted. They took the baby from the water, wiped him, and after he had expressed his disapprobation with a piercing scream, they gave him to his mother. "Well, I am very glad to see that you begin to love him," said Kitty, as she sat down in a comfortable seat with the child at her breast. "I am very glad. It really troubled me when you said you hadn't any feelings for him." "No. Did I say that I had no feeling for him? I only said that I was disappointed." "How were you disappointed?" "I wasn't disappointed in him, but in the feeling that he would arouse. I expected more. I expected as a surprise some new and pleasant feeling, and instead of that it was pity, disgust." She listened to him as she put on her slender fingers the rings which she had taken off while bathing the baby. "And more of fear and pity than of satisfaction. I never knew until today, after the storm, how much I loved him." Kitty smiled with radiant joy. "Were you very much afraid?" she asked. "And so was I. But it seems more terrible to me now when the danger is all past. I shall go and look at the oak tomorrow. How nice Katavasov is! Well, the whole day has been so pleasant. You are so delightful with your brother when you want to be. Well, go to them. It is always hot and stifling in here after the bath." End of chapter 18. Part 8, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Levin, on leaving the nursery and finding himself alone, began to follow out his line of thought in which there had been something obscure. Instead of going back to the drawing-room where he heard the sound of voices, he remained on the terrace, and, leaning over the balustrade of the terrace, he looked at the sky. It had grown very dark, and there was not a cloud in the south where he was looking. The clouds were all in the opposite quarter. From time to time it would lighten, and the distant thunder would be heard. Levin listened to the drops of rain falling rhythmically from the lindens, and looked at the stars and then at the Milky Way. Whenever the lightning flashed, then not only the Milky Way but also the bright stars would disappear from his vision, but by the time the thunder sounded they would reappear in their places, as if a careful hand had readjusted them in the firmament. "Well, now what is it that troubles me?" Levin asked himself, already beginning to feel that a resolution of his doubts, though it had not yet become a matter of knowledge, was ready in his soul. Yes, there is one evident, indubitable manifestation of the divinity, and that is the laws of right which are made known to the world through revelation, and of which I am conscious as existing in myself, and in the recognition of them I am, in spite of myself, willingly or unwillingly, united with other men into one brotherhood of believers, which is called the Church. Yes, but are Hebrews, Confucians, Mohammedans, Buddhists, in the same relation? He asked himself, recurring to the dilemma which had seemed so portentous to him. Can these hundreds of millions of men be deprived of the greatest of blessings, of that which alone gives a meaning to life? He paused, but immediately recovered his train of thought. What am I asking myself? I am questioning the revelation of the various forms of human belief to divinity. I am questioning the revelation of God to the whole universe with all its nebulae. But what am I doing? And at the moment when knowledge, sure though inaccessible to reason, is revealed to me, shall I still persist in dragging in logic? Do I not know that the stars do not move? Said he, noticing the change that had taken place in the position of the brilliant planet which he had seen rising over the birches. But, seeing the stars change place, and not being able to imagine the revolution of the earth, then I should be right in saying that they moved. Could the astronomers have made any calculations and gained any knowledge if they had taken into consideration the varied and complicated motions of the earth? Have not their marvelous conclusions as to the distances, the weight, the motions, and revolutions of the celestial bodies all been based on the apparent movements of the stars around a motionless earth? These very movements which I now witness, as millions of men for centuries have witnessed them, and which can always be verified. And just as the conclusion of the astronomers would have been inaccurate and false if they had not been based on their observations of the heavens, such as they appeared relatively to a single meridian and a single horizon, so all my conclusions as to the knowledge of good and evil would be inaccurate and false if they were not founded on that comprehension of good and evil which for all men always has been and always will be one and the same, and which Christianity has revealed to me and which my soul can always verify. The relations of human belief to God must, for me, remain unfathomable. To search them out belongs not to me. "Haven't you gone in yet?" said Kitty's voice suddenly. She was on her way to the drawing-room, by the way of the terrace. "There's nothing that troubles you, is there?" she asked, looking wistfully up into her husband's face, and trying to study its expression by the starlight. By the light of a flash of lightning on the horizon, she saw that he was calm and happy, and she smiled. She understands me, thought he. She knows what I am thinking. Shall I tell her or not? Yes, I will tell her. But just as he was about to speak, Kitty broke in. "Kostya," said she, "do be so kind and go to the corner room and see how they have arranged for Sergey Ivanovitch." "I don't like to. See if they put in the new washstand properly." "Certainly. I'll go," answered Levin, rising and kissing her. "No,
Better be silent, thought he as she went past. This secret has no importance save for me alone, and words could not explain it. This new feeling has neither changed me, nor suddenly enlightened me, nor made me happy, as I imagined it would. It is just like my feeling for my son. There is no element of surprise in it. But it is faith. No, not faith. I know not what it is. But the feeling stole into my soul through suffering, and there it is firmly established. I shall continue to be vexed with Ivan the coachman, and get into useless discussions, and express my thoughts blunderingly. I shall always be blaming my wife for what annoys me, and repenting at once. I shall always find a certain barrier between the holy of holies of my inmost soul and the souls of others, even my wife's. I shall continue to pray without being able to explain to myself why. But my whole life, every moment of my life, independently of whatever may happen to me, will be, not meaningless as before, but full of the deep meaning which I shall have the power to impress upon it.
End of chapter 19, and end of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. This LibriVox audiobook was read to you by MaryAnn Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois. Production was handled by a team of dedicated LibriVox volunteers, including Anne from Melbourne, Australia, Stav from Israel, and Hugh from Lancaster, California. We all thank you for listening.